Okay, we are back, this time again, with more, Ace Investigation Collection, where we are going to be starting the fourth case. After yesterday, we were able to finish the third case, right on time, actually. Right on time we finished the fourth case. We returned from the past and basically stuck in the present the most of the day. It was basically just like investigating with Von Karma's stuff outside of it, doing a few things in there, and investigating what happened in that point, but we couldn't do anything else in there. It was more so just backstory about like what happened in the previous parts. We ended up doing that. We also ended up yeah, pretty much that's what happened, wasn't it? Yeah. Pretty much we were forced to investigate where we did. We had a lot of pieces, but we couldn't put anything together. That got done in the present instead. And then we got a bit of backstory about what happened to Gregory and everyone else in the past. Like, basically, like, you know, I should probably just break it down real quick, so I can remember what happened. There was a lot of stuff that happened, but it was more so just like we broke it down from, the things. I gotta wait for OBS to fix itself anyway, so I'm just gonna do that right now. Pretty much that's what ended up happening. We're stuck in the one area, and then we got the, they had like the ace in the hole. We got the end of the story, basically. We figured out that when Karma won the trial, there was corrupt evidence happening, there was corrupt people that were going on, there was falsified autopsy reports, there was detectives that were fired. That was the time that he got the penalty, which led to the DL6 incident, so obviously there was backlog story stuff with that happening going on. And then we basically had to solve and pick up all the pieces from what we had in the past to the present, and we did our investigation ourselves, figuring out what happened with the chemical and how that was all procured and done. We figured out how the... What are you talking about, I'm late? Late how? I don't have a time that I start. That's also just the most random name that someone's ever called me, other than Nathaniel Janet Timison. I feel like that's a reference to something. I'm not late for anything, though, because I don't have a time that I set, so therefore, how can I be late? You just want to call me that name. What is that name from? I feel like that's a reference to something that I have no clue what it is. I've got no clue what it's from. That sounds like some, like, Coronation Street type, like... Sir Nathaniel Janet Timison III of Yorkshire Province of something. I don't know, like, it sounds like some royal name to me. Oh, it's from your head. It's literally just your head canon. You're just making up names for me now. We're just about to get started a bit. I'm just making sure that OBS is working because it's not being good at the moment. Most guys you know go by Nate and Nathaniel. So that's not me in that case. The reason I went with Nate is because people were already calling me that anyway, like friends and stuff that I talked with on the internet, and I thought that's easier to remember. And also because that's what my grandmother used to call me, and she passed a few years ago, so I figured like it would be better to use that name than it would be to use the original one. So I figured it would be. No, I hate that. I hate that name when people use that. That is not. I hate that. It sounds so stupid. I hate this. I hate it when it's shortened like that. So yeah, I just went with that instead. That's basically the reason. Also, like, several other people are called that are YouTubers, so I figured, hey, like, if they're all doing it, I may as well do it, right? What else did we do? Oh yeah, we broke down what happened with the lift cart, what happened with the, smuggling of the ice, with the, switching of the teapots to get the stuff in there. we pretty much ended up figuring out that the stuff that was written was, well, Larry's statements were accurate, and then it basically boiled down to the fact that we figured out what happened with, how are you doing today, Kat, though? Hope that all is well. You'll be lurking as you're playing Assassin's Creed Liberation. You've not played it yet. Assassin's Creed Liberations. How do I feel about that game? It's one of the weaker Assassin's Creed titles, but I think the reason it's weaker is because it's short. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil anything. I just think it's one of the weaker titles because it was originally a PS Vita game, so obviously those games just don't have the... It's not a DLC, it's a full-on game. It was never a DLC. It was never a DLC. It was released on the Vita for... originally. It was never a DLC. You got it through AC3? Yeah, it's not a DLC though. It was, it's a completely separate title. I think I got it through AC3 no, actually no, I bought it separately. I have two versions of it, actually. So I bought Assassin's Creed Remastered for Allison because she's a big fan of Assassin's Creed 3. I think that came with it. Or was it something else? Thank you for the raid, Movie Critic. Let me give you a shout out real quick. We're actually just going through and breaking down some stuff anyway, because I'm just rambling and talking as it is. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody to a lot of Switch games, speedruns, reaction videos, platinum playthroughs. We just downloaded it. Yeah, I bought AC3 Remastered for... no, sorry. I got the Season Pass for Odyssey. And in the Season Pass for Odyssey, it gave me Assassin's Creed 3, I believe. Is that shout-out noise Allison? No, that is, that was me doing the, thing. Not even buying Shadows for Allison is insane. I don't have a PS5. However, I do buy every Assassin's Creed game for her. She will even admit that on stream as well, that, if it wasn't for me, that she wouldn't play Assassin's Creed games. So, I buy the Assassin's Creed games and she plays them. I'm not buying it on PC, I want the Platinum. I want to have the physical copy of the game. I don't like buying digital. I hate digital. I hate digital. I'm not gonna buy a digital copy of the game. Plus, I'm not also gonna pay like... I'm not gonna pay like full price for it after I've seen how like poor it is. Absolutely not. Happy Bone Temple Trailer Day. It's also Happy Skyscraper Day. Allison won't play it till I upgrade. I won't play it until she gets a PS5, which she has also said herself that she wants to get it. And also, you can't use that excuse on me either, because she hasn't played Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, or Mirage. She started Origins and just hasn't been able to get into it. Maybe she'll do it at some point. Maybe she'll do it on stream. I don't know. She might actually play it on stream. Who knows? We might play it on stream at some point. So if you have anyone to blame, don't blame me. It's not my fault. She has to catch up. She wants to play all the other games first. Then basically we broke down the... She needs to get on Odyssey and Valhalla ASAP. She has a lot of, she doesn't have a lot of time. Outside of, like, Saturdays when we do the weekly streams. Which, again, we've been doing the weekly streams for a while now, and she wants to get through backlog stuff that she's missing, so... And then Sunday, she always does Genshin, so... Ultimately, it's up to when she wants to do it, because she works Monday through Friday, like, morning till, you know... till late, and then she gets maybe a couple of hours each day to play it, but... She'll get around to it. If she doesn't get around to it herself, she might get around to it during the co-op streams, because she does want to do more... She has mentioned that she wants to do more games, and I'm open to doing that as well, because it's like, even if it'll take forever, because it's like 3 to 4 hours each week, it's still progress, right? We'll see what happens. Once we broke down Judy's crime, though, pretty much, we, figured out that she was, like, did all the stuff with the statute of limitations, and that she was doing stuff with that might even happen to you as well, since that might even happen to you as well soon once the film school allows me in. If the film school allows you in, like, at least you're doing something that's productive, you know? And you're gonna try and achieve that dream that you've been after. Lucky mode. No problem, Cat. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy AC Liberation. I quite enjoyed it, I quite enjoyed the game. I also enjoyed the game as well. First female protagonist of Assassin's Creed, actually, so enjoy Liberations. I hope that you get into the film school, though, because I want to see that movie. Yeah, after Judy ended up, basically confessing what happened and to how she did it, and, how it basically, like, it was this giant revelation of what ended up happening. Once you make a movie, I will be a character. I appreciate that. I have never heard, didn't realize that I would have a tribute to that, but I do appreciate that if that happens. He will be bad. I mean, no one would know the reference, but I mean, I would. That's actually kind of... I want to see if you can get around to it and eventually make a Dracula film. Nate Wicken coming. I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the thought. But yeah, the Judy stuff last stream was just so tragic about, like, she basically did the crime to get, Samson off, only to then eventually have stuff happen with her. And it was just really unfortunate with how that played out. And then basically we discovered that she needs to find the true killer. And that was when we got presented with the actual villain, who was just fantastic. He was a fantastic villain. Absolutely loved it. No remorse, no anything. He might be my favorite villain, or one of the best villains in this entire series, which there's a lot of good villains in this. Basically, Gusto came back, and all the stuff with the gas, and we had to basically, like, break down why he was doing what he was doing. He wanted the cookbook because, at first, we thought it was because he wanted the recipes, but it was because he said his son was sick, but it turned out that he was sick, and that he was using his son to taste his creations. He was using Frost to make the creations, and he was... decorate the creations, and he was actually the one with the disorder. So that ended up getting done there too. Also, big congrats on Dying Light 2 Survivor's Trophy. It's in... It's progress. Just the traveling distance and the collectibles, which I hope the collectibles go well. That's all that we need. That's all that we need now. Just the collectibles to happen, and then the Beast trophy list to drop. That's all that you're basically waiting for. Then it basically came down to, after we'd broken all that down, what the difference was. Basically, like, he just did not care about his son after the thing. His son didn't appear for the final, then he just sort of abandoned him. Thank you, the survivors were painful. Yeah, I'm just glad that I found that, just glad that I found the guide that suggested that area. So you weren't even that far off, to be honest. You had collected, like, the majority of them. So you had probably single-digit numbers left. I'm just glad that it's over. And now this other guide for the collectibles, even if it's a little bit confusing, at least if it works, you know? And then, yeah, just Gusto was fantastic. Complete villain, complete, like, disregard for his own son's welfare. He just wanted to be the ultimate confectioner, didn't care who he killed, didn't care who he, hurt, didn't care who got arrested. The distance is easy, but it would take a while. The collectibles is something to worry about, yeah. And then it was, like, mentioned that Gusto got into a fight with Frost. He lost the fight initially, but then he killed him. And he tried to use the statute of limitations as the way to get around it, and then we ended up using the statute of limitations against him because he went to Shangfa, and also the stuff with the accomplice and all the other things. So there was just enough time for us to be able to arrest him. And that's basically it. We got the little tribute at the end, connecting Gregory and Miles together with Eddie. Unfortunately, Judy got arrested, but Samson got released. Judy, unfortunately, got arrested, but they did a fantastic job. Welcome to Day Release Date's also good, yes. It's all very good. That's probably like about it. Like, I kind of went through everything that happened in the game before. It should be fine to get things started. I need to check to make sure things are working as well. Fantastic case. Case 3 was fantastic. I absolutely loved it. Yeah, a lot of release dates up today. Bone Temple trailer, It Welcome to Derry release date, Batman news, Doomsday news, even if it wasn't great. A lot of stuff. New Dark Wolf episode, which I got an ad for the next for the actual episode, not the actual show. Like an actual episode advertisement to tell me, hey, like this is episode 4, like this is like the small little trailer for it. And that you usually never see that. Usually, if it's a trailer for a show, they show you an in general trailer. This was a trailer for the episode, the individual episode itself, which is a little bit amazing to me that they went ahead and did that. So yeah, I kind of like did a speedrun version of the damn breaking down of stuff, but that's fine. I'm just gonna make sure this is working, so OBS should be working at this point, yeah. Don't know why I stalled it, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, we'll get the video uploaded. Yeah, I've spent the last 15 minutes just talking to everyone, so that's, and I'm still not done yet. Obviously the rest of this week, I want to try and finish this game, potentially. If we can play this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe. Dark Wolf is performing extremely well in the US, it's #1, and in the Netherlands as well. Has that movie released yet? Hang on a second, has that released now? I need to check this. Has it come out yet? Has. I'm not looking forward to it, but has the... Is this movie released yet? The Conjuring? Oh, great. Where is it? No, it comes out in 2 days. It has not released yet. Dark Wolf is getting more love than Terminal List so far. Yeah, and I remember when Terminal List first came out, it was already getting rave reviews. Yeah, so it's 2 days away from... I mean, I don't care about The Conjuring. What's the name of that here? The one who plays the main girl, she's great in like Vera Farmiga. She's great in a lot of stuff. She's usually in a lot of movies and a lot of shows, and she's usually pretty consistent. 2 weeks after the Beast Gen V Season 2, yeah. Not long at all. So unfortunately still no trailer yet, but yeah, Saturday will be Persona 5 Strikers, Sunday will be this, Monday will be Rivals. Also, on the 21st of September, or 20th of September for everyone else, I will be doing a subathon. All the different rewards that you can find here. 3 subs will get me a Pikachu onesie in the month, 6 subs, Pineapple Pizza redeemed, 9 months, favorite Pokemon tier list with Allison, 12 subs, Pineapple Pizza dinner, AMA, 15 subs, Discord movie night, 18, chat picks a game within reason, 21, Pokemon Smash Pass with Allison, 24, karaoke story, 27, Nuzlocke of Allison's choice, actually, who wants to do it, and 30 subs, Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year. Also, I don't know what game we'll play. I think we might be playing Mario Kart, because I know that everyone likes to see Allison win. And so that's the game that she'd be the best at, and we might do a full stream of just Mario Kart. If I can get it planned accordingly. We might just do Mario Kart for a little bit. And we'll see how we can go. I haven't really thought too far into it, and it's also just a little bit... I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to get it done in time, but yeah, we'll see. That's the plan for the week. Are we going to play Lego Party at the end of the month? It's still undecided. I think we might... When does it come out? The 30th? I don't know if we'll play it like directly when it comes out, because she wouldn't be home, but we might make it... Because if she's gonna get it on the Switch, we might make it just the weekly game that I play. I'm still not sure what she wants to get it on it. Because, if she wants to get it on the Switch, we'll probably do it as a weekly game. If she doesn't want to get it on the Switch, we might just, I might just get the PS4 version. I'm still undecided about Lego Party. We will play it, like, in one way or another, we will play the game. I just don't know when. I don't know when it will be. It definitely might be the week or the day that it comes... it might be the day that it comes out, because Lego Party is on a Tuesday for me, so that would be too early in the week. But, we will definitely play Lego Party together, me and her on stream. That's pretty much 100%, but when that happens, it'll probably just be on the weekly streams. So we might take a break from, Strikers, maybe to play Lego Party, I'm not sure. I guess we'll just wait and see. Because we're not playing the new Mario, we're not, you know, I'm gonna start the game up, because I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes, but... New items in the gallery, we're not gonna check it out, because I don't want to spoil anything. Alright, Turnabout Forsaken. Let's just get the game up and running so that I can get something playing while I'm talking. That way, no one's just sitting here watching the title screen, but... What is this? Alright. I'll have to ask her what she wants to do. Yeah, but I call this meeting to order. Oh, this is the committee. The committee is gathered here on the side of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, it's always the way. It's always the way with, yeah. Are you... Uh-oh. Are you wearing that raincoat? It's always what happens. Whenever you're grinding for something, you can never find it, and then when you've got it, it's done. Oh no. Wait, Kay fell from the top of the building? That... Oh no. That's what I hate about grinds, is like... I did a grind on stream as well, and I remember looking for an item for several hours, and then I got like 3 of them in the one... In the last fight that I got it, they gave me 3 of the item, and it's like, I don't even need 3, I only needed 1. And you gave me 3 of them in the one fight, and it's like, just a complete insult to my time. Like, well, I hate it when games have survivors just spawning. It's silly. It's completely silly. And just bad. But it's over with now. Now it's just the survivors. If you can get the survivors done, then... sorry, not the survivors, it's just the collectibles. Collectibles are done, survivors are... a thing. So I guess we'll just see what happens there. I've been ranting and raving too long for today. But I'm glad that you got it done. A lot of good movie news, a lot of good game stuff. Game progression, I guess. New case, finally. 130k distance left. Yeah, I mean, obviously go for that after you've got the collectibles. Because if you really need to, you can just, you could probably just find a place where there's no zombie spawns and just, do the movement trophy while you're doing, like, something else, while you're watching something. Because it's not like you're gonna have to pay attention to... It's not like you're gonna have to pay attention to the game, right? You know. April 5th, 1:23 PM, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Nice to see our office looks completely intact now after the thing. This is actually the first time I've been in the office today. It still feels like a long way to go. You're walking towards all the collectibles anyway, so already making progress by collecting. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think you can definitely get the platinum for Dying Light 2 before you finish, before the Beast comes out. You've got two and a half weeks, basically. Please stop pacing, detective. You're kicking up dust. But I swept the floor 3 times already. Then sweep it a 4th. They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth. How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber? We don't know for certain that they will. Well, it sure seems like they mean to. Judge Gavin pretty much spelled it out. Surely you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Evidence. If the collectibles go well, it can be done this week, yeah. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. I think that you can get them done. And then it's just a matter of, like, waiting for the beast and getting some other things done in the meantime. And also, like, the rewatches, because again, this month is so dry in terms of movies, like, there's just nothing really coming out in less than 30 collectibles left. Nothing, what is coming out in September? That's actually, like, I have no idea what's coming in September. That's of note. It just feels like a very bland and dry month. Where is it? Is there a list of, like, all the films for this year? I just like that there's not even, like, a list. Dangerous Animals, that actually already, oh, yeah. Dangerous Animals already came out as well, so that's also another. Yeah, one battle after another is the end of the month. Dangerous Animals looks interesting. I watched the How to Beat video for Dangerous Animals, and it's like, it's not, like, anything that I would say is, like, super, like, thing. I think this month is just TV show month, like, TV show and games. A lot of games. A lot of games coming out in September, and, a lot of TV show stuff. That you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Yeah, no Mortal Kombat 2, sadly. Which also just makes it weird. Like, you had them appear at the New York Comic Con, but now it doesn't matter because the movie's been delayed till May. So it's like all the hype now has just completely died down. The reveal trailer, all the stuff was great if it was coming in October. Now it's just like you have to just wait even longer for it. At least there's some stuff that's coming out that at least is in those areas, I guess. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee, nothing more. Well, I don't care, I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less problematic. I'd say that, sir. Never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? Become a defense attorney, I mean. So I don't know what they plan on doing with Mortal Kombat. And even there's been some people that haven't liked the Mortal Kombat movies anyway. I won't let you. You're Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor, you hear? To become a defense attorney, huh? As you said though, I'm not sure about Tron. I wasn't like massively like a fan of the previous movie. I'm also not that big of a fan of Jared Leto as of recent times. Like he's been in some he's not been in some great roles recently. Like a lot of his stuff that he's been doing has been bad-ish. So just not good, I guess. I've only been interested in the law to begin with, thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney. Gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney. Yeah, Fallout Season 2. Yeah, most of it's TV shows, even Peacemaker Season 2, Dark Wolf, Gen V, Welcome to Derry, Fallout, Nay See Me 3, Zootopia 2. It's more so just like, get to the new year, kind of, because of January. It's weird though, like January December and like the middle of the year of 2026 are like loaded up in terms of what's coming out. Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Why only you can answer. You listening, Mr. Edgeworth? Said I won't let you do this. Really, detective? There's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no, what are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff. Yeah, start the year with Statham, then the concert, and Bone Temple the same day, and Tulsa King. I heard that one of the people from Tulsa King passed away. I don't know who they played in the show. I haven't watched it yet, so I should have. You know what? It was on TV. They actually aired it on television. I forgot to tape it. I should have taped the actual show, but which character was it that passed? I don't know if they were a main character. They might have been a recurring character. No, they were a guest character. I hate it when something says that and it's just like, they were in like one episode. It's like, that's not... They were in only one episode of the show. It's like, why would you say like Tulsa King actor? They were in one episode. I thought they were like a recurring character, but it's like, no, they were just a guest character for one episode. I should have taped it. I really should have taped it when it was on, because I aired it weekly as like a premiere thing. There's some good actors in it as well. Frank Grillo's in it. Neil McDonough. I like Stallone personally. I think Sylvester Stallone gets overly hated for quote-unquote bad acting, and it's like, these are action movies, like there's a difference between like he's not trying to be the best actor in the world, he's just being an action movie star, and to me, like, people are way too harsh on, thing, but, yeah, I probably should have taped Tulsa King when it was on. You thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that like Sylvester Stallone's the greatest actor in the world. He has had some bad movies, but to me, like, I would rather rewatch. Like, I remember when Rambo: Last Blood came out, and people were complaining about that it was a bad movie, and it's like one of the most rewatchable movies of the year, and it's got a simple premise, and it had some brutal kills, and it had some fun, like, you know, it had a good story. It had emotional moments. It had, like, to me, like, Rambo: Last Blood is my favorite Rambo movie. People would say that's blasphemy, but it's like, I think that the Rambo movies get better as time goes on. I really liked Last Blood. That's why I'm a bit skeptical about this, this prequel movie, because I just don't think it's going to be the same. I don't really think it's going to be all that great. We're busy in here, come back later. Old Sly and Tulsa King is the best. I'm not sure if a young Sly could pull. Well, I think it's a different role. He doesn't look like Sylvester Stallone because he's bigger. He looks bigger now than he did when he was younger, of course. It fits his look better. It fits the role better of being like a gangster or a mobster. Whereas like young Sly Stallone, I could see him being like, you know, it's like Robert De Niro, right? Robert De Niro in Scarface, or was it Al Pacino in Scarface? I can't remember which one. I keep getting confused between the two. I think it was Al Pacino in Scarface. They can play an older version of a character, and they can also play the younger version, but it's like, I just don't think that, you know, I think Stallone being older means you can at least play more of a presence with certain characters. Hey there's a prosecutor in? A Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Look, pal, what part of web busy don't you get? Wait outside and I'll be with you in a bit. He's very charming in a way in Tulsa King, yeah. And that's the other thing as well, is like, if Sylvester Stallone was so bad in these shows, or people just didn't like him, why is it getting more seasons? Why is it getting spin-offs? Why is it getting spin-offs? Why is it getting all this other stuff? Like, he's the main character of the show. If the show was bad, they would not be making more of them. So I just think some people just, it's like, oh, they're not winning Academy Awards, and it's like, I don't care about Academy Awards. The fact that they haven't watched any movies until this year makes me think that the Academy Awards are just wrong. Like, they get things wrong all the time. Frank Grillo's a good actor, yeah. Andy was in, like, yeah, Rick Flag Sr. Andy was Crossbones in, Civil War and, Winter Soldier. That's not good. Your face is red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see. I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's something an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. Won't hurt much. Oh, thanks, pal. I'm healthy as can be. He was good in Boss Level with Mel Gibson. I don't know of that movie. I don't think I've heard of that movie. That's the first I've heard of it. Boss Level. What is Boss Level? That's another actor that gets also just heavily criticized all the time. Mel Gibson, another person that Oh, okay. It's like a time loop. That's so it's basically a sci-fi version of like. It's like a sci-fi version of Happy Death Day, it sounds like. Oh, Gibson was in the John Wick TV show, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Again, these are sort of actors that just get hated on constantly. Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone. I'm not saying everything that they make is perfect, but again, like I would rather rewatch the Expendables movies than watch Oppenheimer. Like, I did not like Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was boring. I don't care how many Academy Awards it won. I would rather watch the Expendables. I would rather watch a Statham movie. I would rather watch, you know, I would rather watch a ton of action movies over Oppenheimer ever again. Like, I just, they're just way more entertaining. If I'm scrolling through my phone, bored, watching a movie, your movie is bad in my eyes. Sorry, I tried to introduce myself. My name's Needler. Florence Needler. I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital. Oh, I remember Hertz Hospital. Hertz Hospital is the recurring hospital from, like, multiple games. I think just people like to hate on certain movies because it's not well acted or not well thing. It's like it's an action movie. Keeps dying and wakes up the same day, but his wife died and he needs to prevent it from happening while Mel Gibson sees him from around. Oh, that sounds like an interesting. That sounds like a very, very fun movie. I need to check that out then. Boss Level. Yeah, it sounds like a sci-fi action movie, Happy Death Day kind of plot, except with assassins and nobody here is hurt. So, are you sure you have the right room? You're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. You feeling alright? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that'll... I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell me what you're doing here? Sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Right here. I'll go grab her. Wait. Too late. Wonder who she brought along. Space Agent tomorrow makes Kingsman with Frank Grillo. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. That sounds a little bit more accurate. Yeah, I might have to check that one out. Boss Level. I think that could be a good movie. Somebody got down to size to trade my rapier with... And what exactly is that supposed to mean? See that right there, sir? When you glare at me like that, at least I would have lived. You also really like Scott Adkins? I think he's the guy from Expendables 2. I think he was the guy that fought Statham in Expendables 2. You know, the knife guy. I can't say I've seen him in a lot of stuff, I don't think. I don't think I've seen him in a lot of stuff. Again, I still haven't watched the, I still haven't watched John Wick 4. Actually, have I seen him in something before? I think I have. Bourne Ultimatum. Yeah, Expendables 2 is what I remember him from. I don't know, like what other stuff he was in that I remember watching. He was in Doctor Strange. Deadpool 2, that was an archive, which doesn't count. A lot of his movies are direct-to-video, so yeah, he's a direct-to-video, like, a big direct-to-video action star, so that's probably why I haven't seen a lot of stuff. A lot of his stuff is direct-to-video or direct-to... he's gonna be in a lot of other movies, though. I can only say I've seen him in a couple of things, but I remember him from, I definitely remember him from, Expendables 2. I remember from Expendables 2, he was the guy that fought Statham. He was like the second in command to, Jean-Claude Van Damme's character. John Wick 4 is your favorite Wick and maybe top 5 action movies? I haven't seen John Wick 4 yet, so I can't comment, but, I also... If I had to say top, like, what would be my top 5 action movies, if I had to think of something? In no particular order, I would probably be Terminator 2 Judgment Day, Expendables 2, Die Hard 3, Rambo Last Blood, maybe? What would the 5th one be, though? Could be a few things, because I really like the Taken movies. Maybe it could be John Wick 1, I don't know. There's a lot of action movies out there. Like, Terminator 2 would definitely be there. Potentially the number 1. Best sequel of all time, I would say, is Terminator 2. Die Hard 3 has always been my favorite Die Hard movie, because I love, I think, Jeremy Irons is a great villain in that. Expendables 2 is my favorite Expendables movie. And then Rambo Lost Blood's my favorite Rambo movie. What would the 5th one be, though? It could be a multitude of things. Nobody 1, John Wick 1. There are a few Statham movies that I really like. I like the Mechanic movies. I like the, There's too many to remember. Like, just pure action. But those would be some. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him, and nothing's happened so far. Like, I've watched a lot of action movies. Oh, right, I forgot about that too. Cash Truck, which is Wrath of Man. Yeah, I really liked Wrath of Man. See, that's the problem, is like, action to me can be anything. That could be fighting movies, that can be spy movies, that's where it gets hard. That's why I was trying to think of just action movies, like just, it's so hard to define just pure action movies, because so many movies have action in them, so it's like, you know, Kingsman, Bond movies, that's the other thing as well. Do Bond movies count as action? Because if that's the case, like, there's several Bond movies that would be up there. It's such a broad, like, thing to try and figure out, like, which one would be the, like, up there. Like, it's so hard to define. Marvel has action, but it's also not really, and that's the other thing as well. It's like, to me, it's like, if you're gonna count Marvel movies, it's like, Civil War, it's not really, you know, Civil War would be up there, Logan would be up there, you know, spy movies, Casino Royale would be up there, Man with the Golden Gun, Skyfall, there's so many franchises, that's why I was trying to stick with, like, pure, I was trying to stick with pure, like, action flicks, which, you know, that's why I was trying to say, like, Terminator, Rambo, Die Hard. If it was superhero movies, that's different. That's why I'm thinking, like, superhero movies are their own category at this point. So that's... superhero movies is a completely different story. Those are... Kingsman's pure action? Yeah, I guess so. It's a spy movie, so it'd be there in terms of spy movies for sure, because there's a lot of really good spy movies as well. And then it's like spy comedy. Just like Johnny English is like spy comedy, which again, those movies, they're not great action films, but they're really funny spy comedies. So I was just trying to think of like, because when I think of action movies, I think of like the 80s stuff. Like the 80s action stars, like Stallone and Schwarzenegger and Bruce Willis and all those characters. Like I think of them. But that's just what I grew up watching. Obviously, there's more modern actors like Statham and Keanu Reeves, obviously. I was gonna say, is this Kay? Because she looks like she's in. We saw her fall from a skyscraper. At least that's what we thought we saw, anyway. Because Kingsman. Kingsman 1, I think, was my favorite, and then Kingsman, then 2. It's a toss-up, though, because I think Kingsman is more set up, I guess, like, more set up in terms of, like, a serious story, but Kingsman 1, Secret Service, has, you know, there's a lot of really fun scenes in that. Thoughts on what? Don't recognize me. There is something about her. Something familiar. Yeah, that's because it's Florence Neal, age 22. A nurse who works at Hertz Hospital has a worrying tendency to offer unnecessary treatments to everyone she meets. There's a lot of movies. It's almost like trying to pick your favorite child, or pick your favorite game, or pick your favorite, like, it's so hard to, like, when you've been watching movies as long as I have, there's just a lot of, it's hard to forget the classics, but it's also hard to... The head explosion scene, yeah, that was also just fantastic. Also, the scene where they're in the church scene, where they're all going rabid, basically, that scene is fantastically done. I think that was all done in one take as well. I think that church scene was all done in one take. Where they gave you all the different angles of the scene. There you go. This had your name on it. When he talked to the woman was hilarious, yeah. The scene where Colin Firth's character meets up with Samuel L. Jackson and he brings out the McDonald's, and they're eating eating McDonald's while talking about the evil plan or whatever. So I thought, just maybe. So you really did put someone in the hospital. Don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. Even, like, the ending stuff was really good as well, like, where they, you know, with the fight scene with the woman with the, things as weapons. That's what I said, Kingsman is a memorable movie. There's a lot of things that happened in the Kingsman movie that was just memorable. And it was the first movie as well, the setup movie, so... That's also why I probably liked it a little bit more. Be that as it may. So sorry, She's the lead in Rebel Moon. She's trying to say she has amnesia. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I haven't watched Rebel Moon. I've heard that it was bad. I don't like Zack Snyder movies, so, well, for the most part. So I'm not really, like, excited and looking forward to watching Rebel Moon if I ever watch it. Just never... Just not something that I... What was it they said when they were advertising it? It was like, it was like, what was it they said? It was like a Star... They were trying to compare it to Star Wars, I think, from what I remember. I can't remember the exact line, but I just remember it had something to do with Star Wars. Amnesia? Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Parents must be so worried about her. They've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them. Yeah. Too worried though, because that's quite a lot of sleep if you ask me. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, I remember that one line. Yeah, that's in the church scene. I just remember how chaotic the church scene actually ended up being. I remember when that movie first came out, my friend watched the movie and told me that, like, you have to see this movie just for the church scene. And the church scene was fantastic, but I loved, like, a lot of the movie as well. It wasn't just the church scene. Oh, tough break. Don't you worry, alright? Since you're scarred, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. Yeah, the underwater scene was also, very well done. All the training stuff, again, training sequences and stuff can be pretty fun to get in movies, especially when they're just poking fun of the movie. All the gadget stuff. Just sit back and we'll take it from here, right, sir?
Who's that Pokemon?
At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity. I'm fairly certain this is Kay. It just looks like her. They're saying that she looks familiar. The only... It definitely is her. Really? Will you? It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. It's funny that they delayed Secret Service and released John Wick instead. You saw that in Wicky's Paint. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a good or a bad decision, though. I guess it was a good decision in the end, because they made multiple movies, but, I mean, both movies were well received, so they both made money, and they both, got multiple sequels out of them, so it's like, I guess it worked out for both of them. Just both good action movies, and they're very different as well. John Wick has a more serious tone to it, and Kingsman has a more comedic tone to it, but they're both very entertaining movies. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember? Not a miracle worker. Who are you? Where do we even start? Yeah, I'm assuming that this is... A mysterious young woman brought to the High Prosecutor's office by Florence Needler. She appears to have lost her memory, but I'm pretty certain that this is Kay. It looks like her. So I guess I won't play it over Kay because we don't know if it is her or not, but... So do you remember your name, miss? Still one of the best, if not the best thing in all of media this year, because Pain. Yeah. It sounded like a fantastic documentary. Especially when you get to experience basically all the discussion of the movies and stuff. It's like, it's just different, you know? Just a different, you know, it's a big journey for everyone involved. Oh, I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday. So she's only been in the hospital for a day. Statham influenced John Wick and the Wolverine, yeah. And what's the amazing part about that as well is that, again, Statham did not want to be an actor. He did not want to be an actor, and he's had an influence. He's had an influence on movies by just being himself. It's a 10 out of 10 from you already, yeah. Oh, mate, that's amazing. How'd you figure it out so fast? How can one person be so emotionally draining? I found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find. Did you find anything apart from my business card? If they had Billy Butcher, it was an 11 out of 10. I'm trying to think. I don't know when The Boys actually... When did The Boys comic come out? When did the original comics come out? Because obviously, when did The Boys comics release first? It might have been after. When did it first come out? First comic of The Boys was 2006, October 2006. So that's probably... Yeah, that's probably too early. At least for the first movie. But the first movie came out in December... the first comic came out in October 2006. And also, it got cancelled. That's the other thing, too, is that, like, they released the first 6 issues in 2006, and it actually got cancelled after the 6th issue. Because, DC didn't like the, anti-superhero tone of the show. Of the thing, which is really silly. So, DC actually had the first 6 issues of The Boys, and decided to, cancel it. And then someone else picked up the comic and ended up making a 7th issue, and then basically they went from there. So DC didn't even like yeah. They got way more freedom that DC would even allow them. So this is another situation where DC just messed up completely by not allowing them to succeed. They actually got rid of them. And then the people that picked them up said, you have way more freedom than what you've given. So, like, that's actually like a blessing in disguise for them. 2 more trophies left for Dying Light 2. You're definitely getting there. I just hope that you get the collectibles. Less than 30 to go. And if you get them all, then you've succeeded, and you can get the platinum for sure. Yep, it is Kay. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right? This pin. What the heck? But you're a Gavasa pin. Does that mean? But it can't be. Kay, is it really you? Kay? Your Gavasa pin. Kay always wears. Your name. the pin Kay always wears. It's shaped like the mark of the Yatagarasu and is very eye-catching indeed. Can't imagine any thief other than Kay would work to wear. You can just avoid the distance. That is very easy, but the collectibles and guides were horrible. Yeah. At least the guide that you found is a lot more accurate than the previous one. You're past the point, I believe, where you got stuck. So, and you only have to get the mementos. That's probably the other good thing about it is you only need to focus on the mementos as opposed to all the other collectibles because you already have them. That's why I don't think I'd be able to go ahead and... Like I said, it's Kay. Maybe I should just voice her like Kay. It's you, isn't it, Kay? I'm Kay? Come on, Kay, you really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy. That's what you always call me. Gummy? You're an adult. That's so rude. Don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry. Can't believe I feel so guilty now. Never ever try to attempt this, and if you do, just know what you're starting with. Yeah, I think I've suffered enough through what's happened with your streams of trying to get through it that I just don't think I'd be able to handle. I don't think I'd be able to handle the collectibles with a guide that is, you know, especially if like guides were inaccurate. I don't think I'd be able to handle it. And the moment that I make a mistake, I would probably just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna finish the game and then I'm done. Like, you've got a stronger will than I do. I would have given up like several playthroughs ago after I'd failed to get the collectibles. I would have given up like several playthroughs ago. What happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Yeah. That's what you were saying before about, like, Days Gone. Days Gone doesn't have... I don't think Days Gone has any missables, or any missable collectibles, and those are at least fun to find and collect. Even if you don't need most of them, like, you don't need all of them. They're just fun, fun to grab. And, like, Resident Evil collectibles can be annoying a bit, but at least they're not, like, truly missable. Like, you can go around and do a lot of stuff, but... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her. Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. That's it. And the other thing is that you would also get, like, a lot of them just from playing. I think you got, like, maybe, like, 25%. Maybe at least 25% of the collectibles in Days Gone. You would get some of them just from playing the game. And you could also just explore the open world map with no areas really truly being left, yeah. And, like, I'm fine with them tying main mission, collectibles to main missions and side missions. Just don't make the areas that you go into for those main missions and side missions inaccessible. At least allow it so that you can return into those areas, or at least make it so you can replay the missions. That would be a one good thing that they could have done. They should have made the missions replayable. Because if you made the missions replayable, that means that you could just go back to them at any point in time and just, and do that. So maybe they should have done that instead. Because a lot of games do that now. A lot of main games, you know, give you the opportunity to replay the game. Like, I think Spider-Man 2, I think Spider-Man 1? Was it Spider-Man 1? Some of those games allow you to replay the main missions. I think that's what they should start doing now. Just allow you to replay the main missions at any point in time. Or have a collectible account, yeah. Or tell you something like, before you enter the mission, like, this area will be closed off after you've completed the mission, so make sure to grab everything that you need before you finish. Do something like that. Make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but... what kind of person was I before? Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy, and... oh yeah, you're a great thief. Yeah, have a collectible counter. If you're gonna do patches for DLCs and add stuff in, don't add collectibles, or at least have them as a separate counter, so that you don't feel like you have to get all of them. Have a collectible map and you can work for it. That's fine. Yeah, that's why I just don't understand. Like, how did people do this? How did people do this with no guide at all? Like, I cannot imagine how anyone was able to do this without something, because especially with the missables. Like, it's one thing to have 1,200 collectibles on the map. It's another thing to have them being missable. Great thief. There's a little more to it than that, but yes. And then imagine being the one that has to make the guide after... with no guide. So the people that were making the guides had to do... One, had to do it with no guide, and two, had to make a guide to at least try to make sense of the game. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dresses or vaults, and... Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Gosh, I'm so sorry. Didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as some sort of punishment. But the good thing is that the suffering will be over soon if the collectibles are left. 30 collectibles left doesn't seem like it's too much. It's just a matter of making sure that those are done correctly. And again, you're going to get that trophy, and it's going to pop, and it's going to feel very satisfying. And you'll get the platinum, which is just going to be like a signal to say that you finished the game. And you stuck through it. That's not what I meant at all. Oh, you've still got the DLC to do, I guess. Yeah. Don't think that did much good, sir. It sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear. Yeah, that is definitely Kay's stuff. Oh, that outfit. It's what she was wearing when they found her. I had to go get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes. That's why I have them. Yeah, 3 more DLC trophies. And I thought you finished Dying Light 1's DLC. Because I remember you saying that there was a race that you had to do. There was a race that you had to do, and then I thought that was DLC based. There's something on this part here. Could it have something to do with how Kay lost her memory? I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out. Please, the detective. Well, they really are some feathy clothes, huh? I'm a criminal? You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal. You say so. Perhaps we'd better leave it there for now. Memory loss? So maybe that's the goal. Get the, Dying Light 2 Platinum. Maybe wrap up the DLCs. Do some other stuff, who knows? It's ultimately just up to you. Like, you've been making good platinum progress. I'm gonna get probably this platinum this month, and that's it. Just because I have, the next 3 games I'm playing are all, Switch games. And then the next game I want to try and get the platinum for, I'm probably not sure if I'll be able to do it because it's a fighting game, but then we have Ragnarok, so as more time goes by, I'm thinking that I can get Ragnarok done, started before the end of the year. How do we know each other exactly? Well, that is... How do I put it into words? You're Prosecutor Edgewood's assistant. I am? So Prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network, then? No, not quite. We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Is the pin the only item on your person when you received her, Nurse Needler? There's a few other things, but I doubt any of it would be of much use to you. Be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us? Well, alright then. In no particular order, I present... A German ninja mask? Was she gonna show us something? A letter, and it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub, and finally... A fake flower, the kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too. maybe after Dying Light 2, Dying Light 1, but you also really want to finish Size Matters, maybe Outlaws with the Ubisoft backlog, yeah. I mean, ultimately it's up to you. Pretty much all of it is just backlog and platinum progress while you wait for the Beast to arrive, because then I feel like you're going to probably end up playing the Beast for the rest of the month. And also just like in between like the rewatching of shows and movies and stuff. Because you're making good platinum progress and you're making good trophy progress. It's a Corsage Detective and they're usually worn by women. And that's that. So anything useful in there? Kinda hard to tell. In fact, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. Should take a closer look at each piece later when I have a chance. Okay, Jammin' Ninja mask. A mask modeled on the Jammin' Ninja's face, made of cheap plastic. A letter K was carrying, it is addressed to her. Yeah, the Beast is the #1 priority when it comes out. But you're getting a lot of platinums done. And it's kind of also just setting up other games as well. Like, you got, what, 5 platinums last month? So even if you're not necessarily getting platinums all the time, you're at least getting trophies to set up for the platinums, so you at least have some goals. Because you're able to swap between games a lot better than I am. I need to take one game at a time, I need to take one game at a time each time that I play it. So, main game, Marvel Rivals is like a side online game for a week, and then whatever we play with Allison, which isn't platinums anyway, so... And then if I get speedruns done, that's also a thing. I would like to do a different game every day, but it's just way too hard for me to keep track of all the guides. It's too hard for me to keep track of all the progress and stuff, and... I don't want to, like, play one week, play one day of Ragnarok or something, for example, and then come back to it a week later. It's like, if I'm going to stick with it, I want to play it all the way through. Ticket sub from a ticket granting entry to the viewing platform on top of the big building. And magenta flower, a magenta flower made of fabric that is usually worn on the chest as a decoration, also known as a corsage. We'll have a look at those now, actually. This is bad. That'll be good K's memory back. Yeah, 4 in July, 5 in August. So you're definitely on the up and up. I'm getting probably like 1 trophy every time I do one of these streams. And it's like, all that I've got left in this game is just, there's a trophy for finishing each case, and then there's a trophy for doing something specific in each case. So really, I'm only getting like, maybe like 1 trophy a day. Or 1 trophy at a time. Once you can't play anything else, you can go back to Shadows for the DLCs. That's going to be a long, long time. For sure. 2 trophies left for High on Life. Yeah, you've also got several trophies left for... Why am I shrinking? Hang on a second. Several trophies for, Evil West. Can't look at this. What does this say? Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Okay, we don't know who Rosie is. The ticket slot says Big Building, viewing platform, entry ticket, 4th of April, 7:28 PM, student, $6. Use limited to day of purchase, non-refundable. 1 for MK1, 2 for Death Stranding 2, 4 or 5 for DS1, 7 for Evil West. Yeah, so you got a lot of games that you could potentially like focus on and try and get done in the time leading up to the thing as well. And also 2 for Dying Light, at least for... Yeah, it's just boring. And Death Stranding 1, like... The only thing that I think you're not getting done is the roadsters at the moment. Because I guess now that we've seen how... Death Stranding 2 operates with the unlocking at the ranks, it might be you might be able to go back to Death Stranding 1 and max out the facilities better. Now that it's at least more known that you can like earn more points by delivering. You only have 3 trophies left for Control. You've powered through that game as well. Not far through Control either. I think I have the Control Platinum, but unfortunately, the DLCs I don't have because I don't have the Ultimate Edition, and they got rid of the DLCs on the. They got rid of the DLCs on the PlayStation Store, and I'm not paying money to buy the Ultimate Edition, but I already own the main game, so I miss out on the DLCs unfortunately. But I'm not gonna pay for it again. Oh, you gotta do God of War 2016. I've already finished God of War 2016. I've still gotta do Ragnarok. Can't just let it stay like this forever. Although God of War Ragnarok, God of War 2016 is just... That's long collectible stuff. That's just kind of boring. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? You'd come to the rescue, sir, so what is it? 4 for Callisto Protocol? Yeah, you have a lot of games that you have... Got a lot to, You're very close in a lot of games. A lot of games are almost done, so it's almost as if, like, in between you playing normal games, you still have a ton of choice. It's just a matter of getting around to them. That's how this is how I was with, when I first started trophy hunting, is I had started a bunch of games, and I just hadn't completed the trophy list. So often what I was doing was I was just either just wrapping up stuff that I'd done in the open world, or I was just replaying the games from beginning to end again, and then getting the trophies with just focus on those. That's basically how I kind of started. And then when I got to a point where there wasn't a lot of stuff left for me to play at the time in terms of new games, I was just going back and playing older stuff and clearing out the trophy lists. There's still plenty of things I haven't finished yet, but it's satisfying. It's just very fun. So the viewing platform at the top of the big building. Big building? You know the place? Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. It kind of just feels like me back then, when it's like, I have all these games at my disposal that I've played, but I just never finished the trophies for. Oh, time to go back and finish all the trophies again. Now I'm at a point where it's like, I've got this large backlog of games I haven't started yet, so I'm just trying to get through them one at a time. And then, if I eventually get through them one at a time, maybe I'll go back to the backlog. You say that if a couple hold hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever. Trophy hunting's a fun hobby, but can also be mind-breaking. Exactly. But that's with any hobby, really. It can be... Any hobby can be fun, but also too much of it can end up being overload, which, you know, is why, like, story playthroughs are good. You know, like Death Stranding 2 not having any missables allowed you to basically just play the game how you wanted to play Death Stranding 2, and you can just play the game for story and not have to worry about the trophies as much. And if you get them, you get them, and then from there you worry about it. This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. What's the stub? I mean, she used it, right? I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, shall we go see what we can find? No, just like that? Only way to figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about your thing with the committee? Yeah, no missables and no collectibles. And, like, boss fights tied to the facilities, so you pretty much are just, like... You're maxing out the facilities anyway, on top of just working towards getting that last boss fight. And then it's just the facilities left. And it's much faster than the original game. Not for a little while yet. We have time. Great, so can I leave Kay with you? That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you? 30 platinums at the start. Yeah. What was my 30th platinum? It's good to see the number go up, yeah. It's also satisfying to hear the trophy sound. Like, again, I was just about to start streaming when you got the Dying Light platinum. The Dying Light, that Survivor Trophy, so I'm glad that I was able to stick around. What was my 30th Platinum? I'm curious now. Let's go order... Because I've got 160 something, so... What was my 30th Platinum Trophy? Peak Gaming called Shadows. Mine is... What's the levels? I don't care about the levels. Where's the... There should be a stats thing here. Here it is. Milestones. Does it track my 10th, 20th, 30th? Oh, my 30th Platinum was Sly Raccoon, the 4th Sly Cooper game. 12 years ago. 12 years ago. I don't plan my platinums out. So yeah, I don't plan my platinums out ahead of time. So I just get them as I got them. My 30th platinum was the 4th Sly Cooper title, which my first platinum was the first Sly Cooper game. And I think I got another. Yeah, like, now the milestones are, like, every 25, so I guess 175 is my next goal in terms of, like, milestones, but I don't pick milestones. I just go with what I want to play. I don't really care about, like, which one's my 100th platinum or which one's my thing, so stuff just falls into place sometimes. So I got, yeah, like, actually... Some of these are actually very interesting. My 10th platinum was Lego Indiana Jones 2. My 50th platinum was Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate, which is the PSP version. Jimmy potentially being Satan in the Bone Temple is something. Please give us some yeah, I hope that they give you dialogue. The dialogue is necessary for that movie. For that trailer. My 100th platinum... Okay, I didn't plan for this at all, but my 100th platinum is also my favorite game of all time. Persona 5 Royal is my 100th platinum. I am proud of this one. I didn't even aim for this. It just happened to be the 100th platinum. I'm so glad that this was the 100th, though, because it's my favorite game of all time, and it's actually a milestone. So that was my 100th platinum. I'm so happy that that is, And then 150th platinum was Persona 3 Reload, so I didn't aim for those either. Two Persona games, one of them's 100th and the other one's 150. I didn't even aim for both of them. They just happened to be, so I like those random achievements, you know? Of course not, thank you. That's today, right? The, Bone Temple trailer? Yeah, it just happened. Righty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? Come running with a syringe or three, wherever you might happen to be.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, detective, shall we get going? You 2K? What's up? Yes, of course. It's meant to be this way, the Platinum Gods have spoken and delivered, yeah. So this would be... What would this be? This would be 162... 3, sorry. Okay, April 5th, big building. Plaza. So according to this pamphlet, big building's 50 stories high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Yeah, this one's for you, sir. They were handling them out free in the ticket area. They're very kind of the detective. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the pictures looked good. Ray Fiennes looks like he looks like he would be you know, he's gonna be playing a similar character. Remick is the villain as our cult leader. Seems like that's gonna be interesting. I feel like he's gonna potentially only be. You know what? He could be. I hope that they continue him onto the third film because that would end the trilogy nicely. Because having Cillian Murphy in the movie, having Ray Fiennes in the movie, having Remick in the movie, that could be a very interesting combination of characters. Because Cillian Murphy's a fantastic actor. Like, he's been in so many things. Big building pamphlet contains a cross-section of the building and a plan of the viewing platform. Yeah, don't kill him off yet. Keep him in for the third movie. I want to see what happens. Keep him in for the third movie and then kill him off, maybe. Like, or at least if you're gonna kill him off, make him like a Higgs level villain in the sense of like just give him, let him be like play the role to the fullest and just give him like the ball and just let him run with it. I don't think it's time we headed inside. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, so the viewing platform, obviously at the top. Got a tree and a stand, and since it started with Jimmy and can end maybe with him, potentially. Yeah. I mean, they're bringing Cillian Murphy back because he was in the original movies, 28 Days and 28, what were the other movies? It wasn't 28 Months Later, was it? I don't know what it is. Like, I also just like it when there are characters that have. It's just like during the PS3 era, Uncharted and Resistance, two games made by Naughty Dog and Insomniac, equally, who at that time were my favorite video game companies, and both of them released games, and both of the characters' names were Nathan. So to me, it's like I was very happy. I was very happy that, you know, my two favorite video game companies at the exact same time on the same console made two different games and both of their characters had my name in it. And I liked all of those games. I liked all of those games. 3 days after the Hunger Games Marathon. I hope that you enjoy that. I like all of the Hunger Games movies, but of varying different levels. Get out the big building! It's about to fall! 5.5 hours left for the next Dark Wolf episode, yeah. Gotta do something! No, please, I'm begging you, stop! It's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid. Oh, it's a movie? Cut. Oh, never mind. We're in just in time. They're filming a movie. Cut. Oh no. So sorry, we're shooting a movie. So could you yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective? Sorry. Really had me there for a second. Yeah, whatever. Say, director guy, can we take 5? Can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry, sorry, oh gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good. I wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Is this gonna be a film set? So we're going from a prison to a confectionery sweets competition to a film set? Maybe? That would be nice. Going to bed now, have a good stream, and until next time, I will try to review 2, 3, and 4, but that, again, took you more. It's understandable. Take your time with it. A good review that takes time is better than a bad review that is rushed and doesn't have any sense to it. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Have a, I'll see you next time, and... survivors are now out of the way. No more survivors. You are now... Yes, I did. I did. Hopefully more people watch the show. That way, hopefully more people watch the show so that they, and maybe see the review. Because I haven't seen if anyone else is, You know what, I haven't seen... I don't know if, let's have a look and see for a second. Has the guy on Critic List done a review for Terminal List? In any way? I'm curious now to see if he actually reviewed it. I don't think I saw it, but... We'll have a look and see if he reviewed it. Let's see, did he review Terminal List? Did he review Terminal List? The biggest fan... You really hope so, and more people need to see Caught Stealing. Let's see if he reviewed Terminal List. No, he did not. He did not review it. He has not reviewed Terminal List. So your biggest fan on Critic List has not reviewed Terminal List. Yeah, I just hope the Caught Stealing can make some more money. That's what sucks about Hollywood, is that, like, movies that are really bad, like Minecraft, will just make more money naturally because, oh, it's Minecraft. But the movie itself is just completely terrible. Did he review Last Voyage of the Demeter? I think I checked that, and I believe he did not. He reviewed, like, all the other movies. Sinners, Nosferatu, Dracula. Let's see, did he do Last Voyage of the Demeter? No, he did not. No review for Last Voyage of the Demeter. Yeah, Twisted Metal Season 2, 8.3. That's higher than Caught Stealing for him. Higher than Caught Stealing, higher than Nosferatu, higher than Dune Part 1 and 2. Higher than, almost as high as Sinners. Like, I think he went with an 87 or 89. He gave F1 a 91. So he liked F1 more than Sinners, like you did. Better than Fantastic Four, better than the prequel, you know, better than Revenge of the Sith. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce. Okay, April 5th, 2:18 PM, big building. Viewing platform. He wrote something for Dark Wolf 6 days ago. Oh, I didn't see that. He hasn't done a review for Dark Wolf, I don't think. I don't know what he wrote about it, though. I'm not sure if he liked it or if he didn't like it. I mean, if he liked it, that's fine. If he hated it, then I don't know what he watched. He was probably watching something else. And again, I keep seeing articles about the Call of Duty movie, and people are saying, that Terminal List Dark Wolf is basically already Call of Duty, and to me, like, I don't think many, if any, Call of Duty stories could be as good as what Dark Wolf seems to be presenting. He liked it, but compares it to Warfare. Yeah. I like to just I feel like it's its own show. It's like what you said. If someone told you that you would like Terminal List Dark Wolf more than Terminal List, you thought they would be joking. If they told you that the character that was not very interesting at all in Terminal List, would make a show that was better than Terminal List, then you would have thought that they were joking around. Yeah, he gave Peacemaker a 3.3, but again, the scale is the scaling is always different. Like Twisted Metal's an 8.3, and Peacemaker is a 0.3. Which also includes the first season, so that means that he thought that the first season must have been garbage, if that was the case. He mustn't have liked the first season then. Yeah, Superman is a 5, Thunderbolts is a 5. As well. Megan 2 is a 5. Dracula is a 7.1. Get a load of that view. Feel the sun in your face. The wind is very strong up here. Yeah. Revenge of the Sith is a 0. However, if he has ever quoted Revenge of the Sith at all, it cannot be a 0. It cannot. If anyone gave Revenge of the Sith a 0 and has quoted anything from that movie or likes anything from that movie, they're lying to you. People like General Grievous. You can't be a 0. People like Execute Order 66. You can't give it a 0. People like Palpatine. You can't give it a 0. People like the lightsaber fights. You can't give it a 0. Like, it is completely insane that does it have its problems? Absolutely. Does it have its problems? Absolutely. But it is not a 0. And I guarantee that if you did a review of that movie on Critic List, it would be just another one of those meme things. Oh, it's time for me to downvote, time for me to dislike. That's the other problem. It's just like, you can have differing opinions, but at least give good, valid reasons as to why you like it. And you wouldn't, it's not like you would give Revenge of the Sith a 100%. I don't think that you would. I honestly don't think that you would. I think you'd give it a high rating, but not a 100%. I think you would say it was a, I could see it being in like maybe like the 8 range, maybe the 7, maybe a little bit higher. I'm not sure, like 8, 7.5, something like that. It's got its problems, but it's not a 0. It's still my favorite of the it's my favorite of the Star Wars movies. There's reasons that I like it a lot, but it's not higher than 8, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay, you just stand behind me or Mr. Edgeworth, yeah? Going to bed now for real and rest for episode 4 of Dark Wolf. Yep. Enjoy the episode of Dark Wolf and have a good rest, and I will see you the next time. Or we'll talk next time, I guess. Thanks for stopping by for the chats, as always. Both more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. Okay, does this place bring back any memories? I'm not sure. Have I really been here before? Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Okay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can see. Yeah, we can use. Alright. I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but... Oh, she's doing a testimony thing. Okay, what I remember. Still can't be sure if I've ever been here before. It's so high up. The wind is so strong, it's terrifying. I just don't remember anything. It's not good. I'm so sorry. No dice, huh? Sorry, I feel so useless. I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember. You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Listen, sir, maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her. Nobody asked for your opinion, detective. Alright. Obviously, let's, we want to press, okay, which statements do we want to press? We're going to press the third statement, and then press the new one, and then do the presentation of the pamphlet. So press third, press again, present the pamphlet, and then go to the next part. Nothing else here gets changed. Except for that. Okay. Good.
Hold it.
Well, this ticket stub says otherwise. I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here. I used to love places like this, though. But, am I really her? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. If an old person fell, or a child, it doesn't bear thinking about. There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry. If you say so. Doesn't have to be related to how you lost your memory, but if anything floats up at all, just say it. Really? Well, let's see. Cotton candy from that stand there. I don't know why, but it just came to me. If you're hungry, you only have to say. You want cotton candy? You got it. My treat. Thank you. It would make my day. I have to get something out of her somehow. Maybe if I pressed her a little, I can shake something loose. If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all? Let's see. Cherry blossoms. Go on. I was standing out of the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now. And there was a red something. So it was raining, she was underneath the cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. But what? Is that something I said? No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further. Press this. There's something red. Can you tell me any more about it? I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say. What can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps? Stand? A red concession stand? Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it. And then what happened? Then... I'm sorry. That's alright, if you could just add what you told us to your testimony. Stand in question is the one behind you, correct? That's right. I remember the red color, and the person walking toward me from beyond it. I saw it all from under the cherry tree. Tell me something, this person you keep mentioning, could you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were? I'm sorry, I'm just not sure. So all we have to go is a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand. And the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree. Whoops, that was supposed to not be that. So that you saw someone over there beyond the stand, and that they were walking toward you. Yes, I can see them getting closer. Are you sure it wasn't a ghost? No, it was a person. I'm sure of it. But from where were you standing? Anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand? Would have to have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. Oh, okay, so she was looking... Yeah, okay, now I get it, yeah. So how on earth could it have been a person? I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody red. Stand. Somebody red. And they were on the other side. They were walking toward me, getting closer and closer. Then they... Oh no, she's breaking down. Yep. This is what happens with trauma. Okay, what's the matter? You're alright. We're here. Whatever it is, we can't hurt you. I was pushed and I fell. By a person in a... Yes, a red raincoat. A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air? Who supposedly pushed her off the building? None of this makes any sense. Not the least of which, nobody could fall from this height and survive. Kay's recollections. Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? Gumshoe, mind filling me in? Yes, sir, a body has been discovered here in this building, sir. A body? Whose body exactly? Not sure, we're still working on it, but what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And that her name is Kay. Huh? What the blazing... what? Okay, that was just the first part. Okay. This is an interesting case already, that they've got 2 Ks? Somehow, I guess? Maybe? Not sure. April 5th, 2:36 PM, Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. Hang on a second, that's the nurse, and is that the... I thought for a second that was the... Why is there someone in here? And who is it? I also didn't realize that this building, the big building, had this, here. Wait, this room... Officer, isn't this... Yes, sir, this is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now? I knew that they'd moved out of the prosecutor's building, but I had no idea that they'd come here. Mr. Edgeworth and K2. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better? Heard there was a kind of accident. Sorry, but who might this be? This is my grandma. Hold on one second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. Who the heck might you be? It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz. Is she... yeah, the Hertz Hospital, I would think. Yeah, she's the director of Hertz Hospital. This old fogey? Woman is the head of the hospital? Don't you old fogey me, you dang reprobate! How did she do that? Well, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am. That's not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, he's the one looking after the girl. She's the one with amnesia. Seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert. Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny?
Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable.
You sure you want to say that, Grandma? Alright then. Now, I don't got a damn thing more to say tonight. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do. Wait, please, Not a damn thing, I tell you.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal?
Didn't I mention Grandma's also a coroner? She's in charge of this case, which means exactly that.
What do you mean? Exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape.
She's got like the Master Roshi like cane as well, I'm noticing. That's also something that I've noticed. The Master Roshi cane, just elder abuse. Slapping the hair ball, the bonking of the stuff, like... Okay. Also, we don't know who's dead.
What the heck is their deal?
What does it matter, as long as we have permission to investigate?
What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir.
What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work. The person over there is called Kane, right? Yeah, that's also strange. Surely that means it can't be the K you know. That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry. You're the K we know. I'm certain of it. A K who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name. Hilda Hertz, age 60, the head of Hertz Hospital, carried out the preliminary inspection of the victim in this case. Both meeting their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our K's memories. I'd stake my life on it. Alright, let's get things started, shall we? Notice anything?
Can't believe a murder just dropped on it into a labs like this. It really came out of nowhere. Gotta admit, I'm not much good with surprises. My mind just goes kind of blank, you know? So if you're asking what I've noticed so far, the answer's diddly squat.
Well, at least you didn't beat around the bush. That shows intelligence of a sort.
Is that a compliment, sir? I'm so honored. My first ever compliment from Mr. Edgeworth. I'll remember those words as long as I live.
Thanks for making it awkward to burst your bubble now, Detective. The big building. Who knew the committee was right below the viewing platform?
So just has a walk, though, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Just checking out the pamphlet again, and spotted a blurb about the committee. It's in the side column. Big building, little burns. Let's see here. On the 50th floor is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. It's where puffed-up prosecutors are called to get the deflating of their lives, and a souvenir X title. So go on up to see faces so sad they make beach blobfish look happy.
I don't have a face sadder than a beach blobfish.
No, that was the column. I was just reading what it says, sir.
Okay.
So we've got a living K over there and a not-so-living one over there. Why are they calling both K? It can't just be a coincidence, right?
No, but we'll need to examine the body if we're to find out more.
How are we supposed to do that when Madame Pom-Pom won't let us near it?
She's simply doing her job, Detective. We need to patiently wait our turn.
Fine. In the meantime, maybe I can share a little theory of mine. Hope you don't mind. See, I keep hearing about this cloning stuff they can do nowadays. What if somebody made a copy of Cat? That would explain this whole mess, right?
Let's take a look around the room while the coroner finishes up her examination of the body.
I've never been ignored so hard in my life.
Okay, let's figure out where we are going to go? Obviously the body would be the last thing I would want to investigate, so maybe we go left all the way around and then... Because I don't know how far we can go. Okay, we can go all the way around. Because the body should be the last thing we do, so I'm probably going to go... talk to everyone here first, and then once we've gone around and done everything, then we can probably go and things, so... If things have gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing at this podium right now.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Glad the hearing got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because someone died.
Although it would have been that much harder to investigate how my badge had been taken away. The best thing I can do right now is, for all parties involved, is to get to the truth behind this incident. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room.
Oh, sir, you need a special key card to enter, sir.
Interesting. So not just anybody can enter. Security card, key card is needed to enter the committee chamber. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been...
Yes, sir, a member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing.
The hearing? My hearing, which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll go do the middle stuff here, go down and around, and then when we come back we'll go and investigate the body. Because there's nothing down these sides. So it's probably better to just, you know, talk to people. Yes, can I help you with something? Notice anything? It's quite the room. Big wooden boxes full of books, the big person carved out of stone, the sparkly window. Seems you've even forgotten the names of some everyday objects. Let me try to jog your memory, okay? Repeat after me. Bookshelves. Elves? Stained glass. Stolen glassware? Law books. Law breaker? Goddess statue. Got this. Snatch 2. Is it just me or all of her mistakes pointing in a certain direction? Miles Edgeworth. You were loudly claiming to be my assistant just the other day, Kay. Do you really not remember anything? Does nothing about me come to mind? Well, maybe I do remember one thing. I remember being on the viewing platform up on the roof. You were pointing your finger at me. Go on. Asking me questions with a scary look on your face. That was only a few minutes ago.
Well, poor kid. Literally your only memory is of you trying to catch her in a contradiction, sir. I'd be scared too. I'd have even just given up right then and there. Yeah, and that'd be the end of me for sure.
If you think that's scary, Detective, just you wait. Gumshoe? You must remember, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, you and he were very close.
Yeah, don't I remind you of anything?
Remind me of... Wait, I do remember something. I remember Mr. Edgeworth scolding you, and not just once, hundreds of times.
That's no memory, kid. That's just the joy of our day-to-day life together. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Joy, is it? I must not be doing a good enough job of reprimanding you then. I'll just have to try harder next time. Okay, that's all that investigation done. I'm gonna leave the body till last because they said that we had to probably wait, so let's investigate first.
Can't be easy reading books that size, or lifting them for that matter.
And the committee only just moved. It must have been quite the undertaking.
Hauling stuff around is kind of my forte. Should have given me a call.
Well, if we run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's more heavy lifting to be done.
I was joking, sir. Can't be carrying stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do.
I was joking too, Detective, but why were you planning on taking the stairs? Enormous semicircle desk with seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend.
I know the one, sir. The Knights of the Round Table, right? Whoops, guess it wasn't it. The Newts of the Brown Table. The Knives of the Brown Stable.
Further and further from the mark, but I will refrain from rubbing his nose in it for now. Hang on a second, this area reminds me of the first game. It's not the exact same thing, but it reminds me of, like, when we were doing the stuff with the main guy in the 5th case, where you would go and investigate the things here. That's what this reminds me of, this setting. I'm not sure if it's the same... Not sure if it's the same area. It could be, but I don't know, off the top of my head. I can't be sure. Nice, neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasing sight, don't you think?
Sure is. There's not a speck of dust on any of them. Reminds me of my special method for cleaning your office, sir. Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then goes on floor wax, and then...
If only you approach your actual job with the same level of vigor. It's a statue of the goddess of justice.
Sure you know your stuff, sir. So does she dole out blessings or what?
She's not that kind of goddess, Detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. The scale scene inspect everything. Okay, that's the same thing. Sure. Why? Who spilled the strawberry jam on the ground? There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it was spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed.
But the body's on that table behind us. So, how come?
Can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. Sorry to intrude. Who? Oh! You're back. Okay, I was actually, I mentioned this I mentioned this last stream. I mentioned this yesterday. I was like, are they gonna bring Francisca in? Because Eddie has a hatred for, like, he forgave, and Fox just raided. Thank you for the raid, Fox. Welcome in, everyone. Let's do a lot of Switch games, speedruns, Plat playthroughs, Switch game, that other stuff. We are investigating a crime scene at the courthouse. Hope that you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. How was everyone's time zone? Are you feeling better? Or at least improving? I hope that you are. Hope that you're able to, you've at least been improving on health. We are currently investigating a murder that's taken place in the thing, and we have amnesia, and we've just been had a few other things too. You're improving, but still a little sick. That's at least some progress towards getting better. You cut stream short because of your throat. Yeah, definitely. Definitely rest your throat if you are still trying to recover, because that's always the first thing that goes the quickest. Outside of feeling tired and stuff, I guess. So yeah, we are investigating a crime scene. We've just been introduced to the daughter of one of the prosecutors who was responsible for our father's death, and also, well, in the past, but... I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. How is Little Kitty Big City? I know that you've been, meaning to try and play through that, but making some good progress, I hope. So you two know each other. It's been too long, Grandma Hurts. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. Wait, what? You accidentally finished it on that? How? If you only just... I think you only just started it last time you streamed it, right? You finished the game already by accident? Like, did you find some hidden ending or... something? How did that happen? You were trying to do a side quest, didn't realize you were heading in the direction of the main quest. Oh. That's different. Okay. Wasn't expecting that of all things. Franziska von Karma. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad. You can finish the main story and then keep playing and finish... Ah, okay, so it was more so just, you finished the story without intending to finish the story, and then now you can at least do the cleanup for the side quests. At least you can go back and do it. That's good, but... Surprisingly short game for a story-based one. Don't look so surprised. Whereas my investigation leads, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be. Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case. You know full well that I've been pursuing a career... wait, you're still pursuing the smuggling ring? Interesting. Yeah, it is very short. I guess those games thrive more on the side quests. They want you to get sidetracked with everything else before you finish the main story, but hey, at least you have the entire city to explore and find everything without having to worry about accidentally finishing the game a second time. And that I won't rest until it has been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered. So the smuggling ring is involved then. So we're bringing back the smuggling ring from the first game, which was an entire game, basically the entire game was based on the smuggling ring previously. So amnesia, the past cases, and a bunch of other stuff. Goody. That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. So I guess you'll try and find another story game to play, or you'll just wrap up the achievements for Little Kitty Big City then? That's probably the next plan. So she means to be as helpful as ever. Someone Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours. In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind. I mind plenty. I remember where I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Going to move on to a different game and do the achievements off stream. Ah, I see. So I'm trying to think what the replacement game would be, because I think The Quarry was your next horror game, because you finished Alien Isolation. You've already got your RPG with, like, Baldur's Gate / thing. You've got your collab game with, like, Fall Guys and First Ascendant and stuff. What's the next cozy game gonna be? Like, oh, Stardew's obviously the cozy game, but, like, what's the next, like, replacement for Little Kitty Big City? Oh, it is The Quarry. I mean, The Quarry is a good game. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I played it on stream, and I got the Platinum for it as well, but, it has, it's a fun game. I think you'll enjoy it. And you're going into it knowing basically nothing, so, yeah, I think that's a good game. I guess if you wanted to, you could do something where you have, like, chat controls the decisions. Maybe? Because it is a choice-based game, so... But then I guess the fun of those games in the first place is making your own... basically choosing your own adventure. But if you put a poll up, that might also be nice, because... Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get... You might like to do a crowd control game at some point. Those games are perfect for that. If you've never played one before. There's plenty of them that exist, but, you'd have to pick the right one, I guess. Just remember, it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. What you call that Granny, little missy? Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I've thought about a crowd control game at some point as well, but it would have to be something that maybe I've already played before. Or I could do something that I've played before, but I haven't streamed before, so that way it's like, okay, I may know what happens, but I just don't, like, chat wouldn't know what happens necessarily. Because I have a lot of choice-based games, a lot of the Telltale stuff, a lot of the horror Until Dawn type games. I've still got to play the Life is Strange titles. I have True Colors, but I do not have one and I've got two. I don't have the original and Before the Storm yet, because they didn't release a physical version. This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but Francisco, I need you to add us to this investigation. Well, then again, crowd control games can also, like, you know, it really just depends on the game. Really just depends on the game. See that body up close, so we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay. It's in Kay Faraday.
Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us.
I don't know what you're up to, but very well. Thank you, you won't regret it. Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later. Because you have a bit of themes for stuff. Cozy games, horror game, the collab stuff that you do. You have a lot more variety than what You're essentially the variety gamer that I would have liked to have done, but also just find it very hard to not want to stick to one title at a time for story stuff, so...
We owe you, sir, big time.
Wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. No, Grandma hurts. Will you allow them to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hon. But are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. You sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps. You're not like this outside the stream, you read one book at a time, watch one show at a time. Okay, so it's just for streaming purposes. Because I know that you play a lot of games off of, you play a lot of different games off of stream. Which is a good thing. You heard her, trying to get fired, okay? Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. Alright. I guess now we get to officially investigate, even though we were doing that before, but... Alright. I think everything's still the same, right? You're going to get ready for bed, you'll leave me open. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for the chats. Have a good sleep, and hopefully, hopefully you have a, you feel better in the morning. Or at least better than you were, today. Can only improve from here, right?
Didn't take long for Miss Von Karma to start waving her whip around, huh? Tried keeping my distance, but she's too quick. Can't get out of the way in time.
Wouldn't bother, Detective. Sometimes the more you try to move away, the more the whip seems to find its mark.
Yeah, it's enough to make you want to give up altogether, and I should know. Been smacked around by Miss Von Karma, at least as much as you, sir.
Hydrate? I will get the hydrate right now. I need to invest in a damn water bottle. Give me like 2 seconds. Cat, you make it sound like that I can't see your chats, but I can. I can see everything. Oh, it also just went to ads. I thought it was gonna be in the ads already at this point. I would have just left it alone, but fine. Okay, but back. Ads are playing, but again, I need to get a drink anyway, so gonna. Well, yeah, because I didn't get a chance to skip the ad. But here is your hydrate. We'll wait for the ads to finish, I guess. But there's your hydrate. I thought the ads were already playing when I went out to go and grab something, so... Turns out they weren't. Good for you.
Maybe it's just because they're calling her okay, but the victim is even starting to look like her to me.
You're imagining similarities because of the name, Detective. Don't allow it to mold your perceptions.
Mold them? Yeah, wouldn't want that. Nobody wants their perceptions getting all fusty. One minute it's moldy perceptions, next it's dusty thinking, damp assumptions, you name it.
You're imagining similarities because of the word, Detective. Don't allow it to mold your perceptions.
Yes, sir. Alright then.
I also don't see the purpose. What is the purpose? I can't see anything. Not saying that I need to, but like... I think this is just a sign that Cat misses, This is a sign that Cat misses me in streams. Is that what it is? She misses, She misses streaming, so she has to come into my stream and make it the way that it is. Is that how it is? Is that what it is, Cat? You miss streaming so much that you have to, and you miss me being in chat so much that, you need to bring all of the, degeneracy and bring all the, stuff into this chat. I'm guessing that's what it is. I don't even know if you can hear this, because I don't know if you're still in the ads or not, but... I think you mean mold. You're imagining similarities because of the word, Detective. Don't allow it to multiple perceptions. Why is this repeating the same thing again? We've already talked to you. Okay, so the body's gonna get examined. That's the last thing. We'll just do the same thing we did before. We'll talk to everyone and, how's the investigation going, officer?
Wait, sir, to tell you the truth, I've forgotten all about the work and decided to focus on daydreaming. They say if you think in pictures instead of words, it's really good for the right side of your brain.
That will be quite enough. Alright, we'll just, I think we should be well and truly back to meds now, but... Hopefully the hydrate will actually help out, because, yesterday's stream, I was starting to lose my voice near the end, because one of the characters who was the culprit, I was voicing him with, like, a deeper voice, I guess, and it was draining. It was pretty draining. So now we've got hydration. I don't know if we missed anything else that was up here yet. I need to take care of my voice, because I need it for streaming. The worst things that could happen is, one, getting sick, and two, losing my voice. If I lose my voice, I feel like that I wouldn't be able to stream nearly as well, because I think that's why I am able to keep people in stream more, maybe, by just chatting and talking whenever they pop in, and losing my voice would be bad. But again, I can't remember the last time I was sick. And the seasons are changing, so if we're at least getting into spring, we'll get warmer weather. Maybe the only thing that will happen is I'll sneeze more. Or maybe my eyes will start hurting because sometimes I get hay fever, but haven't had hay fever in a while. Have not had hay fever in a long while.
It's a lot of books, sir. It's kind of intimidating if you ask me.
Intimidating? Could be more welcoming than a good book detective.
Because it depends. Got the chewing out of my life in a library back in the day for running laps inside it. This isn't really a library, is it? So maybe I can joke around a little, work off some of the anxiety.
Something tells me that if I don't stop him, he might very well start running around and around. Okay, now we can investigate the area, I think. I'll probably leave the body till last, because that's gonna be the main focus of events. Yes, what is it? Notice anything? A murder in the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. This is serious. I did you the favor of allowing you to investigate further. I'll be expecting results. And you'll get them. Would I still be here if I didn't think I could deliver? Come to think of it. Why were you here in the first place? So she doesn't know I was summoned before the committee.
It's a long story, longer than the night time and deeper than the sea. If I say Mr. Edgeworth the trouble, then I'll tell to you myself.
On second thought, I don't care why you're here. What's important is that we solve the case in front of us. Agreed? Wholeheartedly.
Wait, but you were the one who asked in the first place, sir.
What's that saying again? Whip first, think later?
Can't you make it to the other way, just for me?
Francisca. What are you doing here, Francisca? I thought you were working abroad on something with Interpol. Wouldn't you like to know? But that's top secret, and I have neither need nor the obligation to tell you. Thought you'd say as much. Anyway, never mind that. Where's the prosecutor in charge of this case? Not that I know who's been assigned, but I was hoping they'd take care of the legwork for me. Yet they haven't even bothered to show up. What in the world could they be doing?
I'm the prosecutor's keeper, sir.
It's hardly fair to whip people who don't deserve it, Francisco. What use is a whip if you don't use it? Who better to use it on than anybody who isn't giving 110%? May not know who's been assigned yet either, but I 110% feel for them already. You and Dr. Hertz. Couldn't help but notice that you seem to be acquainted with Dr. Herbert. I also didn't get, yeah, didn't get anything here. How very astute of you, Miles Edgeworth. Yes, I know her. Once upon a time, never mind. Doesn't seem keen to talk about it. Perhaps I'd better leave it for now.
What happened, sir? What happened once upon a time? You can't not tell us now.
Only a foolish fool foolishly pries into another person's business. Now hold your tongue, Scruffy, or you'll get more than a mere tongue lashing.
It's a bit late for that.
Spare the whip, spoil the child. A whip in time saves 9. Didn't you go to school, you whipless wonder? Yes, it seems that leaving it alone was the right choice after all. Alright, we'll talk to the other two here, then we'll start investigating the crime scene, because there's... The body is always the main thing, usually. And then we sometimes have to go back and talk to the characters. You pesky kids want something? Dr. Hertz. Miss Neela, could you tell me a little bit more about your relationship with Dr. Hertz? Sure, let's see. Well, I've lived with her since I was little. If I got lost while I was out playing, she'd come looking for me till the sun went down. If I fell over and grazed my knee, she'd watch over me till I found the strength to pick myself up. That's quite the heartwarming tale. A very classic grandmother-grandchild relationship. Since I became a nurse, if I stuck a needle in the wrong place, she'd say, "Not there, you bonehead. There." And then she'd pull it right out and ouch!
I felt that, pal. Can we stop talking about needles now?
Anyway, so yeah, I can do any kind of nursing thing I need for Grandma now. Thank you. That was a very thorough answer indeed. Even if the story didn't end on a heartwarming note, it's nice that they share such a close bond, I suppose. Examine the body.
Must be the best coroner in town, Dr. Hertz. I'll bet you can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time, huh?
What do you know about coroning, you big galoot? You don't know the first damn thing. You'll have to forgive the detective, Dr. Hertz. I'll make sure he learns not to say such presumptuous things. As if I care. You shut your pie hole and listen, Mr. Smarty Pants. Spotting a cause of death correctly in seconds is my bread and butter. Which is why the one thing that gets my goat worse than anything is folks getting in my danged way. I think that's all she wanted to say. Satisfied? Absolutely. Thank you very much. All we want to do is to examine the body for clues. We'll do our best to stay out of your way. I imagine it's because of how seriously she takes her work that she reacts so colourfully to us. Hertz Hospital. This hospital is the finest medical institution in the land. Would have to be Grandma in charge. How about it? You look like you could use some R&R. You sure do, and you're in luck. We got us an empty suite or two with fancy hot tubs and all right now. Thank you, but as you can see, we're in perfectly fine health. We won't be needing a room at the hospital.
Yep, fit as fiddles and strong as oxes. That's our motto, right, sir?
Maybe yours, detective, but I'd like to think I have a little more going for me than that. That doesn't matter. Hertz Hospital welcomes the hale and hearty, too. Now, Healthy So What Stay Away campaign is in full swing and going great. Not sick or injured? That's nice. Your room is half the price. Nothing on earth could convince me to spend a night in the hospital for pleasure. This is a one-time offer, you know, so how about it? Come stay at the happiest hospital in town.
A hot tub does sound pretty good. And half price? This might be too good to miss.
Seriously, detective? Yeah, just spend a day at the hospital, you know? For all your, holiday, half-price hot tub holiday at the hospital. I personally don't like hospitals myself. I mean, I guess nobody really likes hospitals. I've never had to stay in a hospital, so I don't know how that would be like, but I've been in hospitals multiple times to see people that have been in hospital. And it's always not, like, super for, like... I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I think I've only been to the hospital, like, a couple of times for, like, when family members have been born, but every other time it's always been for one reason or another, like injuries or surgeries and stuff. Never spent time in a hospital though, so that's good. Okay, time to investigate the body, I guess. I was gonna try and grab this, it looks like a candlestick. It's laying on the ground here. I guess we can't grab it because we have to investigate the body, so we'll investigate the body then.
Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her.
I think we knew that already, Detective. Our case standing right over there, after all. Victim looks to be in their 30s. She's wearing a white suit.
Could be she worked in one of the offices here in the building.
Perhaps, but for now she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I must scour the scene and inspect anything catching my attention. Alright, let's get started. Pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket, the buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side.
What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no?
Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left. Is that true? Is that actually true? I've not paid attention to this. Is that actually true? Is it true that for women's clothing, the buttons are on the left, but for men's clothing, the buttons are on the right? I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure what the reasoning for that is. Is that actually a true thing? What would the reason be, though? What would the reason be that one would have it on the left and one would have it on the right? I don't see there'd be any... I don't see any function reason for, like... It's the same... I can't imagine why the left or the right would matter, but apparently, like, that's a thing? Buttons are on the left for women's clothing, but on the right for men's? That's, like... Because at the end of the day, if you're buttoning them up, they're going to be in the center anyway, right? So why does it matter if it's on the left or the right?
Like I always say, sir, you sure know your stuff.
That's... I mean, I've never thought about it. I'm going to have to check that now. I'm going to have to ask Alison, actually. I'll ask her, do you have anything that's buttoned? And if you do, is it buttoned only on the left side? And then I'll have to check to see if I've got anything buttoned and see if it's... Because I've not thought about this. If this is actually true, like, and what the reasoning is. You know what? We're going to learn about it right now. I'm going to quickly Google that. I want to know what this, if this is actually, like, what's the reason for this existing? Let me see, buttons? Let me actually type this in. Buttons on the left... or right side, meaning. I wanna know what this is. This is probably like some ye olde like tradition. Okay, I actually just looked this up. This is true. It was in the Victorian era. For wealthy women, servants would dress them so buttons were placed on the left. Oh, right, that's what it's for. So that is true. So I guess if you see clothing, if you're wearing clothing, yeah. Because servants would dress them, buttons were placed on the left, making it easier for a right-handed maid to fasten them. So the idea would be that a wealthy woman is getting dressed by a servant, And most people were probably right-handed back then, so putting the buttons on the left made it easier for them to button up the clothes. So men typically dressed themselves and had buttons on the right for easier self-fast. Okay, so that's what it was for. It's basically just bias against people with left hands. That actually makes perfect sense now. I'm left-handed, and that explains why I have so much trouble buttoning up stuff and taking things off. Because all these clothes are made for the dominant right hand. That actually explains a whole lot now. Men typically dress themselves, had buttons on the right for easier self-fastening with their dominant hand. My dominant hand is the left hand, so that explains a whole lot to me now. My mind is opened. My mind is now opened to, I did not think about this. I did not think about this at all. That actually is interesting. Okay. Never mind. The more you know, I guess. The more you know. Fun fact of the day. There you go. Fun fact of the day is left-handed, if there are buttons on the left side, buttons were put on the left side so that servants could dress women easier with their dominant hands, and then men were primarily dominant right-handed, I guess, back in the Victorian era, so they had them on the right. And yeah, okay. This is common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems I did not know this. We are learning stuff today. Wait, what's this in the pocket? Pair of gloves, also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must belong to the victim. I'm surprised that they said Victorian era, because that feels like it's not, like, super far back, but I guess they were more formally dressed. I'll have to check my clothes now. I'm gonna have to check my clothes and see if they still have that as tradition. We'll have to check that. We'll probably go... yeah, we'll go from here. Seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point.
Think it has something to do with how she died?
No, this scar's too old for that. I would imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me?
Yes, sir, right away. What is that? Wait, I know. It's a loyalty card, probably from a store.
It's a key card.
Why, sir, why?
The question we should be asking is, what does it open? Key card carried by the victim, what was it used for? Victim's hair is caked with blood.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
Fortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. Something pinned to the jacket here. A piece of magenta fabric.
Whatever it was, it looks like it was torn off plenty roughly.
Doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp.
Can't get the coins in there now, let it all fall right out.
Have you never heard of a change purse, detective?
Sure have, sir. It's another word for a pocket, right?
Who's that Pokemon?
I give up.
Okay, gotta remember that there's a deduce here, which means that I need to eventually, like, deduce some evidence out of the area. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to progress, because I made that mistake in the previous stream, which wasted a bunch of time.
What the? That's Kay's promise notebook. It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while.
Indeed. Book of vows made by a child to her father. So Case promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. What exactly is it doing here? Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand.
Just remembered something Detective Bad told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station.
What? Evidence went missing from police custody?
Detective Bad said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice.
What could this mean? Why did it turn up here of all places? You there? What do we know about this notebook, officer?
The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time.
So that's how she became Kay.
Look at a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though.
If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. I think we've already investigated everything on the body itself. I'm thinking we're gonna have to do something with the magenta. We have the corsage magenta thing here. I'm guessing that's what we're gonna have to connect. And it looks like they have been stabbed with the candelabra, maybe. There are 4 holes.
Think this could be the murder weapon?
A 3-armed candelabra. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could well have been made by these spikes.
Candelabra?
Not quite, Detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words.
Oh, I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back.
I had to live by candlelight for a whole month. Who does that in this day and age? 3-armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon, judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. But I see 4 holes. So I guess you could say, mate... Well, I see 4 holes, but what happens if, like, they stabbed in different spots? Maybe they could have punctured an extra hole, perhaps? I think that's everything, right? We haven't got any other things to do. I think we've got, like, just the logic to do now. Are any trophies coming up at the moment? I don't believe. Yeah, no trophies at the moment. This might be a long case. I guess we'll have to wait and see how long it's going to end up being. But last time, I keep saying like every case is thing, but that previous case was just as long, if not a bit longer than case 2. So I feel like we're due for a shorter case. Would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you?
Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. I found some details on that keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said.
So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed. Okay. Keycard that grants entry to the committee chamber found in the victim's hand. We do still have a deduction we can do here. Which I think would have to do with the flower, because we couldn't investigate the flower, but we do have the flower in our possession, so hopefully I've selected it enough. Yep. Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it was made out of the same fabric.
Indeed, let's make a closer comparison.
Torn edges match up exactly. You've got one heck of an eye, sir.
There we go. If the flower belonged to the victim, this implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, We may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
There's no way she could have done this. Can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderous bone in her body.
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion. For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? For better or worse, yes. There we go. First investigation complete. Seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim. And am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. That person lying there? Is someone you may have murdered. That's all we can say for now.
No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir?
Indeed, I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this. You're becoming a real softy, Miles Edgeworth. Well, look who it is again. Okay, who is this character? I know that voice. Again, this is also another reason why the game should be voiced, is because it's like, they're telling me I should know who the voice is, but yet it said question mark, question mark, question mark. So, if I'm supposed to know who the character is... Oh, I just saw this now. Is this actually happening? Hang on a second. Nation to ban... Okay, so they're doing an energy drink ban here. Yep, that's happening. Energy drink ban in Australia for anyone under the age of 16. So, they're rolling both of those out this year. Not that I drink energy drinks and I'm not under 16, but that's a major, major move. Social media ban and a energy drink ban for children under 16. It's not going to stop them because, again, Prime energy drink here is banned, but people still get a hold of it. Yeah, good luck policing that. Good luck policing that, is all I'll say. With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Wynn. Please forgive the intrusion. Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted. You knew the victim? So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything's gonna be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them... Oh, she's just been introduced. Oh no, she's gonna... Again, she's gonna start whipping him a lot, isn't she? Because he keeps getting stuff wrong. Because that's the next part that's gonna happen with this game, is like, Eustace always gets things wrong. Whenever someone gets something incorrect, or they think, she always whips the character, so... yeah, expect her to, expect her to be whipping Eustace a lot, I think. Like, fully, wholeheartedly expect that to be happening. Miles Edgeworth, who is this imbecile? Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him. Francisco von Kammer, I presume. My apologies, I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel at your service. And the deceased in this case is... Rosie Ringer, returning at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Okay, so this is... We have a note, remember, that said Rosie, so... Kay has a note on her that said it was from Rosie. I see, that would explain the key card. So you're the lead prosecutor. Yep, which means this case will be solved in... You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. Okay, Rosie Ringer, age 33. The victim in this case, she was a defense attorney and served on the committee alongside Judge Gavel. Good to know. If you want to know my name, all you have to do is... Stop babbling and tell me. Now. It's It's Eustace! Eustace Winner! I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room. Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma. What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth. This isn't a game, Mr. Winner. Alright, that's me done. See you next if... Yeah, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy. Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died. Eustace. It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. No, that would be a tragedy. Coroner's findings, initial findings of Dr. Hilda Hertz, cause of death, stab wounds to chest, head injury sustained post-mortem. Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday. Let me check the evidence real quick to see if there's any... Ah, we didn't examine the candelabrum either. Base is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it would be immediately obvious what had been standing there. The prongs of each arm are covered in blood. The spacing matches that of the wounds in the victim's chest. But is this really the murder weapon? Yeah, I find it very hard to believe that the... Well, I guess wax is supposed to go on it. I thought that the wax just sat in the candelabra and it wasn't just like on a thing, so I don't know. Maybe there has to be something like spiky on it to think, but those feel like they're too pronounced, I guess. Victim's body discovered in committee chamber. Preliminary findings place time of death at sometime late last night. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other remarks. Prominent burn mark on back of victim's right hand. Signed Hilda Hertz coroner. And then obviously the picture of the body.
What book are you talking about?
I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct? You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcefully. And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, just go. It's fine.
Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay.
I still don't remember anything. So maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman, and I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I. Judge Gavel, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield, not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me. Prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. Why I think Kay did it. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anybody else did. Kay Faraday's the murderer, no doubt about it. She stuck it to the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving. Which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer.
Deductive genius? That was a total mess.
Instead of come she was saying that, You know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay. Yet you have examined exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him.
My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know. Well, Miles Edgeworth, I hate for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know. Alright, obviously we're gonna press all the statements to get extra information.
Hold it.
There are two major flaws with the statement you just made. Flaws in a statement of mine? I don't make mistakes, it's literally impossible. And that's a third flaw right there. You're just trying to confuse me. It's a cheap tactic even for you. Well, it won't work, because I'm the world champion of not getting confused, so there.
Hold it.
Do you mind explaining the grounds for your accusation in a little more detail? Well, if you insist, prepare to be wowed, Edgeworth. Figured it all out before anybody else even had the chance. Before I even saw the scene. No, before I even heard about the case. I knew it right away. She did it. She's the murderer. It can't be anybody else. Your grounds? Yes, sorry. I was just getting to that.
Hold it.
Oh, really? And what was it she was trying to steal? Well, a file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. And you can prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it. Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Will there, Mr. Prosecutor? No, that, won't be necessary. Please, Mr. Winner, continue.
Hold it.
You have proof that it could only have been Kay who committed the murder. Nope. Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste? For that, I believe, would be the winning approach here. Winning approach? According to the reports we've received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement. So you're accusing Kay based on that alone. A little tenuous, even for you. And suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't, isn't? If only I had something that could prove Kay didn't do it. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple. You don't have to. It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some time. Alright, so keycard on the third statement. Then we have more coroner finding stuff. Kay isn't capable of murder. There's no way she killed Mr. Ringer. But I have to prove that somehow, or she'll remain a suspect. Okay, third statement, present the keycard, because we have the, she's saying that she snuck in, it's like, but we have proof that the keycard, sorry, we have proof that to get into the committee chamber, you need to, have a keycard. Which she didn't have on at the time, and that keycard was on the victim, so... Well, I guess that's not impossible, because they could then imply, oh, she took her into the room. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1 and 2 and 3. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. Why do you always have to make fun of me? You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard. Who do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay? Of course I do. She did it. Faraday's the killer. Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this, without a keycard. You know, there was the... And she... Yeah.
A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards, therefore only they can enter. Precisely. Why is she agreeing with me? Please, take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door to this room is opened at 12:52 AM with Miss Ringer's keycard. Okay, so what have we got? Keycard log, April 4th, user ID, time of use, same thing. So 32461983 entered in, at 10:15 PM with no username. So someone entered with no username, which is weird. And then 53792291 entered at 12:52 AM, and that was Rosie Ringer. So somebody entered into the room like 2.5 hours beforehand, and we don't have a name, which means that they weren't on the... They weren't on the registry, or maybe they aren't relevant, or they had a fake card, perhaps. But that would have also been... Yeah, I guess we'll worry about that later. Keycard record of keycards used to enter the committee chamber. Why is there one that doesn't have a name on it? Is the big question. You cannot know for certain, of course. But who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement? Certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it will require the victim and a murderer to have known one another. Yeah, Kay didn't know the woman. I'm sure of it.
How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom, or at least a crime scene. Hard evidence is what it's required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another. We do have evidence of that, because we have the... well, we have evidence of it. I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have... I don't know if they have proof. I have no clue if they have proof of the, I don't know if they have proof of it. Like, we have proof of it, but I'm not sure if Gavel does. I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket. Another of the victim's possessions, and you kept this to yourself until now? You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why? It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. Perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help me with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. 12 years ago? What happened 12 years ago? Because the other incident was 18 years ago and then 15 years ago, so it has to be like way later than that, so it's not This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in our plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing. Wait, so your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for this second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder. A letter that appears to have been written to the victim by Kay, but what's the second crime is the question. I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her, it's all lies, all of it. You're not like that. You'd never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of.
And how do you explain the letter, Detective? Mr. Winner, I suspect that Judge Gavel herself had some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Gavel. Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you'd better have answers. Would you mind if I handle this, Eustace? Be my guest. Have fun arguing Edgeworth to the ground. Can't let them steamroll me on this. I have to find a way back to take back the advantage. The letter more than adequately proves Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had only one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
She was good, better than ever even. Think you can take her down, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course. Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time.
Hey, whose side are you on, sir?
There is only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth.
Looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be the winning. Quiet, you. My thoughts exactly. I just like that she's able to whip him into shape here. Alright. Press everything as always.
Hold it!
What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Miss Faraday was grateful for Miss Ringer's cooperation, just as the letter says. I think that more than adequately describes it, don't you? Now, as I was saying...
Hold it!
Can you tell us any more about this plot? Do we have the letter in our possession? We do. No, it's just those two things. Alright, just those two options. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break. Because it's been 3 hours and also... drinking so much water. I will return in like a minute or two. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was my doing. I just realized that so this morning I didn't get up as early because let me put this back on as well. I didn't get up as early yesterday because today. I didn't get up as early today as I normally would because usually my sister's up at like 6. And she was late. Not late, but she was late getting up. And I just realized, like, what? I was wondering, like, did something happen to her computer? Because I had a look at the computer and it's like, the computer's not on, nothing was... And then I realized, oh, right, she, like, got up at, like, an hour later than she normally would. I'm like, why is the computer off? And it's because she didn't have the time to go and... She didn't have the time to go and turn the computer on. It's so weird to have the computer off next to me, because it's usually on. But we're back with some snacks, and back from break after, yeah, so let's just get into this, shall we? Sorry for the slight, like, delay, but we have returned. I don't think I missed anything in the chat, did I? Or did I? Hang on. Oh, lap locked. Thank you for the lurk. Sorry for not seeing that before. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for the lurk. If you're still here, hope that you're having a good time zone today. We are in the midst of the 4th case of the game. We have Kay's got amnesia. Someone else was pretending to be Kay. She got pushed off of a building by what they were trying to say. Francisca is back. Gavel seems like she's trying to hide something. And also, what else is she trying to do? Gavel is trying to, hide something. Edgeworth was supposed to have his prosecutorial hearing, today. But that's instead now being delayed because the murder happened inside the thing. We're trying to get Kay off of them accusing her of murder. And she's got amnesia, so she's completely forgotten everything that she's completely forgotten everything. And when I say like she remembers only the recent events, but she's forgotten everything about us and everything about the past. So yeah, that's pretty much what's happened in this case so far. And she had like a whole bunch of evidence stuff on her, which we are having to investigate. And then we also got introduced to the nurse and the head of the hospital, which was basically like a damn slapstick comedy routine, I would say. And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed. Anybody can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof of anything. But thank you once again for the look. I didn't know I missed it because I was on break, but I do appreciate it. I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion. She's on sabbatical? How can you be sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities, surely. Perhaps she took up stealing again. Simply chose to keep it from you. Can't prove that either way right now, and she knows it. As I was saying, it seems Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were involved in a plot to steal something. Yeah, we're gonna press every statement. And just go from there. whatever reason. Could you be a little more specific? Not at the moment. But I am sure our investigation will uncover any number of possibilities. Whereas your lack of proof that Miss Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you. I can see that some of the evidence would seem to point to case involvement, but none of it is anywhere near conclusive. A letter explicitly outlining a connection to the victim, backed up by supporting evidence from the scene. How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where is your proof to the contrary?
Hold it.
Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ryan? You don't give up, do you? Oh, great. Even more, like, random friend requests again. I swear I get 2 every day. If these friend requests and these bots were real people, it would be so much easier on Twitch. At least in terms of, like, keeping people around and stuff. But every single day, it's always, like, different requests here and there. Even when I'm not even though I haven't posted anything in the last 3 hours, just more bots, more bots, more bots. Wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan. Doesn't? Guess not, huh? But it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing. What is he talking about? What is he actually talking about right now? Flames and... I wouldn't place too much hope in that revealing anything, Eustace. We don't need to. Not when we have...
Hold it.
Any trophies coming up? No, we're nearly done, actually. Okay. Trophies, trophies, trophies! Actually, is there a trophy coming up in this next section? Trophies, trophies, trophies... Trophies, trophies, I guess we can leave it on that for now. Alright, let's get going. No trophies as of yet. I feel like we might get 1 trophy per stream until we finish the game now, because we only have a trophy for completing each case. So there's 2 more cases left. There's a trophy for unlocking everything in the gallery, which unlocks after we've got all the after we've finished the game for the first time. And then there's 2 trophies that are related to each case. Sorry, a trophy that's related to the a specific thing in a case. So we've got one in episode 4 and then 1 in episode 5. So not that long left. Do you want to know why the letter wasn't there? I assume. It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me. The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words. To indicate her heart's desire that her killer be brought to justice. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket. It is the truth as the goddess is my witness. That is where my letter was found. There was no doubt about it. Same place where she was stabbed in the candelabrum. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. Can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that. But unless we get more out of Judge Gavel, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. Should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if she lets something slip. You always know that you've hit the right, you always know that you've hit the right, thing when the the health bar goes away, and the music goes silent for the first thing, because obviously it usually cuts the music completely, and then when you do the revelation about what's happened, then it puts the music back on again, and then they thing. So the victim kept the most vital clue of all the closest to her heart. How very touching. Voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor, or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back. Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. Oh. Yep. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket, and, yeah, I've got, yeah, the...
Right, where she was stabbed by the candle holder.
Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one to the letter. Yeah, that's also another thing as well. The letter has no puncture wounds.
Who's that Pokemon?
Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is a real culprit, who almost certainly also forged this letter. It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter.
You fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. The letter was... it was in her other pocket, yeah.
Seriously?
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Stop your foolish flandering, you foolishly foolish fool. Or are you just that incurably foolish? Why do you keep whipping me? And stop making fun of my deductions. There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes, even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had been indeed placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless a report was given to you. Gavel, say something! No objection, it's good. Then allow me to continue. So, we have established the existence of a second suspect. No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer? Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Gavel proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there was something questionable at the very base of the theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay. It would be this here. The whole thing with the keycard record is that we have a, somebody entered 2.5 hours or so earlier than everyone else, and so, if that's the case, they might have stayed in there the whole time. Who knows? Unless they're supposed... I know that this has come up before in other games, sorry, in other games in the series, where I think DL6 was similar to this, where you had to have, you had to sign in and sign out, I think, to go into evidence rooms and stuff, and that eventually came up and was an important part as well.
Take that!
Look again at the keycard record, provided by Judge Gavel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 AM. But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed. A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 PM, so it's certainly not outside of the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is.
Where's your evidence, Your Honor?
My evidence? I am the evidence detective. It was my keycard. Why was her name not on there then? There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there? There is if the keycard... They said it was updated now. Okay, now they've added the name. They've added the name in now, but why? Why would... one of the committee members would surely have had to have been involved. Also, I feel like if you're a committee member, that should still come up on the register, right? You should have a keycard that registers you correctly. And yet, for some reason, you're not on there, so... Why was it scrubbed at the record? Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. That you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. Utter nonsense. What would I have to gain from killing her? I am sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had. I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my keycard, that much is true, but my reason for entering this room is far from questionable. This is also something else that's been building as well, is like, we were first introduced to her in episode 2. She seemed like she was just the normal, law-abiding, like, what's-his-name thing. And then the third case, she was heavily, like, she mentioned that the committee was involved with fabricating evidence. She was forging evidence. She admitted that the committee knew about what Von Karma was doing. Now she's in a situation where it's building even further to where she's just straight up directly involved in potentially this case. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for. But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess. She was preparing for the trial? The hearing? My hearing? She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieve me of my badge. Which didn't end up happening. Alright, children, that's enough. I think that's, good to keep our skills and our tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Is this, I'm assuming that it's the... Who in the... It would be her, right? No, it's different. Someone else. Who is this guy? Okay, this is a new character. I gotta do a new voice for him. What do I want to go with? What do I want to go with this voice? I thought it was, Hertz for some reason, but then she also mentioned she was gone, so... Really takes me back to the days of my youth. Like when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me, it's just... I get so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them. Chairman? Winner? As in... Eustace Winner's... father figure? Parent? Maybe? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop lurking? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is this young Francisco I see before me? Dear child, when did you get so big? Uncle Winner. It's been far too long. They all know each other. I guess they all know each other somehow. I'm assuming that it's Eustace's father? Because he's a prosecutor, and if he's got authority in here and Francisco knows who he is. It's so formal. I thought we were like family. Used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. Oh, but time does go by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Wait, I just saw that, oh. I was wondering what was happening here. He's crying, and because he's crying, it's soaking into his beard, and so he's pulling his beard, and then he's drenching out the tears. That's what he's doing. Dad, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered. Murdered? And you're in charge of the case yet, my boy. What is this? Bring your pops to work, Dave? Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. Former chief prosecutor, the current chairman of the committee for prosecutorial excellence. In other words, are you going to be the bad guy? I'm also surprised that they're introducing you so late, if that's the case, because usually they introduce the main bad guy, like, close to the end. So not close to the end, throughout the game. Now, Verity. Sorry to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate to Gumshoe. I am Excelsius Winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where. Can I get a profile of you, please? Dad, you're here. Use my handkerchief. Can I get a profile, please? Thank you, son. You're a good boy, in your own silly way. Like father, like son, I suppose, though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation? Profile? Please? Oh, I think now we've got it. Okay. Excelsius Winner, age 68, former chief prosecutor, current chairman of the committee, and Eustace Winner's father. He has a tendency to burst into tears over nothing. If any of the past games lead me to believe anything, and the fact that they've already admitted that the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence has allowed for Von Karma to basically forge evidence and do a bunch of other stuff, along with the way that Gavel is acting right now, I would think that this is probably the main villain, right? Although a bit late to introduce him, I would say. So maybe he's not. Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying... You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. Or have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
Told you, that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong part. Don't test my patience. Right, alright, that's enough. Let's all just calm down, shall we? Sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies. I think you've all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace. But, Dad... We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. but I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relation to the accused. Thick as thieves seems pretty apt based on what I've heard.
Case no criminal. She helped us catch the bad guys loads of times.
Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us. It's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. Wait, what? Why is he burning documents? Huh? Excuse me? Okay. I'm now wondering... Does he just like he doesn't look like a chief prosecutor, but like... Then again, none of them really do, right? Or like... This guy... I see his jacket. It reminds me of like...
Who's that Pokemon?
Either something that like a pilot would wear, or like... A rock star would wear, or something like that.
What the heck is that supposed to mean?
The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is oh so precious, and we have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Alright, Miss K. Faraday. Time to come along quietly. So is this how they explain how they get into the other part? Because remember, in the other games, it was like, well, actually, no, we're already at that point, because this is present day. Yes, sir.
You're not taking her. Citizen, I tell you.
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It's an act so brazen a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
Yeah. So when the K goes down and Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge, what the heck am I supposed to do?
You lose his badge to shield yourself? Oh, how the committee has fallen. Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and you will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice. What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here. Guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel, a moment, please. Yes, what is it? Your badge. What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing, Miles Edgeworth? Explain yourself right now. You're giving it all up, just like that.
You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please.
If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? I have one duty and one duty alone, to pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I would gladly shed the title to be free. Yep. Finally a normal day. 20 degrees. Finally we can get back to some good weather. And so it's not freezing all the time. I'll carve my own path, one that I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from the Von Karma? From me? So are you, Francisca. You won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again. I'll never forgive you for this. Never. No, this is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay, don't go. Too late, she's on the run. You stay right where you are, detective.
But sir,
I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
don't say that. Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there, right by your side.
There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Oh, now this is no good, is it? Never let a dangerous criminal run free. I just like that they, I just like that they allowed these people to, like, there weren't any guards around. No one tried to stop anything. They just left. And try, and yet it's never enough. There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. She'd better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. Honestly, I see this guy's outfit and the way that he looks, and he looks like he honestly looks like he's dressed up to... It honestly looks like a Count Olaf disguise. Alright, to be continued. Obviously we're going to keep continuing, we have another 3 hours or so. We'll keep going. April 5th, 5:58 PM, High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. I guess it's time for us to pack everything up. Okay. She's not here either. Where are you? Oh, Eddie's back. Oh no, Eddie's back. He's gonna meet Von Karma, isn't he? This is gonna be a confrontation, isn't it? Because, again, he forgave Eddie. So Eddie forgave Miles because of the connection between his father and all that stuff, but then it's like, Francisca is just straight up the daughter of, Manfred Von Karma. And so he's gonna have to confront the heir to the Von Karma name, basically. Fender? Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You're running yourself too many admirers looking like that. What are you doing here? Has something happened? Do we have a profile for you? Yep. Something happened, he asks. I'll say. It's been all over the news. Murder in the committee chamber. I'd call that a happening, alright. What with your hearing being today, I thought. Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already? Heck yeah, dead lawyer, a young woman on the run. They're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff, but compelling too, I gotta admit. So you're gonna give me the lowdown or what? Well, actually... Well, maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere, all alone without her memory. Not to mention, being the suspect in a murder, that definitely doesn't make things any easier. Where the heck could he have gotten to? Be sure she doesn't remember Zip. I thought she might have come here, but... no luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done with you. She wouldn't want you to... She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You'd think I don't know that, but I'm out of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You're right up tighter than a clockwork monkey, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. After all, it's got even you running from pillar to post looking to save innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be. Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just... Why is my chair sinking again? I don't want to get a new chair, but at the same time, like... I really don't like the, really don't like the, somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. I do not like the gaming chairs. Gaming chairs are like the equivalent of like Beats by Dre. It's pretty much mostly just there for the name value, and you can get things that are just even more convenient and better for your needs, and not pay exorbitant amounts of prices. You should never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? Kid's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. I don't remember me saying this, but it's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man it's a run for its money, huh? Even. It's nothing like that, really. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. And say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred. She's done you some good, I can tell. You should make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Something like that don't grow on trees, I should know. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name. So why not go back to the source, look into how she lost her memory in the first place. You just might turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down. It's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next up, the big time. Maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay won't come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. Fender is truly a force of nature all on his own. Oh. Now we are on top of the viewing platform, which we were in the original, well, the first part of the game, but it's at nighttime instead. And there's the nurse and the coroner, or the head of the hospital, I should say. Okay, April 5th, 6:42 PM, big building, viewing platform. Sun sure set quickly. Not even a murder on the premises could make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? There's hardly anybody around, though. Guess we've got the whole place to ourselves. First step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Both to Miles, we've got sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. Let's focus up and do what we're good for, for. Kay, alright? Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. Okay, big building viewing platform, investigation time. We don't have a triangle thing either because we don't have any partners. We haven't got Kay with us, and we haven't got Gumshoe with us, and we haven't got Francisca with us. We are on our own for this case at the moment. Currently on our own, but that doesn't mean that we still can't solve, problems. Great, I'm sinking into the abyss again. Let me fix this. Beacon wings of a bird and the body of a lion. Guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rift haven. To say, they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcomed, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom. According to what Kay told us, she was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. That would be a considerate, like, you would have to break those bars, because there's bars all around the thing here. The person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. Kay was pushed by a person in a red raincoat who had walked towards her from the concession stand. The railing is chest high. You have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too. So how did Kay lose her memory? Think there was something she wanted to forget? Maybe some particularly choice words from Miles the Insult comic? Of course not! Wouldn't dream of saying anything so terrible that she'd want to forget. Detective Gumshoe, on the other hand, could do with a few more choice words on occasion. Poor guy, don't envy him one bit. Okay, you have nothing to say either. Excuse me? Like, Pegasus the winged horse of legend? No, wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? So, it's unicorn. No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings. What's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such... Okay, so it's supposed to be a contradiction. He thought it was a horse, but horses don't have wings. But then he also saw the horn, which means it was a unicorn, but a unicorn doesn't have wings, so it can't therefore fly. So he thought it was a Pegasus. Pegasus don't have horns. So then he thought it was a unicorn, but the unicorn doesn't have wings. So that was what it was. You can insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Okay, absolutely it would have been all over this. The K I know, anyway. But for now, I better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop. I wonder if that's going to be relevant later. We can't gain access to this area here. Looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. What am I standing here for? The Steel Samurai isn't on today. Can I interfere with any other... Guess the only other thing we can interact with right now is just talking to the nurse. Because they're blocking the way to the concession stand. Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again. What are you two doing up here? Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water? You needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine. Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired? As I said, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. If you say so. What's Kay doing? Uh-oh, did something happen? Maybe I can help. How about an injection? No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay. Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Yep, home time. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, catch you again soon. Yeah, now we can investigate the cotton candy area. So I guess you just have to talk to them anyway. Fine. Absolutely fine. Wait, there's someone here? I can't see anybody, like, serving... There's nobody here that's serving cotton candy right now. No one here is serving cotton candy, so who is it? Hey, you. Yeah, you. I bet some delicious Parting Clouds cotton candy to brighten your day. Parting Clouds? Is it named for the fact that we're so close to those clouds up here? The gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and we split it in half. Part it, if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit. And we're laughing all the way to the bank. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. I don't have anything outside of the logic? Is that the only thing that there is to do here? Like, I don't have any other... There's nothing else to interact with at the moment. It's literally just, At least I don't think there is anyway. I haven't seen any other... Can I, like... Yeah, there's nothing else that's missing. It's weird. It's telling me to... I examined the cherry tree. That's done. Examine the railing near the... Did I not examine the rail? I think I Never mind. We had to just move. We had to just move. It was a... okay, it was a time-based thing? Because I was like, I've interacted with everything already in this part. Wait. Kay was in the tree as well. Never mind. Don't mind me. I was just lying in wait. That would make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say laying low. Yes, that. Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state. On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, everyone's sick and frantically trying to find you. You mad at me? Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking about coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness? No. I came to try and help you to get your badge back. I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could There's one thing you haven't lost, you know. Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. Couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me? I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here. You were banking good guy points, and then you went and blew it up by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit.
Not now, Fender.
Yeesh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Live news now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Oh, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast.
Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us.
Alright, first things first. Okay, you're sticking with us from now on, capiche?
But I've caused you so much trouble already.
You can hardly make things any worse, for me at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Then it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great, now we're gonna move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we've even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Gregory would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down.
She must be incredibly cold as well. On top of a building with, like, completely bare legs at night. That sounds like it's extremely cold. Alright, I guess now we have an extended, like, thing that we can do. Hope I've been of help to you so far. What you remember? I came back here because I thought I might jog my memory. How about we go over what you remember one more time? Okay, I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me. Can you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything. There is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer. The moon? Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact same place as it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms. So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Kay saw the moon shining over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoat. It's in the same part of the sky tonight. That's new information. I should keep it in mind. Other recollections. Feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory. There is? It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts. Alright, I'm seeing... It's very faint, but... I'm seeing a small restaurant. Just a counter and some seats. And there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup. Not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. That's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm going to order another bowl. Captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the case. Kay Faraday. You used to say you were the second great thief yet at Garasu. A noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that? Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble. Not a noble, Kay. A noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Okay, any other things we can investigate? As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 50th floor. 17-year-old sorting connection with lawyer slaying. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary meetings, correct? That's right. There have been reports looking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. Now, this doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. We'll have to find our way to slip past the press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer, Malzarino, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things get desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. Oh, we can investigate the actual footage. As you can see, you can still... It's with the... Oh, I already read this already.
Who's that
Guess they're still working the committee chamber. The reporter's right. You can see people moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. And I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what. Looks like this is being broadcast live, which means we're looking at the big building in real time. Does that mean we're on TV too? I don't think so. The camera is far away enough, and it's just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least we'd better be. If Kay is spotted, things will go from bad to worse before we know it. Okay, so we have to come back to there for some evidence. Let's see if there's any other things that we can interact with. Can't believe this thing's made the news already. How do they do it? Hey, you think they're filming us from the chopper up there right now? Go check the TV for me, Malzarino. Need to make sure they're catching on my good side. Now, at a time like this? Yeah, so it's definitely, Alright, so we're gonna definitely... There's something here that we need to deduce. So that was the thing that I was missing, I guess. Yeah, we already talked to Kay. We're gonna do the logic. Question, how many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? Kinda ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works its ugly little scenes. It's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times. But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor? Gloomy underbelly of love. Wait a minute. Exactly, the committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. Actually appear to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts. Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake. Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, but... Appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Alright. Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love. My heart, you didn't need to take it that quite so literally, Kay. Good, then perhaps we can take this more seriously instead. Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. Still be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. So now we have logic to compare. Oh. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is it... the game had frozen, and it's like, no, it's just a Twitch. Just Twitch at just Twitch. And like just my stream. Alright. Thinking back over what Kay has said. The person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Yeah. And she mentioned about the, obviously she mentioned about the moon, but the moon was behind the tree, so which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. Also, I'm trying to figure out how she was able to survive, because getting pushed off of over 51 floors would kill you. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kate claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as on the night of the incident. This further positions the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must concede that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. It's possible that Kate... Yeah, okay. So maybe it has to do with the 51st floor, because if there is a 51st floor, that would mean that she could have potentially just fallen from that point. And that would have, maybe that's how they somehow do it. You may have fallen, Kate, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Oh, okay, we're just about to get the trophy, so we'll have another trophy done today. Because we're about to get in the next part, so... and I think that's the only trophy for this one, because we only have a trophy in this, another trophy in the thing, and then the other 2 trophies are for completing... Oh, the other 3 trophies are for completing the game. So pretty much, once we finish the game, we'll have the platinum. Like, once we get through the credits, as far as I know. That's yeah, okay. So there shouldn't be any more trophies outside of completing the case for this stream, I don't think. Because if he had, he wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. I was pushed. The only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can just open up like that? How? My bad, my bad. Not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. May also be closer to the truth than you think, Vander. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. I guess we can do that. Oh, okay. We have to reinvestigate? Because I did say to reinvestigate the ground. Kate couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. Ground here is covered with cherry blossoms. Even though the tree's not in full bloom yet, the strong wind up here is blowing the petals right off. Would have been nice if they had thought to tidy up just a little though. Nothing else. It's like just here to interact with, I guess. Just the tree and the hatch. What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Okay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? No, you'd never be as clumsy as that. I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know. I don't. Never. Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrically into my arms. Sure, Miserino, where's your sense of whimsy? So, never then. Talk about a deep cut. Now this will pair these two together. Because I did mention that there was a 51st floor, so maybe the hatch leads to the 51st floor? There was a whole floor between the 50th and the viewing platform remained undetected all this time. You got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open, going unnoticed by people, seems a little implausible. This can only mean that 51st floor is no ordinary floor. It can't be reached by ordinary means. We'll just have to reach it through extraordinary means, then. Don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional. Indeed, consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? A secret room? Now you're talking my language. Let's go take a look. Alright, there we go. What is this place? Look at all that stuff down here. Is that a storeroom? Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team, strike one mystery off the list. Yes, but the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. Hey, can a guy bask in his success for a second? So we found a hidden storeroom. I vote we scooch on down and check it out. We have pretty much exhausted everything up here. It can't hurt to take a look. Would we even have permission to do that? Because I feel like that would be... I don't know if this is considered breaking and entering, but... I mean, technically we are harboring a fugitive. We do know the whereabouts of a fugitive, so we would get into trouble. But, again, I guess they could also play it off of being like, oh, well, Edgeworth didn't know that they were here, but they know that. It's fine. Wait, Emma? Emma is here. Why is Emma just randomly up here? Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth? Emma, what are you doing here? I don't know what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what was going on. This is Emma Skye. She's a high school student currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also stood in court together. The detective called me up in a panic. High school student looking to become a forensic investigator, and the younger sister of my former boss. He said your badge fell off of the big building, and that Kay was in a man's suit, and... Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already? Yeah, I'm here with one of my professors. Not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting. Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene? Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language, after all. That's not an actual language, Emma. Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she? Ah, shucks. Isn't that sweet, Kay Meister? Your little friend is worried about you. Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth. Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law, and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. law offices. Edgeworth? So you are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney? I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now, yeah? First things first. attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. Really? It's like I'm not even here. What is this? Some kind of weird experiment? Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there. I agree. The police could be here any minute. Who's this? Explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go. Alright, but you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro. Attorney. Trust me, I'll explain that too. Dokery-dokery-doo, down the hatch we go. Yeah, I'm wondering where this leads. That makes a perfect sense for it to be a to be continued. Obviously we're gonna keep going.
Who's that Pokemon?
So that only took us, like, what, half an hour or so to get through that area? Yeah, because we saved at, like, 3:50 and it's now 2:30, so, like, 40 minutes to get through that part. We're speeding through this case today. We started this case today. This case we started today, and we're in the middle at the moment. So, yeah. We started this case today, and it's already been only 4.5 hours, so this is definitely going to be one of the shorter cases, I get the feeling. April 5th, 7:06 PM. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, we don't know where we are. It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face. What's your step, Emma? Oh, drape my head on something. Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip. Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo. This is... Wait. Is this an evidence locker? And there's numbers... Wait, there's numbers next to the evidence. Is someone literally bidding evidence here? Because, look at what we have here. We've got the suitcase from the second case of the first game. We've got the giant statue that was the fake from the second game. We've got steel samurai masks and other stuff in the background over here. We've got... I think that's a blue badger thing right over there. This is all the evidence or something? Why is there numbers next to the evidence? So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We'll need to take a careful look around all of these items. Interesting. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or 3. I did indeed. Where to even start? Well, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case. It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma. Seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney, or a prosecutor anymore. Oh, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure... Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, Miss Sky. And then there were 4. Right, everyone? Let's get to work. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I don't know where that elevator goes. I guess we know where we're starting then. We're gonna... Looks like it goes down. Something we'll certainly want to investigate further. We should look around up here first. Alright, Captain, let me know if you find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. Let you know if anything comes to mind. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, then let's begin. Alright, so they want us to investigate the... They want us to investigate the, elevator. I'm going to ignore the elevator and leave that to last, so... We'll try and do everything else before we do the elevator. Otherwise, it might push us forward. 51st floor storeroom. Also, Emma is with us now, so... Ask me anything, I'm all ears. Notice anything? Can't believe they suspect poor Kay. It's outrageous. Couldn't agree more. The best thing we can do right now is to stay calm and look for clues. I've been scientifically processing the situation. I think I've come up with a better idea. Maybe we could administer some carefully targeted electric shocks directly to Kay's brain. What do you say? Might just be the thing to bring her memory back online. It sounds more than a little risky. Sounds incredibly risky, in fact. Personally, I'm still of the opinion that searching this room for clues is the better option. Really, but a little risk is what science is all about. Yes, a little being the operative phrase. Emma Sky. I'm back for a little while to interpret for my professor, but I'm still mostly based in Europe. Gotta keep studying until the finest forensic investigator in the sun. Very glad to hear you say that. Dedication to one's chosen field is a student's greatest responsibility. It sure is, but I don't just want to get ahead academically. I've been trying hard at sports too. Especially that one event where they have at school event meets. You know the one. There were quite a few to choose from. It's huge over there, and unlike here, it's considered a real hardcore sport for adults. That's right, I'm talking about glasses battles. Who hasn't heard of those, right? What the hell are glasses battles? Me, never, not even once. What are glasses battles? Oh, never mind, that was just for the trophy. Like, this statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? What are glasses battles? I must know. Tell me what these glasses battles are. Alright, there goes the trophy for... Listening to Emma Sky talk in the storeroom about her studies abroad. Okay, so that... Yeah, as I said here, like, we only have one more trophy for episode 5, in general. There's another... In episode 5, there's actually another one that we need to do something for. But everything else is just finishing the story, so... Pretty much until we get to the end of this chapter, we won't have any, other trophies to get. So it's just investigating now. Not exactly, it's just something from a case I worked on, a piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. There were two of them, a real one and a fake one. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places. An odd case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different... Wait, what? Gotcha! Wait, what is Lotto doing in here? Caught in the act, right dang-handed. Guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. Oh no. I thought I was wondering what I was hearing, but it was like a camera lens. Clickety. Camera lens clickety clacks, I should say. That's what I'm trying to say. My eyes! Stop that at once! Ain't no stopping my snapping, not till I got every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. I'm not criminals. Yeah, sure, I'll pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials. Oh, it's you. Huh? You're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't you? Who are you calling a low-down dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart, a photojournalist by trade with crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, will you? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one. Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either. Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful. All I want from you is a couple of pictures. We're just here to investigate. And sure you are. By investigate, you mean pull the bull over Lotta's mild-eyed eyes. Okay, freelance journalist who I've met in the past, known for her ability to sniff out scoops and snap them with her trusty camera. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I thought she might listen to me. So you mean to tell me she's been waiting in this area all this time? Didn't hurt to try, I guess, but we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. So this statue is a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say. It's known as the Alfred statue. The what? The Alfred statue. But it says here that it's called the Alfred statue. That's what it is, yeah. Alfred. What are you muttering about? Nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we? So, what are y'all doing stooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow? I think it's us who should be asking you then. Me? I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society. And for little old me, of course. Or what you might call a photographer for the people. Stepping here, stepping there, stepping every dang where. I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've gotten it out of your system later. Okay, so we need to talk to her before we... Well, we need to talk to her after we get enough of something. It's kind of creepy all these masks lined up here in the dark. Not a fan of horror movies, I take it. No way! That stuff's so unscientific. I think you mispronounced terrifying. Yep. There's a steel samurai mask, there's blue badger costumes. There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a steel samurai. And what an impressively authentic likeness it is too. The scientist in me sensing something strange though. Like a consistency, you know. One of them is missing. As well. In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow, I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here. Yeah, just an empty hook right in the middle. Somebody using that one perhaps? These are all case files from various murders. What? But why would they be in here? They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office. Which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. Yeah, I'm thinking, are they auctioning off evidence or something? Because, like, there's numbers next to these, and I'm thinking that it's prices. Mask? It's Global Hero on Yakupon. Why is that so shocking? You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it? So the merchandise is super rare. When it's on TV is secret? What kind of TV show is that? Oh, they're making a TV show, but by the way, we're not going to tell you, like, when it's on. We're not going to tell you when the TV show is on. Interesting. Interesting turn of events. Interesting choice of words. Sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business. Can I interact with all the masks? I guess I can. That's Captain Saipan. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it. I find the flower on his head a little excessive myself. TV show are these from? Don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes. So their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of islets tell you their student ID number. So the one on the left would be number 1, and the one on the right number 2. I suppose that could be it, yes. That would mean a ton of slits for the kids at the highest ID numbers. I have to admit to being a little intrigued by this show now. It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about him being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way. You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. Again, Edgeworth continuing on his fandom of Steel Samurai stuff. She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai series needs. You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess. You watch shows like that, Emma? Of course, you love them too, right? Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure. Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought... I can't believe even Emma's seen it. I mean, at this point, you can't even hide it. I can't interact with the Blue Badger stuff here. I guess we'll just leave the stuff here for now. We're gonna have to come back for a deduction, so... keep that in mind. These, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here? Yeah, we've got the... that's the one with 6700. That's the doll from the last case in the first game. Then we've got the horned thing. That was from case 3, I believe, of the first game. I don't know what the rug is from. Obviously, the Blue Badger's here. The lantern thing, that was from case 5, I think, as well. This is where the committee stores stuff that it's looking into. Can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department. They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office, too. When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial is finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason. And yet, here it all is. There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. Should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them. Exhibit numbers, maybe. You said they were all pieces of evidence, right? Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written, and by the items themselves, I'd guess these are prices. Why did we not pick up this when we investigated the first one? Maybe because it was only at the top of the actual marker. Prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it? Prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. Must examine all these in detail. Wait, already... labels with numbers printed on them. Why is this... I already examined, like... I already seen this dialogue, and yet for some reason it's letting me skip it. Okay. Aw, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found at Gold Lake. Yeah, oh, sorry, that was the first case. Never mind, this was the first case of this game. He should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here? Oh, but look, he's missing his left horn. He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? Broken plushie, the stuffed animal we originally found in the Shengfa presidential plane, missing its left horn. So this is going to be relevant to the case somehow. This storeroom is actually more of a stockroom. Can I look at this? No, I cannot. It seems so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases? And who to? Who would even want to pay for all of this stuff? Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that. Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed, and look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. Say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you? You know what? I think you might be right. But, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what. Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected? Do we have evidence right now? Yeah, we do. Star? I mean, that's technically a star shape, but that's the ninja. Sorry, no, the candelabra. That's right. I forgot that the candelabra had the thing here. So that's another deduction. The candelabra on here. This must be the safe from the first case in the 5th game. So the fifth game, the 5th case of the original investigations. Bottle of ink and a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. Why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. You must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange it may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too? You want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in. This may take a while. Small bottle. One I've seen before. Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add? Well, no. What more did you want me to say? Hold up. I've got to write this down. Stranger Earth contain even the most boring topics and something picturesque with his explanations. Next time, try taking those kinds of notes in silence. Mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right? Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. It doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here? It's a cute little doll. It looks kind of like the Steel Samurai. It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. Can't imagine the pressure that must have been put on him under more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless, a certain tragic refinement. Miss Edgeworth, are you even listening to me? Of course. Okay, I think that's all the evidence that I've examined. For some reason, I can't examine the safe. Everything else is fine, so we'll come back to here as well before we gather any other evidence. See if there's anything else that's lying around. Scientifically speaking, I say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping. Don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box for storing clothes in. The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away. Yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it like that way, too. Keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. Bunch of trophies and... Oh, look! Somebody's left a walkie-talkie here. Looks to me like it was put there deliberately, rather like it's on display, to be honest. Hey, there are batteries in here, too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? We can take it to the police station afterwards. Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief. Oh, that's one heck of a desk. Wonder who it belonged to. 4 male figures acting as legs, holding up the tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringy. It doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around. Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste. At least I don't think there was. This is like a treasure trove of, like, past case stuff. Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say? No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right here. Piles of money left in the storeroom, some kind of deal. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth? Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it. It's that giant head thing. It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case well. But how did they even get up there? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow? You're ridiculous. As if I'd ever make such a mistake.
Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot.
Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender?
Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing.
It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
There is a...
Yeah, this is some sturdy construction. Thick 4-plate, sturdy supports. At a rough estimate, I'd say it could hold 50 of you. Easily, Mr. Edgeworth. Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough. You say that, but pack yourselves in tight enough, and I think you might just do it. Really don't think so. Anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. You can theorize about the elevator once we're done. Maybe you're right. Fine, 45, Mr. Edgeworth. 48 tops. Can I investigate the... I cannot investigate the suitcase. I also cannot talk to Kay anymore, so... I'm guessing now we just put the logic together and also do the... Yeah, put the logic together and also do the... what is it? Put the thing together and do the, put the logic together and do the, deductions. Which we know at least what one of them is, right now. So, let's just get those done. Alright, deduce the candelabrum, which is the... Yeah, deduce the candelabrum, and then... Deduce the candelabrum, put the price tags and the money together. And... yeah, okay. I thought we had to do something here, but, maybe we don't have anything there yet. Alright, deduce. Outline the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from. Which would mean the candelabrum is evidence for another case. Certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. And then... I thought we had more things. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right? I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here. If only there was an eyewitness we could interview. An eyewitness, huh? I think we know who just to ask, because we couldn't ask her anything before, so... Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart? Me? I told you. I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for little old me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people? If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom. Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. How'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to be tiptoe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction. So all the items here were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. I come see for myself, of course. Get eyes on the subject, you know. Should have heard the tales that my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees or so, I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. Well, yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue, and set it into wait. Bidding started late at night and carried right on through to the break of dawn. So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Underground auction. Dirty deals in a secret storeroom? Talk about a story. Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room? Sure, there was regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where. That kind of thing. What way are shady artworks regular exactly? The evidence was the big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor's shops. I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could get up here.
Who's that Pokemon?
Haven't been up here since yesterday. I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then. It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. Well, them customers came down one at a time from up the roof there. Threw en masse just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. So you couldn't see their real faces, or you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? Sure they do. Sweet, sweet surreptitide. Also not a word. Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then, in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Mask back on the hook, up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation. Selection of various masks was kept on a rack. Each participant in the auction wore one. How many participants were there? So that doesn't explain where one of the masks went, because there's a mask that's missing. So unless someone bought one of the masks, they were also for sale. That's the other thing to remember. They're also for the sale. So I guess that's also interesting. Moving on together, I counted them when they came down the ladder. Participants entered the storeroom one by one from the roof. They also left one by one through the storeroom and up to the roof. Your stakeout. Didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know? You didn't? Then where were you? Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now. So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning. Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spine spot there in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. Once they were done all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on. You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath? No, they sent it back up. There's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang. Did you catch sight of who was in charge? Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all. I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. The ringleader. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them? Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already. I see, so you don't actually know anything about them. I think that's why she won't give us an answer. Makes sense, I guess.
You got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure, white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them three things is what I remember. What's good a description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it?
That sounds like the victim. White lab coat, magenta flower, and the, thing.
So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, sorry, mask, voice change, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks. Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy's Servan.
That is not on the rack either.
What kind of name is that? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever heard of Servan? He's global hero Onion Copeland's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Servan the Time Lord?
Think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all?
No, I dang well didn't. What kind of which kind of scotches my scoop? This whole mess has been nothing but a snap hunt. I should never have come.
Ringleader's appearance. Ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, a magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned. You know of somebody who was dressed like that? Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. We do have evidence of this, so we would show her the picture of the victim? So the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they were dressed like a peacock on parade day, but they was.
Is this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But wait, so the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating.
Her name is Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Oh, so the ringleader was a lady? Only I'd just slip her a dang deal. Throw me off with a man's jacket like that?
I hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely, that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
Somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? Then that's what was happening.
When was what happening? What was happening, sorry?
Oh, nothing at all. You're just going about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot, I told y'all it's nothing. You won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more?
How many dang times do I gotta tell you? It ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either way. Oh, you can tell us just a little more. Pretty please. I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game's played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told you too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cockamamie thank you was that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to. Okay, guess she isn't going to talk to either of us.
Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Mind chest time, I guess? We haven't done that yet. Yep, mind chest. Alright. Since we almost ran out of time... We almost ran out of time in terms of doing the mind chest before, so... Here's less pieces.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible.
Won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive.
Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. It was reasonably, right? Yeah. Let's talk about this reasonably. I can see you're all a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to talk reasonably. I am calm down. You leastways I will be, just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. Bide my time. That's better. Being a news hound all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world falls at you, see? Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own in fact. Oh yeah? She spoke like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I knew. She was your apprentice. Yeah, she did actually sort of mention something about that already. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she? Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid, reckon... Wait. Oh, no you don't. You ain't getting any of my good side to bring her into this, you sneaky snake. Oh, you nearly had me too. Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Tell me what you know. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out. Go jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't get nothing to do with me. Nor me with you neither. Time to deploy my clue. So that should be... apprentice, scoop, and... auction. Know your apprentice pretty well. Don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact. Yeah, well... guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind. Good, then you'll tell us what you know. Fine. See, it's like this. Got me a scoop. Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lotta. You can't let him bamboozle you that easy. What was that about a scoop? Oh, forget it. It was nothing. You have a scoop of some kind, don't you? How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Alright, got me a scoop. A big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay. She may be hiding something very important. I may have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Is it related to the auction? The scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction? You know what? I clean forgot. But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about? I don't know what to tell you. Didn't hear nothing. Okay. Heard of something. Incident. Sneaking. So you did hear the sound of something, then? You didn't hear the sound of nothing. Does that mean you did hear the sound of something? That's a little bit of a weird, like, logic thing there. Like, when someone says they didn't hear nothing, that means that that could mean that they didn't hear anything at all, or... That's also just, like... That also doesn't necessarily fit either, you know? Something during your time in this room. Well, see, that's It wasn't nothing really, just a little noise is all. Didn't even make page 16, forget I mentioned it. So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Is it related to an incident of some kind? Your big scoop involves criminal in nature. Something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Might be it did, might be it didn't. Which is it? This is important. Alright, alright. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting. Well, you shouldn't have snuck into... Well, this is why I have to use a guide, because it's like, we're about to run out of time here. Scoop is a murder, and then, did we hear something? I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime. Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Still, it don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespassing ain't hardly nothing. So, your script is about a murder. See, we were about to run out of time there. I don't know how you're supposed to do this normally. Especially if you're, like, thinking about this, like, by reading everything individually, like, you're gonna run out of time. From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide. Aw, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've ever heard in my career. Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing. Ain't heard nothing. Scott's on it. Time to deploy my clue. We're probably about to run out of time. Yep. I ain't got time for this hog's wheel. That's it, I'm out of here. Okay, so you just, if you run out of time, you just take damage. You just take small bits of damage. I couldn't do anything about that. I was legitimately, like, I was trying my hardest. I should have just mashed the button. Please don't make me have to redo that all again. From the start. Can't give up now, I have to keep pushing. Please don't make me do that entire segment again. Oh, how far am I gonna have to do this? I gotta redo it from the start. Or maybe just from the point that I was trying to get the thing in, so... Alright. Fine. At least it doesn't restart the entire thing, right? Then I can mash through it. Even with me mashing, I've already lost almost a quarter of the gauge. So, thankfully they don't make you restart this entire mine chest segment. Gotta try another attack. Wait, what? I gotta do this from the start? Okay, I guess you gotta do it from the very start of the thing, so... Okay. I thought we had to... Okay. I ran out of time. I thought that I had to start it from the point that I was thinking. I guess I have to restart it from the point that I was... Okay. I have to restart it from the point that I was at before. Fine. So after we've broken the... After we defeated the one. So I'm just gonna... I'll let the time run out. Because we're not gonna have enough time. Because I have to do the entire thing. I've got to do the entire thing. So I'm just gonna let the time run out for this part because I know that I won't have enough time because I already wasted time by spending it on the other parts, and then I have to do it again, which will take up half the thing. All right. So I've got to. If I fail, I've got to do it from the start of the previous of the piece. So okay. Let's just mash through. Okay, so related to the auction. So your GT the center something then? I am gonna sneeze, so I'm gonna not move, I'm just gonna... Alright. So if we fail any of these segments by running out of time, we have to basically restart from where the piece started, so that's why I'm mashing through now, because if I... It really took me like a quarter of the time just to get back to that point, and then I have to do it again, which would be half the time, and that doesn't include everything else, so... No, just, mash through this as fast as we can, then. Is it related to the incident of some kind? Tsukina's a problem. Script's about a murder. And then we do the, you did hear something part. Which is the part that I just missed out on. Getting, because of time will run out. Alright, but you did hear something, didn't you? You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise. The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. Okay, now we can restart. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. Okay, now we can do this properly. Okay, were you really, so in the middle, by time, incident, Honeston. Were you really in the middle of the scene? See, I can only imagine if I was reading all these options, how much time I would actually be losing, because we lose a little bit less health than we would. We lose maybe about, like, usually we have 10 segments of health when it comes to these games if we get something wrong. This part at least seems like it halves the amount, so I guess in this case we have like 20 parts of health. I'm glad that exists, because I would definitely run out of time if I was thinking these through and just like reading everything, because I would run out of time potentially, or just run out of health, and that might require me to have to do this entire section all over again. You said you went up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You're calling me a liar now? Ooh-wee, now I'm mad. Real mad. Bide my time. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? Got me a motto, you know? Faster than anybody, honester than everybody. A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear that in mind. Tell me more about the incident. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Wish I could help y'all, but I don't really recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you. Sorry, I mean, look at me. I can't even get my facts straight half the time. Time to deploy my clue. I thought you were honester than everybody. Can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story. Well, see, seems your so-called information is not credible after all. Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I can even prove it. Okay, this is now where we have to get the rest of the stuff. Hopefully we have enough time. Prove it, something definitely, and then, next part with the investigation. Good. You can prove it, can't you? I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I'll need to use it to maximum effect. There's something you're still not telling me. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something You're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already. Time to deploy my clue. You're definitely still hiding something. Finally, we're out of that. Now you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Dang it all to heck. Give me a break, will you? We'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snap me a photo. Okay, what kind of photo did you snap? Happy now? You better be. And that's checkmate. Yeah, okay, so I guess in this, we definitely have more segments in our health. Which I am thankful for, because you would definitely need those. If I was reading all those legitimately, like reading them all, I would have run out of time so many times. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything. I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. You didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They was all shouting out bids and somebody had win something and bam, down comes the hammer. And upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader. And then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind that statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. Sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps. Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while. Wait, so two people came up on the elevator? You betcha. I guess the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabba 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 on it goes for a little while, then, a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moment of the murder? No, but I heard it real good. Didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. Don't suit you none. Just a dainty old little journalist all on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump and save the day? Dainty? Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, got to feel something pretty bad about what I'd done. It makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Yeah. Which would have been, like, super important as an investigative journalist because, well, you would have been able to take photos of everyone coming in. You could have taken photos of them coming out. Obviously, just without the flash. You could have taken photos of the deals being made with the money. So, definitely could have been better. Definitely could have done better. Scoops like that drop right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this certain clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot at this time. So I grabbed one real quick from the shadows there. Could we see this photograph? Oh, do I have to? Here. That's... Oh, that's the person in the red raincoat. The one who attacked Kay. So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the store. Then proceeded up the roof where they assaulted Kay. Photograph of the mysterious figure in the red raincoat. And they've got a bloody handprint as well. There's only one person in this picture. Where is the victim? Wait a second. They have a bloody handprint on their left hand. Doesn't this person have a bloody hand? A left hand? They do. They have a bloody left hand as well. This picture shows a left hand, a bloody left hand. Yeah, they've got a bloody left hand. Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. There were two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. That's the killer, alright. Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is. So are we saying the victim disappeared? It's possible the murder happened in the storeroom during the auction. How did you know it was the killer just by looking? Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh? The auction just carried on after that. Sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I never understand how they think. Funny, I find journalists a struggle to understand as well. Miss Hart's observations about what happened during the mysterious auction.
Who's that Pokemon?
That's the first time I've seen a Toxapex in chat. Interesting. I've seen plenty of Toxels. I don't know how many Toxapexes I've seen. I actually have a shiny Toxel in the Pokecatch game. Okay. Illicit auction held in big building. Items on sale were mainly items of police evidence related to homicide cases. 11 attendees altogether, all were wearing masks. Auction continued even after the murder occurred. Which is also weird because if that happened and it kept going, who was like conducting the thing as well. Is that everybody? I think we're done, right? What do we do after this? Do we just, do we have any logic that we haven't connected yet? Okay, that's fine. We have more logic that we haven't done yet. So connect that together, and then now we do just more normal stuff, more logic stuff. Okay. And then we have statements again. Alright. I thought we might have had something left over, but we did not. We've also got to do something at the rack of the masks as well, which we haven't done. The storeroom is the actual scene of the crime. Then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Well, yeah. But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember? Of course, they came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and... Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? The body was hidden so auction participants who were leaving wouldn't spot it. Emma, if you would mind putting your skills to work for me now. I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it. Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words. Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science. Never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before. Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test an area, just press X. That'll spray the little luminol on it. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Still feels super raw to me to see it appear just like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. It made it feel like that much more real. Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? Sure, there's still some more to be found, so why don't we give it a try? Okay. At least we have unlimited. Last time, the fingerprint powder stuff that you used to always have to do there would always be only so much fingerprint powder you could use, and then you would have to blow it out, and then you would do something again, and it was like it would be interesting how that ended up having to be played out. Alright, let's just spray around the, at least this allows me to have, like, ultimate, like... Ah, more here. There we go. And that's how it's done. You could look around and see if you find some other places to test with the liminal. Where have we not done it yet? So what do you want to test, Mr. Hodges? Let's spray it with some luminol. Where have we not checked? We might as well check everywhere. You want to test there? We may as well check everything. Sorry, it's a negative. If it's going to give me the option to test, I may as well. Okay. Spray some luminol in any place suspicious. Mr. Edgeworth, blood! But how could it have gotten there? Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there. Blood was detected in a clothes box that was up for auction. There are still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find. I mean, I'll test everything just to see if it's there or not. I'll click on everything. Oh, we can also talk to them as well, still. Careful with that! You can't go ahead spraying others with luminol! I wasn't about to! I wanted to see what was gonna happen. Can we spray her with luminol? We can also... We can't interact with the case. I guess everyone's the same thing, right? If we talk to Kay and, yeah. It's just gonna be the same thing. Anything on the notes? Maybe in the elevator? Or on the, switch? Alright. Just look for any blue tinges. Ah, there it is. Got it positive. There's blood here. But how come? Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say. Looks like some of it dripped through to the floor below. Blood was detected on the secret elevator. It looks like it dripped through the floor below. I think that's all the blood there is to be found. Right? Then that concludes this phase of our investigation. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else left we can really do. Okay, so I guess now we just put the logic together. Blood in a closed box can only mean one thing. That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. Haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery. No, you just hold your horses there. There's no way the body could have been in there. What do you mean? I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arise. Maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight, and I ain't no scamapologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so I can't... Nobody have not put nobody in there. Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer. Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have swore it was, though. Closed box in which the killer hid the body. Traces of blood were detected inside. Okay, we're still not finished? Everyone's back to their normal positions after the luminol spray, so... Am I missing? The only thing I can think of that I'm missing is the, maybe there's something at the... I've got to do something at the, to do something at the, the thing there. That's all that I think I've got to do. Or it's got something to do with the masks. Let me see if there's anything at the masks area. Oh, right, that's what we have to do. The Gem and Ninja mask. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, yeah, we have to do that. Why didn't I think of that before? Morning, Kaisex. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a good morning today. We started this case today, so we've been going for 5.5 hours, just trying to progress through. I don't think we'll finish the case today, because we have about an hour, we have about an hour and 20 minutes before I would normally finish. I don't think we'll finish the case, but we'll be finished probably the next time that we stream this. Hope everything's going well today, though. It's been a fun case, though. Yeah. For some reason, I didn't clue on that we had the Gem and Ninja mask. Kay was carrying a Gem and Ninja mask when she was found, but it looks like it might have originally came from this hook. Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis, which would mean that Kay was really here. Look, thank you for the look. As well. Appreciate you stopping by. She put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why? Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here. Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. Going to school? Yeah, all good. All good. Hopefully, hopefully, it's a good day at school. Well, for your daughter, anyway. You're not going to school. Well, you're going to take her to school, that's the... That's what I was trying to say. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. We've examined all we can now. Great, time to see what's waiting down below. Shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender? I'm about to ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course. Be sure to stay close. When did those two start getting along so well? Alright. How many people in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Five of us in the... 5 of us in the, elevator. Ah, it takes you back down to the... So you know, luck doesn't count if it's... no it does. It's only, it's always... Unless they change something. Unless they change something. It's always been, if you mute the tab, it still counts. Or you have the sound, less than... as long as the sound is on. In some way. If you mute the browser, like the actual Twitch video, like my Twitch video, that doesn't count as a view. I know that for definitely. I know that definitely doesn't count. But when you do the little like mute pause thing on the tab of the on the thing, that also that does count. But the percentage thing, many time you like more. Yeah, that's got to do with, if you have more than 2, if you've got more than 2 Twitch, I think it's more than 2 or more than 3, Twitch streams open at once, it only counts the most recent, ones. That's probably why that is. So if you open up 20 Twitch streams, the only ones that count towards the view will be the last 2 that you opened. So that might be why. That's typically what happens. Also, sometimes if people raid, those people are on mute. Time to run now, no problem. Take care. If people raid, sometimes it's if they're mute, if those people had them on mute where their view wasn't counting, it won't count for your thing either. But that's just because it remembers what the browser was like, I guess. It's a weird thing to try and explain.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, April 5th, 7:43 p.m., Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. So this is... This lowers down... This is not even like an elevator that you can access via the 50th floor. This is something that, like, just drops down and then goes back up again. Instead of it being on all the floors. And they just spotted us. Oh, uh-oh.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Oh no. And the body's gone. This room. This is the auction room. No, this is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, K. Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men. Arrest her right now. Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. Can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said.
Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice shines on me. Oh no, here comes, Francisca.
Yep. What did I do?
You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him, you were aiming straight at me. Something keeps getting in my way. Right there. Francisca? So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? Still believe Kay to be innocent? And we're supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge. And so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped, I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think that you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. Alright. Press statements time, because I think we just present some stuff to her. Yep. Okay. Francisca's current theory. The victim used her key card into this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed at the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game set and match, Miles Edgeworth, QED. She seems pretty confident, huh?
She doesn't like the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. Could even give her a no hard
keep in mind, does he not know that it's Francisca? Does he not know that it's Von Karma's daughter? This is like the first interaction between them both that we've seen. Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crushing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it. Be very happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence. Okay, Francisca's current theory. We're gonna press everything first, obviously. And you're sure the data from the security system is accurate? That data's just like me, perfect in every way. There's no room for doubt on either front. Well, your theory is far from perfect. Suppose I'm not going to change your mind on this so easily, am I? Correct. As I said, the victim entered the room with her killer. And the stab wounds she sustained are a perfect match for the candelabrum in question. 3 wounds inflicted by metallic spikes of some kind in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree that there aren't many objects that could do that. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirmed the murder weapon in her report. And there's about absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum. None whatsoever. And as for the culprit, have you managed to prove conclusively that the letter found on the victim was sent by Kay? I wasn't aware that there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting that it was a forgery? Well, if there was any doubt, there isn't any longer. Document analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient, or of any forgery. Are you saying that they found Kay's prints? No, only the victim's. Well then, how can you say that for sure that Kay did the deed? Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest that the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay Faraday. A fact that more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer. And we know the location. Oh, why am I reading this? I don't need to read that one. I just need to continue. How are we doing with this? You can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge? Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to? It has, and unsurprisingly, it was confirmed to be that of the victim. And has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place? How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. So please, present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down. Proof that the murder occurred elsewhere, huh? This isn't a courtroom, but that doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence she so clearly desires. It makes a pretty watertight argument, huh? Perhaps, but she doesn't know what we know. You're right. We've got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves. And that discovery will show her the road I found to the truth. Which is obviously the elevator blood. Because we have proof that because of the elevator blood, like, the murder happened, because there was a pile of blood. I think what's happened is, like, the murder happened in the storage area, and then because the victim was lying on the ground, the blood would have trickled down as they were going down the elevator, and then obviously carrying the victim, you know, and thing would have left blood, but then, you know. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, if you would. It's a blood stain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot, in fact, have happened in this room. Put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed the killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edgeworth is nothing but a fool, sir, and you know it.
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs.
Pertain ignored again. Wish you could get...
You're trying to tell me that all of that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. It's insightful as ever, Francisca, but you've played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? Trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spider managed to shoot itself all the way up here, do you? Oh, Allison's home early. Like an hour earlier than normal. So I guess we'll continue forward. We might even finish this case today, then. Like some crazy fountain of blood. No way! No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because the weapon was removed here, the victim was stabbed here, or the victim was stabbed upstairs. Well, we already know that the victim was stabbed upstairs, but that wouldn't be the reason why there was more blood. The only explanation would be that the weapon was removed, because if you assume that the stabbing was keeping the blood in, that would explain why removing it would have then caused more blood to be visible. Okay. Victim died of 3 stab wounds. Wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly. As proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. That doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. Who said there wasn't much blood up there anyway? Silence, you half-baked, harebrained rookie.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Would you like a bread top?
Oh, you got a bread top thingy.
Yes. Would you like one?
Yeah, I guess so. You got a bread top thing for me? Thank you. Oh, it's a...
The chocolate one.
Yeah, the chocolate thing again, yes.
Hey, stream.
You what?
Hello, stream.
Oh, hello. Yes, you came early
Yes.
with food.
Yeah, and Mum was like, buy a Subway for you for tomorrow.
Oh.
Because I was gonna make a rice today for lunch.
Yeah.
And because I woke up late, I'm just gonna go up to 2-minute noodles and go, because like I have no time.
Yeah.
And so Dad texted me saying when you're there, go get a Subway for your lunch tomorrow.
Oh.
just so you can have something there, so you can just have it prepared.
But it was only just because you woke up late as well.
I know, exactly. I slept through my some
Yeah.
of my alarm. Like I was awake for some of them, but I think there were some of my earlier ones. But yeah, I must have slept through the rest of them. So yeah.
Yeah. hairprint is a little... The stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time. You know, but the weapon is removed, right? Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still on its chest. Then, when it was finally removed, it created a difference in the amount of blood we see between the two locations.
Oh, I remember her.
Yeah, it's Emma from the previous games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? What's the killer trying to do? Imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
Who's that Pokemon?
Why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Committee chamber blood. Blood found in the committee chamber. Was it placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom? Underground auction. You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night. It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case, something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. It's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of a molehill. Making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. Here comes the smuggling ring again from the first case, which I thought... I knew it wasn't solved because they stopped the head and they stopped a few people in it, but then they said that they would just... I think they said something specifically about, like, oh, the people involved would just hire a new smuggling ring or whatever, if that makes sense. So, it's not over. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this. Very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led me up to it, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know.
You did the right thing, Detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Who's the victim in this story?
Who's the victim? We don't know who the victim is yet. We don't know who they are. We just know that they are the... We know that they... People thought that it was Kay, but then, because of certain things, but it's like, it was like someone's implicated to make it look like it was that.
And who's suspected of murder?
Not Larry, Kay.
Oh, okay.
The assistant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber. Hey, y'all mind if I butt in for a sec? The victim over there, the lady in the white. You. Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in, pain in the you-know-what. Well, this leopard sure ain't changed her spots. Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist, you can't. You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that one time.
Yes,
Yeah.
Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart either. I don't think she's her biggest fan, no. What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Oh, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of their secret auction. Stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seemed that they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean that the victim is also the ringleader.
No, how about we all just calm down, sir?
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does, nonetheless. I, Francisco Von Karma, I refuse to leave empty-handed.
Hereby find you guilty.
Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Alright, round dose with Francisco. And then I think this is almost at the end of the... Yeah, so fourth statement press, and then just present the statement, and then we get to the next part. Let's just clear these out for a sec, and... more discussion. All that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave it at that. Okay. Let's press the statements as we always do, and then we'll go ahead and do the next part. Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of the illicit goods was to take place. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with the piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There is a serious hole in your testimony. There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us. And I will. Time to take Francisca's testimony to task. Alright, press every statement except for the fourth one, because that will progress the story, so we don't want to do that. Considered that point rather easily, I can't help but be suspicious. I'm not in the habit of denying facts that are readily supported by the evidence. That's all there is to it. You were able to show that the murder actually took place in the storeroom. How exactly did you come to that conclusion? Members of the big building staff were questioned extensively, but none mentioned a secret storeroom. Seems its existence was known to only a handful of people. And of course, that storeroom was where the items that were to be sold in the auction were being kept. Very good. Which suggests a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement in the auction. So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same? I do, and the murderer was... Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy. So I did, but I was merely confirming Francisca's reasoning in order to... Oh, don't give me that horse feed. Get caught saying something stupid, you give a little laugh, and move on with your day. The murderer was one of the auction attendees. You don't get no notes for our friend here at the little performance of his. Of course, assuming that our friend the photographer's word can be trusted. Can't quite tell if they love or hate one another. Anyway, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan. Alright, avoid this statement, because that will press the, that will give us the next push through to the next part, so. How do you know that the candelabrum was one of the auction lots? Because if the murder weapon had been deliberately prepared beforehand, it seems highly unlikely that the killer would have chosen such an unusual object. Furthermore, based on the culprit's movements, the candelabrum could only come from the storeroom. Didn't find evidence that showed where it was standing, I guess. Exactly. Therefore, it can only have been something that was up for sale. Not that the issue of where the killer obtained their weapon is really the point here. It's a reasonably coherent explanation of events on the surface, but something's off. I need to see if I can tease a little more out of her. Alright, now we press the part forward. How exactly do they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember? Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too. So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the killer's arrival? I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterwards. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca? Okay. Press this one and then we put the evidence to them. After the auction had ended, you say? And you're sure of that? If the victim was the auctioneer, I don't see how else it could have happened, do you? I mean, she's right. You can't have an auction without an auctioneer. No, you can't, can you? Why does that suddenly feel significant? Alright. They're saying that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. So we have the evidence to say that it didn't because of, the head injury was sustained post-mortem, so that was, is it this? The auction continued even after the murder occurred, yeah. So they're saying that after the auction had concluded, reasonably assumed that the murder took place after the auction had concluded, but Lotta said that the auction continued even after the murder occurred. So that's our proof that we have there. Seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca. How so? The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. Well, if she made it up with the air she used to, you say it. I done told you I'm a journalist, Gambit. My word is that I ask you to open your mouth. W. Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. And she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. Bet it did. Went right on like nothing had happened at all. How could that have been possible without an auctioneer, whom? It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer. Because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim, really? Right, well, if the auction had carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that sound all too well. Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman. Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity.
Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely.
Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just stopped by to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along.
They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant.
Thought I might need to light a fire on this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately. Wait, Miss Faraday's innocent.
Shut your meddling mouth. Becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust.
We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too, personally. Sorry, it must be my age. That's what I was thinking as well, is like, I saw it, and it's like, it could very well be, like, he's crying and he's drenching the tears out. It's crying into his beard and then he's drenching the tears out. It could very well be.
He's wringing it out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
It's just adorable, though.
Yeah.
And also, who does he happen to be? He's he's the chairman of the executive committee, which usually just means, like,
yeah.
well, they are usually someone that's evil.
Someone in disguise.
That's just usually the way things go, you know? In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity.
Everything I do, I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest, but know this. We have uncovered a new suspect, this person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this... You can stop right now, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found in the hood along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof? Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The result's going back already, my boy, and there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
Red raincoat worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. No, this completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list. Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that the person was the murder victim. And you were the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you would end up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went. No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor. As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense. But you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent. But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now, right when it happened. The murderer, it was me.
Wait, what?
I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. No, you're not. You can't be. Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. Because I was the killer. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused memories.
What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful. What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest.
Ah yes, I almost forgot. Miles.
He's just burning documents.
What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more.
Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct? I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although, I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
This court is adjourned. To be continued. To be continued. This is starting to spice up. A lot is happening right now. Quite a lot. Quite a bit. Quite a bit's happening now. Anyway, it's still unsure about what's going on with thing. Alright, save the game obviously. On to the next part, which is the end. Judge Gavel's goal. So we've officially done the beginning and the middle, and now we're in the end point. April 6th, detention center, holding cell. We are back in the holding cell that we were in the second. Well, we weren't in this holding cell ourselves, but we were in the holding cell for the second.
Oh, you've been arrested.
Yes.
Oh, so they think you killed the person?
No, it's because we were, well, probably aiding and abetting Kay, who they arrested themselves, and also because we were conducting investigation stuff when we handed in our prosecutor's badge. So technically, we shouldn't even be investigating all these crime scenes.
What's the point of the game then?
He handed it in because of, like, he was basically like, if, in this case he handed it in. He was like, if you're gonna just basically, like, promote, like, being corrupt and doing something, I don't want any part of it, and I'll just forge my own path, basically.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Kind of like how what happened with Phoenix, where he kind of just gave up his badge for one part, because it was like, if I am going to get a guilty if I'm going to get a party off, if I'm going to get a guilty party, what do you call it? If I'm going to get a guilty party, free on murder, then I don't want to be a lawyer anymore, kind of thing. So this is a similar situation here, where Miles is like, all these prosecutors and the prosecutorial evidence committee and stuff, they basically just straight up admitting to knowing that Von Karma was forging evidence, that he was doing all the wrong stuff. So yeah. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we so painstakingly gathered. Yep, we're back to zero. We have nothing except for the Yada. We only have the Yada Garasu pin. We don't even have our prosecutor's badge anymore. Even if they did let me keep Kay's Yada Garasu pin, can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. Murderer, yeah. It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
Come on, let's go. You've got a visitor.
A visitor? Who?
Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away? Send him away?
No, though I'm not sure what to even say to him. April 6th, detention center, visitor's room.
Wait there.
They're leaving me unsupervised. Forgive the intrusion. Oh, that's Gavel? Judge Gavel? Please, Mr. Edgeworth, take a seat. Why did she lie about it being Gumshoe? She went and... What are you doing here? I was thought it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagine you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I better find out. Your visit? You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. Has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Fender and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you come here just to get chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. Hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. Your motive? Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? Here simply to talk, nothing more. There is something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth, and it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... Don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon my selfish and skewed sense of justice. Once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the Force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. You see, thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. April 6th, detention center, holding cell. Back to the holding cell we go, which hasn't changed very much, by the way, since we're here in case 2. I wonder if the hole is still in there. It's the exact same. It looks like the exact same holding cell. Wouldn't that be hilarious if we used that hole to get out of here? Can we? We can at least move around. I suppose we should just examine everything in here. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese. Wait. Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time only. Add regular. What is this? The meals, Olsen. The meals. Okay, the meals that you can buy and thing. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time only. Add regular white rice at no extra cost.
It's just rice on
Yes, rice with rice. Spaghetti and mac and cheese special. Add linguine for $1 extra.
So it's meatballs.
No, it's spaghetti and mac
and
cheese.
Oh, okay.
And you can add linguine for an extra $1.
So pasta on pasta.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. Oh, that's all that it said.
Huh.
But yeah, basmati and brown rice special. You can add white rice for a limited time only.
Yeah.
So it's just plain rice.
It's either rice or pasta.
Yeah. There's a note on the door there. I'm wondering if that's something. I'm gonna just examine everything else first, I think. Barely spent any time in here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar, it's slightly creased. There, a tidy outside begets a tidy inside. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. Do I want to examine... Okay, I don't want to accidentally not examine something, so if I examine the door and all of a sudden they decide to move the story forward, I don't want to do that. So I want to... Just in case this moves the story forward. There's a post on the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to That was happening? Oh. I guess because the warden... Remember, the warden from the second case ended up being arrested for the murder of the guy. So that was how the inmates got their meals, huh? They got their meals from just rolling a dice. Sounds interesting. Interesting decision right there. There you go. Inmates, before the warden got arrested, were having to roll a die of destiny to determine what their meal was for the day.
Oh.
Yes.
God.
You wholeheartedly apologize to those who were looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? I agree. I wonder if the hole still exists. A very basic bed. I can't say it's very comfortable to sleep on, however. Imagine the Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. Suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. Hang on a second. I'm gonna reload the game. Talking with the bed is passes time. Do not talk to the bed. Do not talk to the bed. Okay. Do not talk to the bed. Do something else. I don't want to, yeah. I don't want the time to pass, so, I want to investigate everything else first. I might make a save in case, it makes the time go past again, but now we at least know that the bed is the trigger point for, the story, so, no, we don't want to, I want to investigate everything else around the room, in case we're getting forced to. The window is barred with heavy steel. That reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. Might be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't even have a file on me at the moment. What am I saying? I wouldn't do that even if I had one. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? Alright, so no toilet paper. We're stuck with a triple special of plain rice, and or spaghetti and mac and cheese with linguine, and we have no way to escape. Alright, we'll move forward then. There shouldn't be anything else in here to investigate. Who's gonna come and visit us? Let's have a look and see. Who has come to visit? Do I have another visitor? Because I did mention that our visitation rights, only certain people can visit us, so I guess we have to get permission from somebody. Wait, that's Kay and God and Excelsius. Oh, thank goodness you seem alright. That's a lot of my mind. Oh, such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth? When there is no me left to believe in. None at all? I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much of your innocence, and why you should believe in yourself too. Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget. Forget that Kay. She's gone. Kay, no! Oh, this is heartbreaking. This is so sad, like... But basically, what are we gonna do here? Like, Gavel's against us, we've got the prosecutorial stuff against us, Kay is basically admitting that she's the murderer. You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice, I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait. Oh, it's mind just time. Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Okay, he's got 4 chess pieces. Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of this current predicament is through Chairman Winner. So much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. Is this gonna be like a plot dump similar situation? Like, I get the feeling he's up to something. Like, we already know that the committee is corrupt. Gavel may be corrupt. Excelsius is probably corrupt. Like, they let Von Karma get away with... Gavel may not be corrupt. Excelsius definitely would be, considering he's the current chairman, which means he probably has been the current chairman for some time. So, maybe he's the chairman of the past cases, in some way. Surely there has to be something. Can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers, the last thing I do. Okay, mind chess commence. Why the rush to arrest Kay? Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? I'm a prisoner. I'm a prosecutor. Oh, I noticed that the time goes by slower here. Yeah, by that time. Suppose we did let your friend go free. What then? What do you mean, what then? Think about how that would look, my boy. And who would have take the blame? Me, that too. Bide my time again? You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Ah, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears. Spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Wait. Coming along nicely? Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. Certainly doesn't sound like a statement of an impartial representative of the law. That was what I was thinking as well. It's like, this all sounds like, basically, until we got involved, everything was going according to plan. So by saying that, like, there's definitely something up here. Which we already know that, again, we know that the Prosecutorial Excellence Committee thing is corrupt. They've been corrupt for 18 years plus, potentially, if not even longer. Potentially ever since Von Karma's been prosecuting, considering how corrupt he was, and how much he was allowed to get away with. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Should probably turn the light on as well, because it's getting a bit dark. Next, we need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. Can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. You were the one calling the shots, weren't you? Makes the most sense to me. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. Doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. I don't need that badge anyway. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. So young. So very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically slow. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in the state. Now's my chance. How much time did you spend investigating? How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My, you really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence, so does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? Ah, the youth these days. I want to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. No, bide my time, he's angry. Well, well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scared? Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. Yeah, bide my time again. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically, and miserably pointless. Please, just give up.
Who's that
She's
Pokemon?
guilty. The decision has been made. The decision has been made? Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt had already been determined from before her arrest. He's sweating as well. What are you trying to imply? That you plan to have her arrested. Just come out straight with it. Just say, yeah, we think that you were totally corrupted enough to just, we think that you were corrupted enough to just come out and start, faking these things. That's what we're saying. Absolutely, that's what we're saying. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. And I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. I still have questions for you, sir. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking. So make it brief, will you? What grounds did you have? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. He's angry. Bide the time. Bide the time. Anytime he's angry, or anytime any character is angry, as a matter of fact, you always bide time because they just... Yeah. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream of. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy? That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? You're trying to... No, you're hoping to avoid talking about the case. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get it out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There was plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, these were all in her possession. How did he know this? I don't think we've revealed this information to anybody. I don't think this information's been revealed to anyone outside of us. So how did he know about all of this? And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? No, bide our time. Oh, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. I was about to say that myself, like... the only people that would have known that Kay had all that evidence on them was, ourselves, and anyone that we told, and the nurses. The nurse who brought the clothes and everything that, Kay had on her person. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. I still have questions. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you? Who gave the order? We are running out of time. Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. Time to go deploy my clue. You remembered all the evidence pretty well. I'd appreciate it if you stopped playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. Very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... you, of course. It'd have to be you, surely. Yep. Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you. Right, you've got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold. So I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of this case. You just have to ask the right questions.
Are we in the shadow realm playing chess?
Yes. This is basically mind chess.
Oh, okay.
The end game is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. This is called mind chess.
Oh, okay. It just
Where-
looks like the
yeah.
damn shadow realm, but with the chessboard.
Maybe that's what they should have done. Instead of just saying to play card games, they should have said, I challenge you to a game of chess.
Yes.
Maybe that would have worked instead of card games.
Instead of doing like card games on motorcycles, or card games in space, or card games on, what is it, what's the other one? After Zexal.
Zexal, there's a lot of
Oh,
things.
there's Arcvy.
There's a lot of things that happen in those older seasons.
This is play card games in chess. Summon your chess pieces.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the light on because it's.
I can turn it on.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
yeah, I can turn it on.
I'll close the curtains then. So it's getting dark. It is getting dark, and also, yeah. It's weird. And I can just get rid of this. And we're in an ad break anyway, so now what's going to say? That's all closed. Everything's all closed. So let's continue. Continue with La Manchas, where we are going to try and
Shut it on, just.
we are going to try and one-up the. This has to be the mastermind, surely. He has to be the mastermind. No one else can be the mastermind at this point. At least for this case. I don't know if there's going to be a case, like, because we haven't seen what the 5th case is yet, but this character has to surely be the culprit of something. He knows too much. And it makes sense for him to be the... It makes sense for him to be the culprit because, makes sense for him to be the culprit because he, just knows so much. He knows so much about, like, what's happening. It has to be him, right? There can't be anybody else. Oh, crap, I clicked that wrong. You seem to know an awful lot about this case. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled case arrest. By that time. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover. But you keep saying how busy you are. That's strange. Oh, nice. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, it does look very nice. Isn't Zoro the Pokemon that copies something though? Because I'm not sure if it does in the anime.
Yes. And there's a movie about it.
Oh, right.
And
okay.
there's also...
What happens if Ditto... What happens if Zoroa transforms? Sorry, what happens if Zoroa okay. Zoroa versus Ditto. Zoroa would transform into the Ditto, right?
So how Zoroa and Zoroark work is, in the games, is that they transform their appearance into the Pokemon that is in your 6th slot.
Okay, so if...
But they still have the moves of Zoroark.
If Ditto was in the 6th slot,
yeah,
and Zoroa was out,
then Zoroa will turn into a Ditto, but will only have the
What would happen if the opposing team's Ditto used transform? Would it transform into a Ditto or would it transform into a Zoroa?
I'm assuming it'll turn into a... Actually, I don't know about that question, but I have a feeling, I think... Does Transform give you... I think Transform gives you the moves of...
Transform, I think, gives you the moves, right? But it also doesn't... I'm talking about, in terms of appearance.
I don't know. I have to...
Does it take the appearance of a Zoroark, or does it take the appearance of a Ditto?
Yeah, that one I'm not exactly sure. All I know is that, it turns into the thing of the thing, so... I don't know if... I'm assuming it'll turn into... maybe a Ditto, maybe, because you're transforming into something that is being illusioned into a thing, but it doesn't, Zoroark still keeps its dark type moves, so like you can see like if the Ditto's in the 6th spot, you can see it use Dark Pulse and you'd be like, that's not a Ditto.
Yeah.
And then that's when you know that you have to do something else about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's strange. I could have sworn a man you just told me you reserved. Yeah, never mind. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know. You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. Did you see exactly where she was found? We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. Yeah, because that's the other thing we haven't heard as well. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? Uh-oh. That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. There you go. So we just put out we kind of lied to him.
Who's that Pokemon?
We kind of lied to him by putting out we kind of lied to him by putting out by saying, you know, he knew stuff that we didn't know. We just put out like a cheeky little lie there. Also, happy Skyscraper Day.
Happy what day?
Happy Skyscraper Day.
Skyscraper Day?
Yes.
Okay. That's really weird.
In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. Yeah, we've already done this. Tell me what you know about Kay. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's a suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Time to deploy my clue. Yet you know every other detail about the case, yeah. He knows basically everything, even stuff that we didn't know. We just basically just like threw something out there and just said, hey, we knew about this, and we didn't know anything. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? There's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now? He's angry, so bide our time. Absolutely. I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? These choice of words, we're getting him real frustrated. These choice of words are what's going to undo his entire case. He just mentions here about all the evidence to load them down with. He is severely, thinking about, what's going on with that. Absolutely. Load her down with? Yeah, that sounds very, very, specific. Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Yeah, at this point, we've done everything else. Kay has to be innocent. This is... Just throw it out there. Kay is absolutely innocent. You can clearly tell that this guy knows too much. He knows things that we didn't know. He knows things... He's talking about loading up on evidence. He's talking about, what do you call it? He's talking about, like, no, he knows which evidence was on them. He knows way too much. He knows way too many details that not even, like, people investigating the case know. No, 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 my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Time to deploy my clue. Except I know it wasn't her. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh, his beard just got set on fire.
Oh.
And then he put it out with his tears.
Oh.
Because he's got goggles on.
Yeah.
The goggles are catching his tears, and then he's emptying them out by...
Oh,
yeah. And then any tears that escape drop down his beard and he starts wringing it out.
Oh my god.
Oh no, he's
scheming.
I don't know why when I see him like this, he reminds me of Jimmy Neutron's dad.
Oh, Hugh.
Yeah, he reminds me of Hugh. With the glasses, with the it reminds me of Hugh from Jimmy Neutron for some reason.
Yeah, I think I can get that.
He also, for someone who is also, I'm pretty certain that, like, for someone who's supposed to be, like, in his 60s, he looks fairly young. So, I think you might be right when you said, like,
I
that...
mean, he does look like that is supposed to...
The fact that he has, like, these goggles on, and it's holding together the head of hair and the beard, and it's all connected.
Yeah, I think it's like a massive headpiece.
That's what makes me think that it has to be something fake, but I don't know who it could be. We get, you know...
Like, you never know, it could always...
It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it. You're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Unfortunately, we're in a holding cell, and he was in the outside of the thing, so we basically just, like, even if we admit that we know that he's the villain, we're not gonna get a chance, so I don't know what we're gonna do in this case. Unless someone has snuck into us a recording device somehow, that would be interesting. Because the only thing we have on our person is Kei's Yadagarasu pin, so... Alright. Checkmate on mine, just. You knew Kei wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with your naivety again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. Yeah. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose, and mine. You know, listening to you just now, well, it just really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere, and utterly infuriating.
Oh, his hand's on fire.
No, he squeezes the lighter, and the lighter, like...
Oh, goes... Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else, which of course it is. But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth, you make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer, that's the truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry, and cry, and cry. Oh, and he just does his entire monologue and just leaves us. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do here. He might be the final case, he might be this case. Not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Oh, here's the hearing. So, Gavel is there, Excelsius is there, the one who died is, obviously the chair is missing, and we've got all the others who are just suits, all different suits. Eustace is there, obviously that's his son, Lotterheart, and Kay. Alright, I guess it's time to expose the truth, right? I think this isn't even the final case. Maybe we're just going to try and be able to get Kay off. That might be what we're doing. We might be trying to get Kay off, and we might be just doing some other things. Maybe that's what it is. Who's to say? Who really knows? I guess we'll find out. April 6, 8:30 AM, Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. 10 members, over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here, in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised by the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. Despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course, on the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by... me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. This is where they were all wearing their masks. And, like, in the actual committee hearing. So, what is stupid is that, like, they've already admitted and said that, the committee booth was used for illicit auctions, and the only way to get into a set of illicit auctions is to have a keycard. Outside of the rooftop thing. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah. I mean, the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer. You deduced nothing of the sort. And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by... crushing remorse, Eustace. Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse, so she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it. Precisely, Mr. Chairman. killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. Who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that too. Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics. Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winter's command. I knew it. The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder.
Who's that Pokemon?
So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it. Alright, Miles, I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well now, is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a single night in detention to break you. No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty. I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial. Of course it was! When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time. You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee. So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. You will watch your mouth. Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats, I came here to talk about the murder case.
Oh no, I know it does.
Yeah. An Naruto's appeared. No. It's okay. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case. Really? But sir... This will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he desires. If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Evidence data received from Judge Gavel. Let's have a look and see if the evidence has been changed, or if we've got any new evidence. Because, now we've got all the evidence back, all of it. I thought we might have had, like, some stuff missing. You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? None whatsoever. Mr. Edgeworth! Don't worry, Kate. Everything will be fine, you'll see. Alright. The committee's view of the case. Serena attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Mr. Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Shangfar, Oh, right! Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the red raincoat was a piece of evidence. In the first case. The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But if our inquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances. And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat. I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know that you still have some time, some fight in you. It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to? Maybe she wants some sort of, like... Maybe she wants, maybe she wants, like, maybe she wants some sort of, like... Maybe could this be a possibility that, like, she's doing stuff under the orders of the chairman? That's the only thing I can think of. That would maybe make some sort of sense, but... I guess we'll find out. Like, considering how much pull the chairman seems to have over this one case, it could be a possibility. In other words, a member of the committee was actually involved in the illegal evidence trade. It is unfortunate. I don't know what else to say. And of course, we'll be looking into any such activities just as soon as this hearing's over and done with. I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman. Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least we can do, really. Not that it's any of your business, Miles. Not anymore. If only you had remained a prosecutor. But you didn't. The Bone Temple trailer is out 10 minutes ago. That's, very good timing. Very good timing indeed. Have you watched it yet? Did you enjoy it? I hope that it was good. Oh, BRB. No problem. Take your time. Enjoy the Bone Temple trailer. Let me know how it is. I'll probably see it at some point, because it'll probably appear in my, things. Good morning. Hope you had a good sleep, as always. Now, we're quite done making an old man cry over this whole sad affair. Very well. Allow me to continue.
Hold it.
So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots. That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to a Mr. Shelley to kill. Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion. It's from when he made his attempt on the president's life. There was an unexplained mannequin standing amongst the other items on sale. Could well have been used to display the coat prior to the auction. Do we know how the items was being smuggled in? That is still under investigation, and it is entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Especially considering that you will soon officially be a prosecutor no longer, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like the outcome of this hearing is a foregone conclusion, no surprises there. My personal circumstances aren't important right away. Or right now, sorry. Please continue, Your Honor. As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items up for sale. Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase? Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately. Miss Hart told us pretty much the same thing. Miss Springer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules. Springer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? Well, the auction was still underway. That would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Miss Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well exposed. The rules of the auction stated that attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow those rules. And given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interview. Jimmy said, "Are you ready?" Yes, Jimmy. Yes, I am. Oh, that's a great line. That's a great line. I really, really hope that he returns as like he does a good job as like a Remick style kind of like villain. It looks good. That's a good sign. I know it's still just a trailer, but still, like, the fact that the first trailer was good is at least a positive in the right direction. But now that the trailer is over, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you had a good sleep. I hope that you enjoyed the Bone Temple trailer. Also, I did see something else. I saw one other thing. The voice sounded like Remick. That's good as well. I saw another thing. Clayface set photos have released. Some Clayface set photos have released, and they have said that Joker exists in that universe. So the Joker exists in James Gunn's DCU. Based on Clayface set photos being released. So, I take that with what you will. Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in. If the murder, I knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch. Then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. Also, Dark Wolf is out, yeah. That came out. I guess that would have come out while you were sleeping. Or it would have maybe just come out for you. But yeah, Clayface set photos. The Joker is in the DCU, James Gunn's DCU. I think that means it's, you've sent me the Bone Temple poster. I can have a look at that. It's not a big deal. 20 minutes ago. Why am I getting, wait, 3 of them now? Oh, that's all of this for. Don't care about that other thing. Let's have a look at the poster. I wasn't paying attention. Ah, here we go. Let's look at the poster. Ooh, that is a 28 years later, the Bone Temple. Fear is the new faith. That looks great. I like the idea that they've taken the Bone Temple concept and just had it be like now it's like not only are we dealing with zombies, we're dealing with a crazy cult leader. And these bone temples being like structures in the movie. So I think they could have something very, very creative that they could do, and it might lead into a third movie. It will probably lead into the third movie, which will then, hopefully, maybe they don't just kill the cult off. Maybe they keep it all the way through, and they have Remick like do something. Ralph Fiennes looks like the main lead. Is he? He's in the movie. He's not billed as the main character, from what I remember. From what I remember, he's not billed as the main character. I think it's still Aaron Taylor Johnson. Actually, they've got it ordered differently. They've got Alfie Williams as like the main lead, and then Aaron Taylor Johnson. That's weird. There's a few people in it. Based on the trailer, he is the main lead. That could be. I mean, that's a good sign because you liked the you liked Ralph Fiennes' character. Because that's the thing. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Jack O'Connell's the cult leader. He's got like his own little league of followers. You know, Ralph Fiennes had his own you know, successful like yeah, the whole thing's focused on him and Jimmy then. You know what I also just realized is like, Cillian Murphy's character is also named Jim. And all the cult members are like varying, are either called Jimmy or they like, it's like Jemima. So like I just looked at the Wikipedia. All of the cult people are named Jimmy or like Jemima. They've all got that, and I'm wondering if they're gonna introduce Cillian Murphy as like, because his name is Jim in the original movies. So I'm wondering what's gonna happen there.
Who's that Pokemon?
If there's going to be some sort of significance as to, oh, what's a Chandelure? Chandelure?
Oh.
Because there's events going on at the moment for certain Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Our intelligence had like one shot in the trailer. That makes you think differently then. If it was mostly focused on just Jimmy and Ray Fiennes, they might just be that might be the villain and the hero then. Give you some credible dialogue. I mean, how long was Ray Fiennes on the screen? 10-15 minutes, and you thought he was like the best character in the movie. I think. So the fact that if he was only in there for like 10-15 minutes at most near the end, he's going to be in the movie even more. And he's opposite Jack O'Connell, who played Remick. So and he's playing a cult leader. So as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked. Yeah, I think that's going to be really, really good. And it's only 4 months away, basically.
Hold it.
The flame went out. The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth. Though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
Objection.
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots. This looks like a background story of Ray Fiennes while Jimmy tortures humans. Okay, so that means you're gonna get more of him then. More Ray Fiennes. And also just Jimmy being a cult leader. That is... yeah. So it's gonna be 2 stories. Background story stuff with Ray Fiennes, so you get more stuff on him. More acting. And then the present day stuff will just be, cult leader Remick doing his thing. And maybe they'll try and like tie it into something with Cillian Murphy. Now I want to see that. I want to see Cillian Murphy and Jack O'Connell interact in some way. Because Cillian Murphy's a great actor, so I would like to see that happen in something. I mean, Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with. Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could easily have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you. Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment. Yeah, January's already a good start. Mutiny, concert, Bone Temple, and what was the other thing in January? Also, like, I would expect Fallout Season 2 episodes to bleed into January as well, so that's also going to be something. Forgive me, sir. This is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation. Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? It seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, then, isn't it? So their theory is that the victim and their killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. Yeah, 2026 is already shaping up to be an amazing year for everything. Tulsa King as well, yeah. Yeah, Statham movie and Tulsa King. Like, January 2026, December 2026, and some stuff in the mid-year of 2026. There is a lot to look forward to. There is a lot to look forward to, I think. as opposed to like this year, where like the first half of the year had was very, very mixed, leaning more towards like the bad. And then this year, the second half of the year is more so leaning towards like it's like more of the good. So I think 2026 is going to be a more balanced year, because you've still got you've still got Mortal Kombat in May, everything in December, GTA 6, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie could be good, Doomsday, Violent Night 2, Dune Part 3, Werewolf, Supergirl could be good potentially, who knows. Resident Evil 9 in February, like, they're really loading up the year. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform is the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Yeah, the Dune game as well. Dune Part 3 and the Dune game. Lego Batman 3. Lego Batman 3 is also next year. Well, not Lego Batman 3. Lego Batman, the Dark Knight Legacy. Legacy of the Dark Knight, that's next year.
Objection!
And that's just the announced stuff. That's not even including the stuff that hasn't been announced yet. That will surely get at the Game Awards. I don't know if it'll happen next year. I'm hoping for some Wolverine news. I think after... They said they wouldn't expect anything until after March 2026, but that's at least something, right? So there might be Wolverine news next year as well. That could also be something to look forward to as well. Just anything for Wolverine. Just nothing outside of a cancellation. Just anything outside of the game being cancelled is pretty much like good news for the Wolverine project. What is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff for 2026. Absolutely. Like, if 2025 is better than 2024 in terms of stuff, I think 2026 could be good all around for... could be good all around for stuff. Oh, Gentleman Season 3. You forgot to mention that. Is it Season 2 or Season 3? I can't remember which one. That's another one that's coming out next year. Well, now, I ain't really an eyewitness. More of an ear witness, I guess. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she? I'd like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. If the Clayface movie is set in the same instance as the Batman, that could also be very good. It's different. It's different to do a horror movie. Because I know that they wanted to do a Swamp Thing movie, but that ended up being canned. Yeah, if they do Punisher Justice in Brand New Day, that might be one of the better things of the year. Yeah, that might get you to... Born Again Season 2, that might get you to re... If they do the Punisher Justice in Brand New Day, you might consider rewatching Season 2. You might consider watching Born Again, right? I'm assuming that that's what you might do. If they've restored your faith somehow. Because I don't think Wonder Man is going to do it. I don't think Marvel Zombies is going to do it. If they can somehow do the Punisher again properly, maybe that will give you a bit more faith in Born Again Season 2. Since that was like one of the primary reasons you were watching it. Maybe if they do something with Kingpin. Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Like, again, like what we've talked about before, Brand New Day, just have Spider-Man be yourself, bring back Savage Hulk, have the Punisher get some sort of Hulkbuster suit that is like a black and grey or black and silver suit, and have him like have the Hulk try and play like peacekeeper kind of thing, and then just have the Punisher just make him have to bring out the Savage Hulk back, kind of. I don't want Smart Hulk anymore. I think that was just bad. They ruined the Hulk in it was just Bruce Banner and the Hulk's body. They kind of just ruined that, to be honest. Oh, the Punisher solo project is also this year. Yeah, next year. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom. Yeah, you might not be ready, but that's also like a lot of hype. A lot of hype and a lot of things to look forward to. And just to hear what your thoughts are. You sent me screenshots from the trailer of the group of Jimmies. Let's have a look and see what these, let's see what the Jimmies look like. Because we already saw Remick. I just got a notification that GTA 6 is 9 months away from launch. Oh, I see. They're all in different colors as well, yeah. I can't wait to see what he does. If he can just play himself, if he basically just does the Remick thing, but like, with zombies, like, this might be a bold thing to say, because we're not sure how well he's going to do in other movies, but, if he's consistent in a lot of movies that he's in, Jack O'Connell might be the next Bill Skarsgård. That might be a bold thing to say. I'm not saying that Bill Skarsgård is not a great actor, but if Remick gets a lot more villain roles, there's a chance that he might become the next Bill Skarsgård in terms of, like, just having someone who can play villains consistently. Or maybe not Bill Skarsgård, but maybe like Christoph Waltz. Or or like Mads Mikkelsen. Somebody that can, like, play villain roles of varying different degrees and just put themselves in, like, some sort of, like, different spin. Like, there's just certain people that play villains very well. Anthony Hopkins, Bill Skarsgård, Mads Mikkelsen, Christoph Waltz. He even plays good guys as well. But honestly, like, Jack O'Connell might be in that conversation. Give him a few more years and a few more roles, and we might be talking about, like, another... Even Robert Pattinson. Like, I understand why people hated on Robert Pattinson for Twilight and everything like that, but, like, he's proven that he can play other roles as he's gotten older. And if he pulls off Dune Part 3 as the villain, again, we're also looking at a situation where he can play great heroes and great villains. And these actors deserve to get credit for if they play these good roles. Nicholas Hoult as well, you know, already has a lot of things under his belt, but just give them more to do. Wait, the same gavel got it? Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night. You saw the person in the picture, correct? I sure did, clear as day, with my own 2 eyes to boot. And what were your impressions at that point? My impressions? This right here is the scoop of the century, something like that. Spread the word, Remick for Death Stranding 3, absolutely. I'm not saying that he'll necessarily live up to Troy Baker, but we need a new villain. Like, I feel like we've seen... I don't know if they can do much more than what they already did with Higgs. I don't think they need to bring him back for a 3rd game. I think Higgs already showed what he could do in Death Stranding 2, and just bringing him back for a 3rd one to do the same thing would not have the same feel. I think you need to bring in another person. I think you need to bring in somebody else. It's not that Troy Baker didn't do a great job, I just think somebody else should come in. And see what they can do with a character. Yeah, that makes sense. Just hoping more of your impressions of the person in question. Oh, look, there's a walking meal ticket. That's why I'm thinking, like, Troy Baker getting Best Performance at the Game Awards is almost just like the crown jewel on top of everything. That it's like, it's his time to win the award for that particular role, and just that's the cherry on top of what was already a great performance. Give him the kudos. Give him the official honor of saying that he was the best voice in best performance in the game that year. Yeah, I think doing something else would be different. Like, you know what? That could work. What if they did something else? Because they've explained that there haven't been a lot of humans left over, but what if there were? What if, like, they did some sort of similar thing where Jack O'Connell's character, like, he's gathering followers, and what if, like, some of the facilities that you were delivering to were, like, you didn't realize that what you were delivering to them, that those facilities were actually, like, covert, like, secret, like, cultish kind of things, and you were actually supplying to the enemy without even realizing it, and it's like, oh, these are followers of whoever the character's name is, you know, like, these are followers of Remick, these are followers of this character, and yeah, something like that, like, yeah, something where it's like, oh, you thought you were delivering these needed supplies to fellow porters? Nah, like, these facilities are used to fund my operation, to fund the cult, to bring in more of the masses, you know? Join us, Sam, like, do you really want what happened to Fragile to happen to someone else that you care about? You know, we know where your friends are. We know how to get to them. We know where they're located. We see where the supplies are going. We have all these things. What are you going to do about it, Sam? Like, how can you deal with an enemy that's been basically playing you from the very beginning and knows the ins and outs of your operation? We are the revolution kind of thing. And it's just up to you. It's like, you either, adapt to this new change in the world, or you perish along with the rest of along with the rest of the people that refuse to join us, kind of thing. Just my little joke. No need to look at that. Spike Memento Mori? What did it mean? Remember we must die. Memento Mori, I think, means, what does Memento Mori mean? I know that they've...
I had that in Untitled.
Yeah. It does mean remember that you must die, yeah, Memento Mori. Because I think they do it in Assassin's Creed as well.
Oh wait, so the Until Dawn game is like, remember, you have to kill everybody.
Yeah.
Does that mean I followed Memento Mori perfectly in my playthrough? I did is what the game asked me to do.
Oh, right, that's the, yeah. There's a lot of very quotable lines and stuff, and just like... I think there's a lot you can do with a cult leader in a, in a zombie movie kind of thing. And also it'll bring us... Yeah, I've heard the many kinds of death, because that was in the trailer. That was in the trailer for 28 Years Later. So I know that, I've heard that, part of that quote. An entire dialogue scene of Ralph Fiennes, yeah. I think it's gonna be great, but... And also the other thing as well is, like... They can give him a fantastic death as well. They can give Jimmy a fantastic death in that movie. Because a cult leader shouldn't just be killed by the humans, right? He should be like, you know, I could imagine them like leaving him chained up in something and just letting the zombies just like rip and tear at him. Kind of thing. Or maybe like, I don't know, I could see them doing something. Oh, red raincoat, right? Well, I took one look and I thought that's our perp right there. Therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that the murder occurred. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know. What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated. Unrelated? You can do better than that. Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Stringer's? Kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey, or my name ain't Lotta Dane Hart. That's the moment where you hear the heavy metal Teletubbies theme? Oh, right. Wait, was Jack O'Connell in 28 Years Later? So he must have only had like a minor part in it, right? Did you hear them clearly? Well, can't rightly say for sure, but... Yeah, I can't rightly say nothing. And you know it. They was using voice changes, I done told you all that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices. Those voices were disguised. Are you sure that... Wait a second. Are you sure that I'm not talking to Jack O'Connell himself? If you can even pronounce it the way they did, I must be talking... Am I talking to the Remick? Is the Remick in my stream right now? He was in the movie at the end. Ah, okay. Nice tease, though, at the end to have that. Which means we can't even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder. You don't need to yell objection in order to side at me, Mr. Edgeworth. Seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel. Nonsense. Verity's the best of us, my boy. The very best. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up on the roof. That much we can say for certain. Yeah, they've done a good job of teasing that then, if that's the case. So I guess we'll just wait and see. You've got a strong protagonist, you've got a strong villain, and I'm sure that there'll be some good action, and there'll be some, you know, like what you said, a zombie movie almost made you, I think you said a zombie movie almost made you cry, which says a lot for a, until the credits rolled after Alfie joined the group of Jimmys, and there was also a tease for what Jimmy does to people in the first movie, yeah. So I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went out to the roof. That we have, this... We initially thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Almost the rest of the theater cried ugly, yeah. And that's in a zombie movie of all things as well. Like, if someone told me that in 2025 people would get emotional and ugly cry over a zombie film, I would be entirely shocked and probably wouldn't believe you, but somehow they've done it. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand. But I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Okay, if this person is a killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. Yeah, I can't think of many times that I've cried in films. Inside Out was one, almost cried. Toy Story 3. I can't remember if, like, when I was early on. I know I used to watch the Pokemon movies, but I don't think they ever made me cry, personally. Some of the early ones. I know some Pokemon episodes, thing like Bye Bye Butterfree is a sad episode. It is amazing about how certain... Like, I remember, I was watching a documentary about Walt Disney making the original Snow White. And people kept saying, like, oh, you can't make people feel real feelings on a cartoon. No one's going to feel anything, and
I thought
when...
that was an actual movie that they did.
Hmm?
I thought that was from an actual movie.
What?
Wasn't it, something Mr. Banks? Is that the...
That Saving Mr. Banks is about Mary Poppins.
Oh, that's about...
No, I'm talking about... There was a Walt Disney documentary, and they were talking about, like, how people thought, like, oh, with Snow White, no one's gonna feel anything because they're not real characters. And they said at the premiere of the original Snow White movie that, when it came to the scene where she was in the, glass, what box or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah.
They said the whole theater started bawling their eyes out. Because I thought Snow White had died. And this is why people shouldn't listen to critics about, like, you can't go and do this. It's like, you can and you should try it and see what happens, because you just never know what kind of reaction is. The entire theater was bawling their eyes out over Snow White, a cartoon character, in the 40s, or whatever, when it was made. Yeah, the Odyssey's gonna be massive. I think there's a lot of people in that movie. There's a lot of people in that movie. Who is in that movie, actually, if I go and break it down? I think there's a ton of people in that movie. And it's a Nolan film, so... Yeah, Matt Damon, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Zendaya, the one from, I think she's the one from Black Panther. Yeah, the one from Black Panther. John Bernthal, Robert Pattinson, Charlize Theron.
What's this in?
You saw the Marvel Zombies trailer and the Thunderbolts are the lead. Yeah, I saw that as well. I saw that Florence Pugh was the lead. They need to kill the entire MCU, Zombie Thanos included, yeah. Elliot Page is in it.
Which movie is this?
The Odyssey. It's basically, the Greek kings and with the Trojan War and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So it's got Matt Damon. Matt Damon's son is Tom Holland. Anne Hathaway, Zendaya, one of the characters from Black Panther, Robert Pattinson, Charlize Theron, John Bernthal, Elliot Page. There's a lot of very, very prominent actors in this movie. But yeah, Marvel Zombies looks like it's going to be terrible. You're telling me that somehow the Thunderbolts are going to stop the entire MCU zombies, including Zombie Thanos. Yeah, about that.
Zombie Thanos?
Yes, they're making Marvel Zombies.
Oh.
And the Thunderbolts are going to be the ones that stop it.
Of course.
So, if you think about what the Thunderbolts are comprised of, like, unless it's Sentry, they have no, like...
They're not gonna make a zombie Iron Man, are they?
Yeah, and then the same person who made the Thundervengers is the same person who's going to do the X-Men, which is even more emotional and even more character-driven. And so I fear for the new X-Men film, if that gets made. I fear for it because of Thundervengers. And I envy the person who has to take over Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. I cannot, like, especially if they do a young version of Wolverine, I fear for the person that has to do that. They have to be either an established actor or they have to be just really, really good, because it's going to be very difficult to top Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. Probably virtually impossible, I would say. It's pretty much perfect casting. It's almost like replacing Iron Man. You can't replace... I don't think Robert Downey Jr. can be replaced. Presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. Now it tells us something very important about the victim, too. You're going to watch it since you're a massive X-Men fan, but you have absolutely zero hope for that role. I'm a big X-Men fan as well, but I just do not know what their plan is. We're already getting Charles Xavier, who doesn't want to be in a wheelchair, who's been race-bent. We're apparently getting Denzel Washington as Magneto, which doesn't make any sense either, because the whole thing with Magneto works so well because of what happened to him as a child.
Who's that Pokemon?
What do you mean, didn't you like Riri Williams? Who? Who's that? Who's Riri Williams? Who did she play? I don't recall this character. This picture tells us that the victim, survived the attack? Something in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. If you're talking about Ironheart, that doesn't exist. Ironheart actually never got released. It was a project that they had planned 3 years ago. That project didn't actually get released. It stayed away. It was never not released. It was never actually released. I can't confirm that that was actually a released project. Here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. I heard what happened. I heard that, like, it was made 3 years ago, but then I heard that something happened where, someone was in the archives. Someone was in the archives of the Marvel movie, and, they were eating some M&Ms, and the M&M wrapper, somehow jammed itself into the door, which then allowed for someone to sneak into there and steal the, what was supposed to be Ironheart, which I'm sure was going to be a really, really good series, and then I heard that that somehow made its way into a volcano. I can't confirm nor deny if these things are factually accurate or not, but I think that's what might have happened, is the M&M wrapper somehow allowed for a thief to steal what was supposed to be Ironheart, a show that I was really, really looking forward to. And the whereabouts of that have now since been dropped into a volcano somewhere.
And you can stop being sarcastic now.
This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she had to use her hand to try and staunch the wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded. Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it? Very much would, not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. Put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that or pretending to not remember it. Yeah, Trevor as well. And then what was it she wanted? She rather, I think in that series, She rather would have not had her friend come back to life. She would have rather have had the AI or something instead. It was just such a weird, like, making deals with Mephisto, obviously, like, that was fantastic, right? Making deals with Mephisto. You keep getting Conjuring ads? Yeah, I've been getting a lot of them as well. I've been getting a lot of weapons ads, though, on Twitch. So I get a lot of Conjuring ads on YouTube. I get a lot of weapons ads on Twitch. Which is still good that weapons is being advertised, because it's been out for, I think it's been out for nearly a month, right? Weapons? So I keep getting weapons ads. Yeah, weapons came out August 8th, so it's almost made 6 times its budget. So that's impressive for, again, an original film. But I'm not looking forward to the Conjuring movie. I'm not going to watch it, but... What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dan, Gamma works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job. Making deals with Satan, killing, robbing people, and never wanting to help people because you only do it for fame and money. That's basically what it is. Oh, I want to do something iconic, and then it's like, oh, the guy then says, oh, sometimes people do bad things to do something good, and it's like, no, you can just do good things. And also, like, that conversation that you had with a friend where it was like, am I a good person? And he just, like, moves on the conversation without answering and says, let's talk about Star Trek. He doesn't even want to tell her that she's a bad person. He just wants to ignore it. And then telling her, saying, like, oh, the only reason Tony Stark was able to do everything that he did was because of money. And it's like, in the first Iron Man movie, he builds the suit out of scraps. It's just like that scene with Jeff Bridges or whatever, where he's like, oh, you know, Tony built this suit out of a bunch of scraps in a cave, or whatever it was, the line was. Such a great line, but, like, still, it's like, that proves that he's, like, umpteen levels of smarter over her. Really are a total and utter embarrassment. I'm not. Hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Gavel. Put Edgeworth out of... Yeah, but then also look at this other stuff that's happening, right? We've now had 2 accounts now of Ryan Reynolds and Channing Tatum both saying that there's been fights on set with Robert Downey Jr.
As Dr. Doom?
I don't know if there's been actual fist fights or anything, but it's actual fighting, apparently, between them. So, to me, it's like, I think Robert Downey Jr. is just there for the paycheck, and also to potentially save... And you keep getting people coming out and saying, like, oh, he's great to work with, and this is so awesome, but it's like, I don't know who to believe, to be honest. Out of his misery. As you wish. Like, I don't know who to believe. I think the only thing to believe, I think, at this point is just wait for the movie to come out. And see how the marketing is, and see who's talking about it, and then see the aftermath. Like, once the movie's over, see what people have to say. Because they've got to be careful, because the one problem is that there's going to be, the one problem is going to be, Secret Wars is going to be 2 parts. Secret Wars is going to be in 2 parts, so if someone, you know, some characters are going to be killed off potentially in Doomsday and then not come back until part 2 of Secret Wars. Yeah, the fact that the movie doesn't have a script, but then they've also... That's how reshoots keep happening. You know, you want to save money, right? So the best thing to do is you write the script, you get all the actors together, You get them to perform their roles, and then when you're happy with the thing, you then release the movie. And then if you have to reshoot something, fine, but you don't film it partway through, and then say that it's finished, and then, oh, suddenly the script changes, oh, we have to refilm this scene again. It's just really bad movie making. Like, I know that you didn't like Infinity War, I know you didn't like Endgame, but at least in those movies you could at least say that they planned them out from... They planned it out from at least, like, so many phases for, you know... They planned out so many movies ahead of time. They had an idea of what they wanted. They at least planned it. They may not have delivered on everything that people expected, but at least they had a plan, and at least they had some sort of reasoning for things to exist. And yes, there were problems, but this feels like super rushed. To go into a movie like this with no script is very concerning. Just you wait for your movie because you were going to do it? Yeah. I hope that you're able to go and do that. Because you can just take your time at doing it and just figuring out, like, what you wanted to do and what things you would like. And honestly, like, if you ever want to do something like that, like, if you want to make a Dracula movie, you should go ahead and try it. See if you can make it. See if you feel like you're capable of doing something like that. If that's something that really interests you and you have a passion for it, maybe you could give your hand at that. Sringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. Oh, I think she might. Actually, I should tell her. I didn't tell you, I don't think. Jimmy is looking to enroll in film school.
Oh, yes.
Because he wants to make his own movie.
Nice.
And basically his whole story behind it is, like, being sick and tired of, like, movies being, like, bad and other things that are happening. So he figured, like, well, if they can't do it, then maybe I should try and do something myself.
I support your decision.
Yeah. It's a cool concept of, like, just, you know. So I mean, I hope all the best and just
I mean, I technically did I went to a thing for game and film. It's just over here it's a little bit more difficult to get into the thing because they all want AAA like, portfolios and stuff, but this is for games specifically, not for film. And it's very competitive here.
Yeah.
But I do support your decision. You know, I wish you all the best.
It's an inspiring story, I would definitely say, in terms of just, like, taking something and then, just being, you know, just be confident in your ability and be confident in what you feel like you can do, and you will, achieve those goals.
Yes.
And I want to be able to say that, like, oh, I can, you know, that, I saw this, that I was... You know, this person, that's them. I know who they are. I've talked to them when they were first starting out.
That's my dude. That's my friend.
It's just one of those things. Like, to be able to say that a friend was able to achieve their goal of directing a movie, any movie is a start. And then once you get your foot in the door, it's just like you just keep going until you feel like you you have the right way. Making Pain also inspired you as well, yeah. I could see that being an inspiration. And you have the right sense of, like, you know, wanting to still use CGI in the right way, practical effects, music being an important part, like costuming and setting, story, characters, getting the right thing, asking for help instead of just thinking, oh, I can do this all by myself without, like, you know, and being an expert like some people can come off as. We know that these wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabra. Doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. And like that's the thing as well, it's like if you ever got to a point where you were doing major movies and things like this, and people actually interviewed you and asked, like, what was it that inspired you to want to make movies? And it's like, well, I saw Wicked Pain. Wicked Pain was a really inspirational movie, and a documentary about like a favorite franchise that I really liked. And I felt disenfranchised about modern movies, and most modern movies, and I just wanted to see if I could do something for myself, and here I am. Like, this is my journey from basically critic to director, producer, example. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. What? Why? What, you listening? Oh, I was listening. Very carefully. Hence my objection. Come on, why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't? Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough.
Don't be mean to Eustace. He's
Eustace is his son, by the way.
Oh, it is?
Yes. What do you mean, Dad? Alright, press all the statements, obviously.
Eustace is doing a good job. I love Eustace. Justice for Eustace.
3 wounds. That can't have been pleasant. Welcome back, Kaisex, as well. Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act for their sins. All practical effects, usage, and if needed, fan service over corporation service. While also being good enough for you, getting the tone right with the score. If it's necessary, make your own score. Casting correctly. Asking for help is also another important thing. If you're doing a movie that's based on something and you don't have a lot of knowledge, like actually just asking people that are more have expert knowledge, that's way more important than just making interpretations. Casting people for the correct role without, trying to be political in certain aspects. Don't listen to her, Kane. She's just trying to scare you. If you could please continue on, Judge Gavel. Very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds.
Hold it.
I do, but perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. He does, I'm sure. Don't you, Eustace? Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out. Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy, make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, will you? Storytelling matters, character development makes your audience feel for the characters and care. Without it is pointless, yeah. And then combining all those things together makes for, a great movie, basically. And making a movie that you want to make, and that also can appeal to the audience that would be interested in it, not necessarily trying to appeal to every single person. Because that's one mistake that a lot of movies make as well. Quotable dialogue as well, yes, absolutely.
You need to understand your target audience.
Yeah. Sure, let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way. That's what they used. Crazy. Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says. Yeah. Ensure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, only make a movie if there's a story to tell. And don't try and force sequels and stuff, and... If you're gonna remake something, be faithful to the remake, while also just adapting it to a more modern, like, movie standard in terms of, like, what work, like, not modern audience, but, like, modern, like, techniques. A lot of important things. Yeah, I think original movies were are better than sequels. In some circumstances. I mean, this year has basically proven that for the most part, original movies are better than sequels, remakes, reboots, etc. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. Unless you mean to call Dr. Hertz's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact. Oh, absolutely. If a sequel is being made, it should 100%, like, I would say that's a given. If you're gonna do a sequel to anything, it should 100% be better than the first movie. Like, not even try, it should just 100% be better than the first movie. Otherwise, there's no point in making the second... Otherwise, there's no point in making the sequel.
Like Dead Man's Chest. Dead Man's Chest is a good sequel to the first
My example is always Terminator 2. It's not that Terminator 1... It's not that Terminator 1 is a bad movie. It's just that Terminator 2 expands on absolutely everything that the first movie does and just makes it infinitely just better. It's the perfect sequel. Whereas, like, a lot of people would say Aliens, but the reason I don't say Aliens is because you've still got people that like Alien more than Aliens, so to me they're equal. Which is also a good sign, but it's not like it's a debate between whether the original or the sequel is better. But to me, Terminator 2, most people would tell you that Terminator 2 is the better movie over 1. It's not a debate, really. Coroner's opinion, back up your own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory. Well, I'm certainly not able to ignore the coroner's findings. Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them. If the cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence with Gambit. He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. Do something, Gavel. As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Hold it!
I like her name.
Verity Gavel.
Gavel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Gavel, as in, like, Gavel, the hammer.
Yeah.
The victim may not necessarily have died instantly, I think we can say that much at least. Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments, either. So there are people who could survive even if you stabbed them in the chest. Sure, there might be. There might not be, too. Which is it? Trust me, there are not. To give you enough time, you'll surely best how to make a Dracula movie. Well, that's the beauty of Dracula now being in public domain, is you can make whatever Dracula movie you want, because no one's going to tell you otherwise what to do with Dracula. You can make your own version of Dracula. That's pretty much like what ends up working there. Cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Well done for reading, Mr. Edgeworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions. In other words, if I disprove what it says, I disprove your conclusions too. You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read that report very carefully. After all, I am not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions. Very well, then you shall have my deductions. Mr. Edgeworth, Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be alright. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed. Okay. Third statement, and then... But for Dracula, you might make the script, and once I'm bigger in the movie business, I can afford more than to do a Dracula since you can do a period piece then. Yeah. I think Dracula is a period piece. Like, you can do a modern Dracula, but it doesn't work the same way, because just... too many things don't work for a modern Dracula movie. It has to be a period piece, and it has to be authentic to the character of Dracula. You can't have people taking selfies in a Dracula film.
Having dance battles.
Yeah, and having dance battles and...
I still can't believe that actually happened.
Yeah, you can't have that in a... It just doesn't work. And you need to understand the character of Dracula, so you can't have him be like, oh, I'm gonna kill my own wife, and then I'm gonna blame everybody else for killing my own wife, even though he did it. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. Yeah, mermaids and having fairies as well. The Casper the Friendly Ghost gargoyles. Red raincoat, that's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, though, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavel. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. Do you remember where exactly they were found? Yeah, there's a lot wrong with the movie. And you could tell that they, again, that Luc Besson even said himself that he wasn't looking to make a Dracula film, he was just looking to find a movie to do with the Caleb guy again. And then he just decided, okay, well I guess he'll make a good Dracula, I guess. And I think that's the problem. He only wanted to work with the guy, he didn't care about what it was. Which I think you have to. They were found on the hood. Gonna leave the chat and watch episode 4 of Dark Wolf. No problem, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the chats as always. Enjoy Terminalist Dark Wolf, and I will see you in the next stream. Or the next time, I don't know what's gonna happen. Whenever the next time happens to be. Enjoy Dark Wolf, the new episode. Good, and was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? Yet there was blood only on the hood. It's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. Head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you were correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. Even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? So it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction. With some evidence. Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction in the order of the injuries occurred? The coroner's findings.
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. The order suggested by the bloodstains in the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. Yes, Your Honor, I'll go fetch her at once.
Who's that Pokemon?
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of the case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know how even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? Seeing nothing but that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. There is someone involved with the case that I can name. Suspect that at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know. Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Winner himself. Shocking accusation and one I find hard to believe, but for the sake of completeness, I must ask. Why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, my dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where is your proof? With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's alright, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm sort of a crook. Because you'll never find a more fine and upsetting citizen than myself. He has a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have keycards to the room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner, that the auctioneer is a member of the committee. What on earth is wrong now? What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands. You did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total.
Well, it certainly isn't me.
And it can't be the chairman, can it?
Whoever it is, speak up right now.
I just realized that the chairman has abs. The chairman? How old is the chairman, by the way? The chairman is supposed to be 68 years old, and the guy's got abs.
He could be a swole man.
Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. It's too late to back out now. You accuse a former chief prosecutor and current committee member of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Yeah, he's got abs. Know your place. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. You needn't have it bother, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it, the suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I, when that was barely a testimony to begin with? Man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay, nothing more. If you must believe in something... Believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. Yes, there's his abs.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. He's at like 60-something years old. I'm not saying that people can't have abs when they're that old, but still. This guy's also a chairman of a prosecutorial thing, so it's not like he's Chuck Norris here.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have to just press everything here. I usually always press the fourth statement. So we want to avoid the fourth statement then.
Hold it!
Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. If If we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right? Not in the slightest, hence my inquiry into the details. Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you keep digging into these little details.
Hold it!
Seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention. Yes, I was listening, my boy, but critical is a matter of opinion. How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today. Bravo, my young hothead, wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you?
Hold it!
So no way any of what we discussed today is irrelevant, not unless you intend to bury the truth. But none of it is relevant, dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise you're up a creek without a paddle.
Hold it!
That was my confession. It was a statement you coerced out of a vulnerable victim. What do you think, Verity? Is Mr. Edgeworth correct in his assertion? No, the suspect confessed to the crime herself. We get it, Miles. We all understand how much you want to believe in your little friend. Have to face the facts, you know. Oh, my voice is starting to tire out. I'm actually just noticing that now. I've been going for like 8.5 hours. I don't know how much further along this case I've still got to go. This feels like we're still getting to the point of... This feels like we're still getting to the point of, Well, first of all, we're gonna get... First of all, we have to get Kay off of the case, and then we have to try and figure out who's done it. And, yeah, this case was what we started with today. Like, outside of the first 20 minutes or so, we've been doing this case for the last 8 hours and 15... basically 8 hours. So maybe we should end stream now and just, continue on with it the next time, because this case is still going, and I don't know how much more further we've got. And yeah, I should probably just save it first. And but this is we literally started this case today. Like we opened the save with the. We opened the game. We opened the save to this case, so we've been doing this for a good solid 8 hours or so. And I don't think we would have even like finished it with an extra 20 minutes anyway. So, I think that should be good for today's. And we also made a ton of progress as well. A ton of progress just in this case alone. Like I'll go through a bunch of stuff that happened just so I can like refresh of how I think about the case, but like. You know, music-wise is always usually the same, just always super consistent. The set pieces in this one aren't as grand, I guess I would say. We finally got to see Edgeworth's office after a while. The buildings, I thought we were going to do something with the film set at first, but we didn't end up doing that. I liked the storeroom section. this area where they're in now with the committee, that reminds me of the area from the first game in the 5th case, you know, where you're in the, it's like the library, essentially, of cases and laws and stuff. That's what it reminds me of, for sure. Yeah, we've still got an entire full part to do. Now that I go and scroll down, I'm just going to scroll quickly down to see how far we've got, but yeah, we have, we're almost at the... We've still got, like, a full bunch of other things to do. We've still got another press statement to do. Yeah, we would not finish this case today. Looking at, like, what was still left. But yeah, there was a lot of different, like, stuff that was going on with this case. I don't think the set pieces were as great. I did like the storeroom look. I do like this area. There's a lot of this area definitely reminds me of like other this case has definitely reminded me of other areas from other games in the series, or other cases in the series, which is a good sign. That's always a good thing with these what's the same thing. So obviously gameplay wise, we didn't get anything new outside of just Emma introducing to us the using the luminol for the blood trace detecting, which we've done in the past, but it's so much better than it was in the previous games, where you had a limited amount of luminol in some of those games, or a limited amount of stuff. This game did it so much better, I would say, where you could just use as much as you needed to, and then it was easy to find. Again, character-wise, Eddie hasn't done nearly as much in this case as he did before. I was actually a bit disappointed that Eddie didn't have a confrontation with Francisca in the same way, because, like, he already came over the fact with the stuff with Miles, but he didn't... I don't think he ever came into confrontation with Francisca, who's the direct descendant of Manfred, and I would have liked to have seen something there happen. Eustace is still his useless self. Francisca, it was great to see her back. I mentioned her in the previous case, wondering if that would happen, and sure enough, I was not expecting her to appear here. I was very pleasantly surprised. Kay has not been her usual self in this case, because she's got amnesia, based on what's been happening in the case at the moment, so obviously she's not her bright, usual self, but I'm wondering if we'll bring her back to that at some point. That would be kind of cool if they end up somehow figuring out how to do that. Gumshoe, obviously still his normal self. Florence Needler, obviously a reference to Florence Nightingale, and just wanting to solve everything with an injection and misdiagnosing everybody. She was a fun character. We finally got to see who the director of the Hertz Hospital is, who was basically the one who was in charge of the other segments and cases. She was... It was almost like she was a puppet. And it was like slapstick comedy with them. Gavel continuing to sort of like expose, like, she's had a steady character progression. The second case we've met her in, she seemed fairly normal. The third case, she was high gung-ho on, like, making sure that, who was it? She was basically there to make sure that, stuff was happening, like, with the cover-ups and admitting the stuff with the committee. Now she's, like, fully on board. Fully on board with the committee, fully on board with Winner, fully on board with what's going on with the other characters. Fully on board with, you know, doing whatever it needs to be. Excelsior's Winner seems like he's very much being set up as because he's the chairman of the committee. Very much seems like he's being set up to be the full person at the end. You know, the person who's going to be I'm surprised they didn't introduce him sooner, because usually these games introduce the main overarching antagonist at the start. And from there, you just build on from there. But they've done a great job with Excelsius. Basically, a lot of these... I think what's made these characters work so well is they do not steer away from being evil. Manfred von Karma doesn't steer away from it. Gavel doesn't steer away from it. Excelsius doesn't steer away from it. They straight up just admit to framing Kay and doing stuff with evidence and all that other good stuff as well. We got to see Emma back again. It's always nice to see Emma back. Lotta was great as well. Interesting that we're getting Lotta and the other reporter. So we got a new reporter, and then we got Tabby Lloyd in the previous game. Sorry, in the first case, and then we got Lotta, who basically admits that as well. But a lot of great character moments and a lot of great character stuff as well, which is where I'll get into the story stuff as well. That ended up happening. Basically, we started the case. So we started the case with seeing the Red Raincoat Killer person pushing Kay off of what looked like it was a skyscraper. Then we were in our, basically, at the same time, we were supposed to be doing our hearing for, the hearing for our prosecutorial badge, what's the name stuff. Gumshoe came in, and we were interrupted by a nurse who came in and said she had one of our patients with the business card. It turned out to be Kay. Somehow she survived her fall, which we'll explain that in a little bit later. And she's got amnesia, so she doesn't remember everything. She had a whole bunch of evidence on her. She didn't have her clothes, but she had her clothes off of her. She had the pin separate. She had a whole bunch of other things on her as well. Then we ended up going to the big building, basically the big building area, and we tried to get her to reminisce what was happening. She was remembering about the concession stand and a figure, and that led to the, basically, that a body had been found in the building, which we, had no idea about where it was, and then turned out that the actual Prosecutorial Excellence Committee officers are in this building, of all places. So we happen to be investigating the that building, and ended up figuring out that one of the members of the Prosecutorial Excellence Committee was dead. And then we were going to examine everything, but then we got interrupted by the other people. Francisca came in and allowed us to investigate. That allowed us to do a whole bunch of stuff. They tried to connect to a bunch of cases from years ago, and then after we finally got permission, after we did a few back and forth things with Gavel and Winner again, we were finally allowed to actually properly investigate. And then that was then finally interrupted by, Excelsius Winner, who's the father of, Eustace, the former chief prosecutor, who is, and the current chairman of the Prosecutorial Excellence Committee. Who he constantly is making fun of his own son all the time, as well. Because his son keeps making tons of mistakes, so... and... basically, Kay blames herself, she admits to doing something, she runs away, and then you give up your prosecutor's badge. So that's a big thing that happened there. After we finally found her, we met up with Eddie again in the offices, and then we ended up going and investigating the area. We ended up then going and, basically, eventually we found Kay there. We tried to get her to reminisce a little bit more, and that was when she came up with the idea of, like, the moon, and we ended up realizing that the stuff was off for that as well. And, before we ended up figuring out how she actually fell, because, we ended up basically figuring out, like, the positioning of the moon and the killer was not correct, so they swapped it around. And then we realized that the 50th floor actually has an extra floor. So, once that was all figured out and they did all that, we figured out that she fell through a hatch instead. That was the hidden 51st floor. We entered into the 51st floor where before we did that, we met up with Emma, and that allowed us to go and do, what we were doing there. What did I just click on? That was my mistake. And that led us to the next part, where we got another trophy out of the way. We did a whole bunch of investigating. It turns out the area we were in was a storeroom for evidence that we've then discovered that all these evidence things were seemingly being auctioned off. And a lot of the stuff from past cases, like the previous cases from the investigations game, past Ace Attorney games as well were there. And we just investigated a ton of stuff. We found out where the candelabrum came from. We found out, we saw Lotta as well, who was basically in there, who snuck in and heard about from somebody that there was underground auctions happening. And that they were using masks to enter in, go into the elevator, do stuff, and then come back out as they went. We also found, after a long, mind chess matchup, we ended up basically using the luminol to find where the bloodstains were on the ladder, on the elevator, and in the boxes, which then led us to eventually going down to the the chamber where where we were originally, where the body was first found. So the 51st floor can't be reached when you're on the 50th floor, but it can be reached by going to the rooftop. So yeah, then we got found out. Francisca helped us out. She had her own theories. She prevented everyone from being found out. Once we solved all of her theory stuff about how the blood got where it was, we finally resolved that was what ended up happening. And then basically Excelsius came in with everybody else, and we ended up being Kay got arrested. Edgeworth got arrested, and then we had that big confrontation that we had before, where we were basically in the detention center cell again, and basically had a big giant mind chess matchup with Excelsius, where it was essentially just him exposing himself as being the as him being responsible for Kay, and he was the one that was calling all the shots. He was the one that was not investigating. He was the one planning to have her arrested. He was the one that was not giving good explanations. He was the one that was he knew stuff about the case that we didn't even know. He knew stuff about other things that we weren't aware of either. A whole bunch of other stuff that ended up happening. And once that basically happened, we basically vowed to have the truth happen and come out at the proceeding. And basically everything that he says, he makes the truth. And he basically decided that Kay was the culprit. And then we finally got into the prosecutor's area, where Eustace and Lotta and Gavel and the entire committee were there outside the one who was murdered. And then we started having to break down what was happening with different photos and what Lotta was able to provide us. And right now we're currently facing off with Excelsius and Gavel. And that's basically where we're up to at the moment. So I'm assuming we're about to just get into the point where we start breaking down how we're gonna get what happened, and also just I would say at first this case felt like it was one of the weaker cases. It just felt like it was very slow, but now that we're into this part, they've done a really great job with this case. I think this is still continuing to be my favorite Ace Attorney right now. I'm absolutely adoring this. Absolutely adoring this this game. This might be my favorite Ace Attorney at the moment. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. So next stream, we'll probably finish this case off and be able to do the rest of the stuff. I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this case plays out. I'm really looking forward to seeing how other things go. This is so far my favorite Ace Attorney. The first three cases are all great. This case, well, it had a little bit of a slower start. Once they started getting into it, since we got probably once we got into the area, after we started investigating with Francisco, I think that's where it started to pick up. And once we, pretty much everything from the storeroom onwards for me was all fantastic so far, after I've already gone through and talked about it. So, I'm not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. At this rate, like, this video is almost 9 hours. And that'll take me a decent amount of time to upload. And also, yeah, even if I do a stream tomorrow, it might be a shorter one. So we'll just see how things go. Also, obviously if I get to play this the rest of this week, we might be able to do Friday and Saturday stream. A Friday and Sunday stream. Saturday will be Persona 5 Strikers with Allison, hopefully. Monday will be Marvel Rivals. I guess we'll just wait and see there. So, yeah, I think I should probably wrap things up now, because it is getting very late, and I do need to eat dinner, and I do need to try and get this video uploaded if possible, or at least part of it prepped. So, yeah, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription review on this video gets some closer monetization. Helps me make my content video, helps my content become most easy to find. I uploaded my past Rex with Let's Play Plus 2. YouTube channel, Skamori is the last Pokemon that's going to be available for the stream, so, as well as the games list for the games we have played in the stream as far, all the nearest plays, upcoming games, DLC, Switch games, we get into the Turnabout Edition as well. Working on more Plat past segments of games we have the Plat through, as well as switching things to upselling games on the Switch, along with more Untitled Chapter runs, Pokemon about Nuzlocke. Pokemon Let's Go EV stuff, Super Mario RPG Remake, speedruns, as well as, Super Mario RPG Remake speedruns as well. The Dragon Quest 11 notes are almost done. I'm almost at the point where we have to get set for the final boss. Final Fantasy Picture Master speedrun notes as well. I upload them to YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they're being deleted. Want there to be a separate place for everyone to find my content to do so, and you'll also get a notification uploading government as well. Follow Discovery on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 Picture Master speedrun. I will also be doing a subathon on the 21st of September with discounted subs. 20th of September for everybody else. Where to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of my affiliation. I will be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with Allison as always. At 3 subs, Pikachu once for a month, 6 subs. Pineapple Pizza redeem. Every time someone redeems 100,000 channel points, I'll eat a Pineapple Pizza on stream. 9 subs, favorite Pokemon tier list with Allison. 12 subs, I will do a Pineapple Pizza AMA. Which I will do every time that gets redeemed as well. I will do a short little Q&A AMA kind of thing. 15, Discord movie night. 18, chat picks a game of my choosing, of your choosing within reason, I guess. 21, Pokemon Smash will Pass with Allison as well. 24, subs, karaoke stream. 27 subs, Pokemon Nuzlocke with Allison. Of her choice as well, she wants to pick the Nuzlocke. And 30 subs will be Pokemon, will be a Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year. You also get sub badges and emotes as well as live reviewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get adblock. I get everyone's support today for the follows, chat, subs, bits, lurks, raids, as always. Also, the next channel point redemption as well. You can use your points to vote on the next game. After we finish this one, Princess Peach Showtime, Luigi Mansion 2, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Persona 4 and Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. 3 choices at this point are Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Metal Warrior Tegio, and Tomb Raider Remastered. We'll also be doing Rivals on Monday, quick matches, competitive minigames if anyone wants to do those as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong. Playing topics and games to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification. I'll link out as well. And finally, you should know who created my stream overlay that usually my future content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description flat as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone online we can raid. If anyone has any raid requests they'd like me to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming at the moment and go ahead and give them the raid. Let us have a look and see who's currently streaming, if there's anybody. Okay, no one that I'm following is currently streaming, I don't think. So, let's have a look and see what people are playing, see if there's anything that's actually interesting. You know what, we can raid Steel Wolfie. They're playing Final Fantasy 9, their first playthrough of 9. I have not played 9. I've not played 9. They're doing, yeah, they're doing a playthrough of Final Fantasy 9 for the first time. And they're also doing, like, stuff with, sub badges and, sub stuff as well. I guess we will just wait and see. Let's, yeah, we'll go ahead and raid them, I guess. 'Cause there's nobody else that's online right now. So, yeah. Let's do that. So, thank you everyone for watching as always, and with that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.